Hey, welcome y'all. Today I'm gonna work on my Puyo-like game. Hope y'all are doing great. I am nervous. The game jam that this is for is ending in, let's see, 9 hours and about 30 minutes. Yeah, that's all that's left. So we're getting close. This has been a game jam that has been going on for a month where we try to make games like other games. We've done Bloons Tower Defense before this, and before that, Frogger. And today is the conclusion, the final moment of the Puyo-like game jam. So this is where my Puyo-like is at. It's the final stretch. We got this. Let's go. That's right, Jonas. Mine still needs a little work. There are so many things that I had in mind that I have to let go of, but that's how it goes. And that's part of like what's so exciting, I think, about doing a game jam. Or not just exciting, but valuable about doing a game jam is, you know what? Sometimes you have to let go of things, and it sucks, right? You want to have your dream game, but I mean, at the end of the day, you gotta get stuff done. And so I gotta let go of some things. Maybe I'll come back to this one. I'm really proud of it. I hope Travi comes back. Travi's one of our cats, and he's right there. Welcome, Travi. Thank you for being here with us today. Yeah, I think this is definitely one I might come back to. There are a few problems with it that I definitely need to fix today. I need to prioritize. I've only got 9.5 hours to do it, so let's get right into it. This is gonna be a stream where I'm mostly out here coding my head off. Just gonna be here for like only got 9.5 hours. So normally I'm here for like 12 hours, but today I must do less. It's just this the way it has to be. So yeah, I'll figure out the things I need to fix. I'm gonna be deep in code and all that stuff. And there's a showcase next week, by the way. We're gonna play all of the games. So head over to the channel page, hit that subscribe button while you're there, and there will be a live stream where we can watch everybody's games get played. It's gonna be super awesome. So yeah, we have some submissions. I'm actually really surprised by how many submissions we're getting in, considering this was a difficult game. This wasn't a super easy one. So it looks like we're gonna have over 10 submissions, which look, for the Bloons one, we had nearly 20 submissions, and it was super awesome, but this was a pretty hard one. This was a difficult one. Some amazing games came out of this one. Before that, on the Frogger-like jam, which was by far the easiest one, this one had almost 30 entries. So, again, very amazing, victorious winners and others that entered as well. With that said, by the way, everyone's a winner. Come on, if you get a game done, you already won. But for the Puyo Jam, this game's a little tricky. So the theme game is actually embedded on the page, and it'll still be there after tonight. It'll just be a little more hidden. But after tonight, the page is gonna change and the winners table will be up there, and you guys will have to vote to make sure that we find the best Puyo-like that we got. You're not stoked about it, but you submitted your rough, messy prototype. Get out of my face. Edgeworth. So Traumatized Edgeworth won the most creative twist, at least, and some other categories too, on the Frogger-like jam. And it was an amazing game. And for this one, Traumatized Edgeworth made this awesome, like, Tetris Puyo-like game. And you out here talking about it being rough and messy? It's fantastic. It's so good. This is the original Puyo game that we all based our games around, where you match pieces together, 4 of a kind. You typically are facing an AI opponent, but we didn't all necessarily do that for ours. For mine, there is an AI opponent, but it isn't like technically like playing the game. I wanted to have something like that, but I ran out of time, so I gotta get the best that I can. But dude, Edgeworth's game is awesome. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Look, I've seen what you can do when you make a complete, awesome, amazing, full thing. But like, come on. Come on! You did an awesome job. Look at this. I know you're baiting me to show it off. No, you're not. I'm choosing to show off how freaking amazing what you made is, because it is. It is. Let me see if I can find it. It is one of these in here. So I love that you guys shared like all of your progresses. It's just like, it's great to see like along the way. This is all on the Discord, by the way. Let me see. There it is. Found it. Found it. Okay, guys, look at this game, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, I would love to show it. Look at this, you guys. Look at what Edgeworth is saying is rough and messy. Okay? Like, you guys gotta have some confidence in yourselves. This is crazy. This is just crazy. Look at that menu. Look at this. We got an AI opponent. Look at me. I'm flipping pieces around. We're matching things. We got an awesome cat character here. Look at that. It shows you where your piece is gonna fall, even as you rotate it. Like, this is stunning. This is so good. So, like, the caliber of excellence here, it humbles me. And I'm so proud to just share community with you guys. Press space to hard drop the piece. Whoa, really? Wow, look at that. You got extra features. Dang, that's just fantastic. So yeah, head over to the Discord to get a taste of the games that are coming. But by tonight, you'll be able to play them all. They'll all be visible. So, all right, I'm gonna get mine together. Mine's not gonna be in there. I don't submit mine for ranking. It just doesn't feel fair because it's my own jam. But you can find mine. I'll post mine up on the community page after tonight. All right, so I'm gonna get to work. Thank you guys for being here. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. If you don't want to press the like button, I respect that. But if you do if you were like, oh, I did mean to press the like button and you just forgot, this is your reminder. Okay, so what are some problems? Okay, there is one big glaring bug where I can actually rotate into other pieces. I've been ignoring this bug for a long time because I've deemed it easy to fix, but maybe it's not easy to fix. And so this isn't good because it means you can place a piece where it's not supposed to be, which can obviously cause all kinds of problems. So one of you guys has helped me like debug a way to fix it, so I'll probably need to look into that as soon as possible. One thing that is bothering me that I started to look into last 2 days ago was that the garbages here, so the garbages are really just this like glass Minecraft block. And let me just go to the next level. It's easier to see in the next level. So you see how this is just there, that glass block is just there. That's not correct. Those are called garbages or nuisances in Puyo Puyo. They're just things that kind of block you from making matches. They're not supposed to all be just sticking out all the time. They're supposed to only appear when they're about to drop. And so there's a little bit of a bug there, and the code is a little messy, so I have to figure out exactly why that's not right. I do have next piece working. That was a great new thing. I don't think I'm going to get time or score, unfortunately. I had the idea where as you make matches, you could like attack your opponent and slow them down from throwing nuisance at you. But, you know, I don't think I have time to do that, unfortunately. I really wanted to. That's like the stretchiest of stretch goals at this point. So probably not going to happen. But to be fair, the way that it's coded, the faster you get a piece down, the more you can delay them putting garbages. So I could even engineer it so that way if you play fast enough, they could, if in theory, almost never place garbages. So if you're faster than they are, that could be a way to like give you some kind of recourse against the opponent. So that way they're not just dumping so much nuisance or garbage on you. And then I think it would be nice to have like an overall time. There's only 5 levels. I wanted to have a lot more than 5 levels, but 5 is the most that I got, which is fine. And so instead of doing score, maybe I just have like an overall time. So if you beat the entire game within a certain time, then that's some kind of reward. I do think the last level is a little too difficult. There's a ton of pieces on the board, and this opponent sends out quite a lot of garbage, and I think it becomes almost impossible. So there does need to be some balancing there. But other than that, I mean, a lot of it's here. Oh, there's no U1. I started to set up what it says if you actually beat the game, and I didn't quite get it working. So I'll need to do that. There is a U lost, though. We can see that easy. That one works. Game over. The menu kind of clips with the enemy, so I don't love that. I'll kind of want to try to figure that out. We got these nice buttons. It restarts. I haven't implemented credits. I'll probably do that on Monday in the member stream. Join button below, by the way, if you're interested. I do Monday member streams. They are very, very long streams, just like this one's gonna be, where I work on usually art stuff, but sometimes other things too. Wouldn't take too much. That's true. I could add. That's true. You're actually right. The only reason that would be difficult would be just programming the UI and not only programming the UI, but making sure that like if there's like high scores, I would have to tweak it so that way the high scores like showed correctly for the different difficulties. Thank you, Jonas. It seems like your titles are doing something funky in the bottom row for a while. I think so. I think what you might have seen there was because I forced on the debug. I think what you saw. There's a couple things you might have seen. One thing is if I use the player won't be able to do this. So this is only because I'm pressing debug buttons. But if I skip to the next level and like a piece is currently spawned, which it wasn't there. Here, let's try it. Let's see if I can trigger it again. Okay, not there. There we go. So right here, if the preset pieces fall on top, that's when something funky can happen, right? But again, that's only because I have the game dev power to do that. That would never happen if the player was playing. So if that's what you noticed, that's not a real issue. The other thing you might have noticed is actually intended, which is that sometimes the pieces wiggle a little bit. I've actually reduced that. So they used to wiggle all the time, but now they only wiggle if we aren't currently moving a piece and if we're in like a menu. So if we're in a menu or moving a piece, yeah, I think that might have been it. If we're moving a menu, if we're in a menu or moving a piece, then it won't wiggle. But you might notice, it's kind of hard to tell, but basically what they do, the pieces sort of settle, because this is all physics-based, so it tries to like make sure everything is aligned to the grid, and if anything gets off the grid, it tries to put it back on. So it does this kind of like move and slide wiggling every once in a while. But that's a pretty subtle effect. I don't think you'd even really notice it, so it may not have been that. If you're really going to be lazy, you can just have 3 play buttons for easy, medium, and hard. That's true. I mean, that's a good idea, Edgeworth. It wouldn't, I think that's because of the other things I have to do, and I don't know how long they're going to take. I think that would be important. But you're right, I could add that. To me, that's just like scope that I don't need, but you're definitely right. That's a possibility. Something is crawling. Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Okay. Also, hey, welcome, Dungeon. Thanks for being an awesome mod. And thank you, Jonas, for not only the kind words here and around the internet, but thank you for also supporting the channel and being a member. I appreciate you so much. Let's see. Joe Schmo, I'm so glad that you got a membership too. All right. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to figure out one of these bugs first. I kind of want to check out the one that is, let's do the one where the pieces are overlapping. I'm kind of interested in fixing that. So what happens is you can rotate into other pieces and they'll just, it's not good. It's not a good thing. Dungeon Martian renewing the membership. Let's go. Okay, now look, I don't know if you know this, Dungeon. I don't know if you know this. But if you're going to come through here and you're going to get a membership while I'm live, that means I'm going to sing you a song. Like, that's just the way this goes. So, look, am I good at singing songs? No. But I'm going to do it anyway, because I got to show you my appreciation. That means you also get access to the emoji wall, the Monday member streams, and special emotes, and all kinds of stuff. Extra spots on the Discord, extra live stream. Honestly, I give you guys too much. I'm just kidding. I give you not enough. There's even more coming. But for now, let me get you this song. I gotta do what I gotta do. Okay. All right. Let me get in the. Can I sing to this? Let's try it. Oh, Dungeon Martian. You're hanging out in a dungeon, and I'm coming through to see what you're up to. Are you hanging out with us? I'm hanging out with you. Dungeon, you're hanging out in a dungeon, and you're from Mars. Are you hanging out? I'm gonna hang out with you too. Dungeon, I'm so glad that you're here hanging out with us. Oh, Dungeon Martian, you're from Mars, and you're in a dungeon, and you're with us, and we're hanging out, and I appreciate you. All right, there we go. Oh, that was silly. Thank you for being a member. I will show my appreciation, even if it makes me feel silly. All right, so what's the bug I'm trying to fix? The bug I'm trying to fix is... Donos get songs too. Donos gift memberships, all that stuff will get you songs. I'm not telling you because I want to have to sing. I'm telling you because you might have been like, I want a song. Well, you know, there's ways. There's ways it can happen. Alright, so let's show you how this goes. Sometimes it manages to avoid it, which is good, but not often enough. The most egregious time that it can happen, it happens, the easiest way I think to trigger it is to have a high stack here. Oops. Okay, so let's try it here. There we go. It's kind of when it doesn't have anywhere to climb, right? So like right here, oops, right here, it has somewhere to bump up to, so it's fine. But when there are more stacked and it can't fight its way up, that's when it has an issue. And see, this is very bad, having two pieces placed on top of each other. And actually, the game actually breaks. I can't move on because that piece, they're not on the floor. It only moves on if everything is on the floor. So it kind of bricks the whole game, which is bad. The other very, very bad thing that can happen is if you clip with a wall. This is not good, because then you're going to be out of bounds, and I might have put a protection for that. Oh, great. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's bad, right? There's a lot of bad things that can happen. Maybe you can't clip through the wall. Maybe that is kind of fixed. But I think you get the idea. So one little debug tool that one of you guys, Camwin, helped me get set up was to check like the overlap between pieces and then try to like find like a certain overlap range that I deem as being like, you know, not allowed. And then when that not allowed range happens, maybe undoing the rotation that we tried to do into that no range. So that's probably what I'm gonna go for, but we'll see. You can band-aid it by having a settle pieces that gets called if the round gets too long. True, that's a good point. That's a good point. Just to like fix that. I mean, at least so far, right? And I think a lot of testing and playing is going to really reveal that. At least so far, it seems like if that's happening, you know, and suppose we did have that where if the round gets too long, hey, we need to like settle, right? Like the game's already broken at that point. I mean, like, you know, what could I do? I could say if two pieces are overlapping, make sure the overlapping one gets deleted or something. But like, damn, like if I was playing this game and I was trying to like, I don't know, exploit, right? I would be like, ooh, I don't like that piece. I'm gonna get it deleted. I don't know. So it's like even if I were to do that, it would if that instance is happening where it's going on too long, it means the game's already broken. So I don't know that I even want it to be fixed at that point. I'd rather you have a broken game and you have to restart it rather than you get to like get an exploit out of it. But yeah, that's definitely a fallback. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look at this code that is gonna print out a gross amount of things. So on the, let me also get my timer here so we can keep track of how long till the jam ends. Maybe we can get a fancy timer here. So this timer is going to be a little, let's see here, how much time do we have left? It would just be nice to be keeping track. So 9 hours and 22 minutes. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have this one be a little bit, I'm gonna have this one actually match, and only I'm gonna look at this one. But for all the rest of us, I'll keep it as on the side. I'm gonna say, Okay, so this is the true timer, okay, over here, which is almost perfect, missing only a few seconds. And then I'm gonna set up another timer, okay? We're gonna set up a second one, and this one is going to be 9 hours. Wait, how do I even do that? Can I even do 9 hours? Oh, I just have to do the number of minutes. I don't know if this will work. What's 9 hours and 15 in minutes? 9 hours, 15 minutes in minutes. I don't know if this timer will actually be able to handle this. 555, is that gonna work? Let's see. I don't remember explicitly ever testing multiple hours. But there's a first for everything. Okay, yeah, that says... Wait, maybe it's... That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. No, 15? I said 555. It might be kind of working. It just like goes, all right, so actually, yeah, and that timer is not gonna work. That timer can't handle it. I put the other 5 in there and it's like, what? Huh? What you talking about? All right, never mind. Great, so we'll just have the clock. It won't be pretty. So let's instead make this be 9:15. So it'll be 5 minutes short, okay guys? That means you have a little extra time than this timer says. Just as a way to create a panic a bit sooner. I'm even gonna make it a little shorter than that. Okay. Got it. Done. Timer is up. Let's figure this out. So on the top piece, which that's the piece that rotates and the piece that could potentially be overlapping, on the top piece, we have some code that Camwin gave me, someone who comes through the chat and supports the channel. Shout out to Cam. This code is going to print a collision error amount. I don't fully understand what it does, but it gets like a slide collision, or iterates through a slide collision count, and it, from Kinematic Collision 3D, it gets a slide collision at that iteration index, and then it like adds to collision overlap, this float of the depth of that collision or something. It like finds it, I don't know, it finds the amount of overlap. And so this actually happens constantly. So even when there's not a problem, this will run. So let me make collision overlap. I'm even gonna say top collision overlap, just so we have that very specific understanding. Okay, and this is gonna be a pretty big number, or it's gonna happen pretty often. I might wanna like curb the decimals, but maybe not. We'll see. So currently I have this saying, if that error amount is greater than 0.001, that's when I want you to let me know about it. Well, it's gonna happen way too often, but I wanna isolate it to only being true when it's overlapping in the error range. Hopefully this is working correctly. Let's find out. Okay, so we just wanna see collision overlap. Now, surprisingly, did I spell this wrong? Oh yeah, there it is. All right, so this is, here, let me get out the way. This is actually happening constantly. Look at that. Look at how often that's happening. That's a little too often right there. Because they're already placed, right? So 0.001, greater than that, would be what? Too small? Too big? So maybe we do 0.001, maybe 0.002. Let's try 0.002. See where that gets us. Because apparently there just is some overlap anyway, which is interesting. It makes me a little nervous that somehow this isn't gonna help, but I'm gonna hold out hope. Okay, we're not getting the overlap now, which is good. Now let's see if I can actually make it happen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's what I was... Oh, there we go. Oh. So it's only reporting that after it's placed. Interesting. It's not reporting it... Uh-oh. What? That says 0.009. It's concerning, and it looks like it goes above 0. So let's try even greater than 0. I'm a little concerned. Why does this... Oh, I guess it makes sense because... Oh, because the top pieces, they're not actually... Their physics aren't actually doing anything until they separate. So this is actually not a good place to put it. If it is a good place to put it... So here's... Okay, here's what I need. Here's it. Oh, dear. Well, this is just for the sake of... Okay, let's try this. Let's say instead of putting this on the top piece, let's put this on... So, okay, let me explain how this kind of works. So, this is the setup for the pair of pieces, and it's called piece pair, and it is a character body on the top level. And within that character body are 2 more character bodies, one for the top piece and one for the bottom piece. So as they're falling, they're like 1 unit. They do have 2 separate collisions, which is good to know. There's 2 separate collisions, but they are, for all intents and purposes, 1 unit. Now, once they hit the ground, they become separated. And that separation works by taking these 2 character bodies and reparenting them to the grid. Once they are removed from this piece pair, the piece pair gets queue-freed. It gets deleted, thrown away in the trash. It's gone. And then the top piece and the bottom piece character bodies, their collisions become activated because by default I have their collision disabled, meaning that they don't see anything. So that's why the prints aren't happening until the pieces hit the ground. So I need to move those print messages to actually be tracking the piece pair. That way I know while the piece is falling if it is overlapping. Maybe I can target just the collision for the top piece, but maybe not. It kind of doesn't matter. To the power of Godot, oh, Jesus, stack those blocks. Welcome, Rylan. Yes, I will. I will do this in honor of you. Okay, so I'm gonna move that whole print statement to somewhere that makes evidently a lot more sense. I only have 9 hours to fix this, so we gotta it's go time. It's go time. Okay, so all of this is actually gonna go, and to be fair, I don't even need this at all. Okay, so on the piece pair, which again is active while the piece is falling, I'm going to want to find the physics process right here. Okay. And we're gonna slap this code in here that we had from before. Now, again, I don't think I can specify. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can specify, so we're just gonna say any collision overlap here. Oh, right. So you don't want to divide your physics process. That would be bad. So I'm going to move this up here above it. All right. Let's see where this gives us. So now I have it only if it's above 0. And it's now going to only run when the piece is actually falling. Here's hoping we get some data. Okay. So, nice. As soon as it landed, for some reason it gave me a collision overlap, which is interesting, considering it's not even above 0, but okay. Okay, sure. Sure, why not? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Now, it does seem to be... I'm very confused. You think that's greater than 0? Did I not set this up correct? I said, if it's greater than 0. I don't know about you, but those do not look like greater than 0. No, they are. Oh, dude, I'm bugging. Okay, not greater than 0. Dude, I'm bugging. I'm gonna say greater than or equal to 1. It does look like it does look greater than 0. You know what okay, in my defense, what I was looking for was for it to be 1. I was looking for it to be greater than 0 and a whole number. So that's why I got confused, okay? In my defense. So I don't think an X and Y value will help here, but I like your moxie. Okay, so let's say above 1 this time, or equal to 1. I really want to get a fine grain number, and then before, or a really not fine grain, but I want to isolate only the moment that the overlap is occurring, and I don't want to see these prints popping off if I'm definitely not in the middle of overlapping. So let's stack these up a little bit. Oh, no, that's too big. Okay, that's too big. So let's try, I think I saw a lot of 0.8. So I'm going to try a greater than or equal to 0.9. It might not go that high, but again, I'm really trying to find that guaranteed error range. Now, I don't love this, right? It's very like fudgy, like just trying to like hard code this like exact range, but I think at this point I don't have much other choice. All right, let's see what we get. So we're gonna stack them up a bit, trigger the bug. Nothing. Wow. All right. I'm gonna do 8.5. Okay. I'm pretty sure we saw numbers bigger than 0.85. At least bigger than 0.8. So I'm working my way down. And in some ways, I'm kind of glad that we haven't gotten prints, because it means that we are getting closer to isolating it, and it's not just like firing off at random times. So that's good. We're in control here. Nice. So it's saying 0.887. Wow, that is highly specific. Look at that. It was the same number every single time. 0.887001037597766. It sounds like an infomercial phone number. Okay, cool. Good. Wow, that is so specific. I was gonna say, if you find that exact number, I worry that that's a little too, but it is just like exactly that. All right, we're gonna say greater than or equal to 0.88. I think this is probably safe. So now we need to figure out if we have truly found that overlap range. Now we need to figure out what we do next. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start keeping track of which direction the player last rotated the piece, and then all we have to do is say rotate it, when this happens, rotate it the opposite. So that way it kind of undoes that rotation. I have some concerns about this, but my curiosity is there. Oh, see, now there it's going above 0, above 1. It says 5. A zang. But we have a really good minimum, so that's good. All right, let's set up the next step. The next step is what happens when that is true, right? 1 plus 1 above, if so value not set to 1 plus 1 else 1 equals 2. Yeah, those are some words that sound like pseudocode. Nice. You got some. What kind of stuff are you making, Ryan? Sounds like you're no stranger to some code. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I am going to have maybe a flag when this is true. So we're going to say invalid overlap becomes true. It would be kind of nice if this was like kept track of on the top piece below it. It doesn't have to be. Yeah, it doesn't have to be. We'll be fine. Okay, so we're gonna say variable invalid overlap, which is gonna be false by default. Defalse. And then we do need to go false anyway. You're talking malarkey? Oh, okay. I mean, look, that's not a bad way to like learn and get in the vibe of like coding, is to just like imitate. It's pretty cool. So let me make sure we make it false. I mean, it does need to be false at some point. I guess I just say else. Just say else. I'm a little concerned about that. Nah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Overlap equals false. Okay. And then in the physics process, I'm gonna say if we can. Well, don't put that in debug build. Hey, we want that to be true all the time. If invalid overlap, we're gonna say correct or undo rotation. Does this keep track of its top and bottom? It does. Oh, that's good. So we're gonna say run this function on the top piece. So on the top piece, run its undo rotation function. That's good. That's the most I could ask for. All right. So onto the top piece script, I want to say create an undo rotation. This is the right. Oh, I see. I was like, that's not the right script. Okay, here we go. An undo rotation function. And I need to keep track of the last direction the player went. So we can just say whenever the player chooses a counterclockwise direction, I kind of just want to do, I don't even really want to do an enum. I mean, we could. Let's do an enum. You know what? Let's do an enum. Variable or enum last rotations, and we're gonna have clockwise and counterclockwise, and then a variable set to, or a variable called last rotation, and it's going to be typed as last rotations. Why did I do that? I don't know. Okay. Now down here, we'll say when we choose a counterclockwise direction, last rotation gets set to last rotations counterclockwise. Similarly, when we choose a clockwise direction, we say last rotation was clockwise. Then in undo rotation, we're going to match whatever last rotation is currently set to. If it's set to last rotations counterclockwise, then I guess we just say choose clockwise direction. And if it is clockwise, is this gonna work? I'm nervous, but I'm kind of excited to see what happens. All right. I mean, okay. All right. Let's see. Now wait, but if this, I don't know. I have some concerns about this. Especially if it runs the physics process. I mean, hopefully it just does it one time, but I'm a little worried it's gonna like keep rotating it and and like we're gonna get into this like weird like, I don't know. I'm excited actually to see what this is like. Okay, here we go. Whoa! Oh, it almost kind of worked. Wow. Why does that work? Sometimes. That's a sometimes work. Now, why did that only work sometimes? I don't know. I'm not sure at all. How am I gonna debug that? It's like generally it's pretty good. Like it looks like I'm literally like bumping against it, you know, which is nice. It works halfway, exactly. But if I spam it enough, maybe we can like limit how fast the player can. I mean, I don't even know if it's just spamming. I'm not sure what. I guess I guess right now I'm just gonna try to identify exactly a way to reproduce what the override of this protection. No, is it pressing it multiple times? Let's see. Could be just in like a certain configuration. Like if there's a certain amount of pieces to its left versus its right. It's tricky. It's close. It's close. So I think last time I just got like these two and then I tried it. It is interesting that it kind of like lifts you up. Not sure what to think about that. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's just oh, there we go. I did it. But it is still undoing it. You know what? It's not bad because it's still doing it. It lets you like lock in for like a second. It is kind of bad though. Okay, I think that's the situation when there's a piece right underneath. It concerns me a little bit because like what if it locks in right there? But it's not. To be fair, it isn't locking in right there. So I think the circumstance is if you have a piece directly underneath, but nothing or something. Anyway, let me see if I can. I think I kind of know how to do it. Invert the values so it cancels out. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. But I don't know that we have an issue. Because for even though I'm getting it to clip, the piece isn't getting placed in an invalid position. So as long as it's not getting placed in an invalid position, it kind of doesn't matter if for a quick second it overlaps, you know? Okay, I'm just trying to reproduce it. Whoa, nice. I keep placing them on accident. I think it's kind of fixed. And again, I can barely reproduce it. So I think it's just gonna require like playing the game and finding like an edge case moment. But again, to be fair, I have not, even though I've reproduced the overlap, I have not reproduced the negative consequence of there being an overlap. So I'm gonna call that a success. I wish I could reproduce it though, reliably. That's always nice. I can't believe how well it works. It looks so good. Like it looks like physics. It looks like you're trying to run into something that you can't run into. It looks great. All right, I'm just gonna not like worry about it then. I think I'm gonna call this a victory, Rylan. I think we're in good shape. All right, great. Squashing bugs. So let me make a GitHub commit. So that way we have this. Rotation clipping bug seems to be fixed. All right, what's next? I guess the garbages stuff. I guess that's the next thing. Is the timing of how the enemy spits out garbage is currently very wrong. So this issue, this is exciting. If I can knock out all of the like bugs early, then that means I have time for stretch goal stuff. which is an amazing place to be in. But let's not get excited yet. Okay, so right here, a little garbage gets pushed out by the squirrel, and then the squirrel drops it. Now, as soon as it drops it, that is supposed to become invisible. So that way the next one that comes out looks like it is emerging or whatever. For some reason that isn't happening, and you know, that code is kind of crazy. So I'm gonna need to put in a little work to understand how that's working. I guess one thing I'll do real quick is just clean up a little bit before I wrap this. Clean up. Let's just get rid of that print that was coming out all the time for. I don't need that collision overlap print. Oh, okay. This, we don't need that, but I do need the true and false. I do need everything else. Okay. So, when the opponent dumps garbage, it's supposed to run this preview reset. This preview reset is not working right. So I don't even really need to look here. We need to go look at the garbage preview reset. So reset previews actually says previews reset. We have garbage previews visibility false. What that's supposed to do, in theory, is it's supposed to set all the preview visibilities to false. For some reason, it doesn't quite do that. Now, it does run twice sometimes. I think, you know what I think happens? All but one piece gets set to be invisible. And I think we can even observe this. So I think it's the array, right? We're in this garbage previews array. What if you just don't use that array? What if you just iterate through the children? That would be probably the easiest way to fix it, would be my guess. So if we do look at those children, here, so here's 6 on the left. 6 previews. These are all the previews to let you know what garbage is gonna fall. They're all right there. Now, it's gonna become, they all become visible at the same time, right? And look, they all become invisible except for one. So I think what I know what I'm gonna do. Make an overlay with an opacity layer set to gradient so it seems like the objects appear smoothly. Oh yeah. Yeah, you know, so that is a possibility to do something like that. I don't really think it's that important, but yeah, they could fade in. I mean, it's like, why would they fade in, you know? Like, are they materializing? I think if anything made more sense, it would be that they, like, appear behind the opponent. So it kind of just looks like they appear from behind them. But I hear what you're saying. Okay, so let's try something. Let's say instead of garbage previews, we're gonna say get children, because I think this is just right on there anyway. Just hide all the children. Yeah. What is that like? Now there is still one other problem, which is that the animation doesn't play. So even though we're making them not visible, we're not resetting the animation that takes them from being at the opponent to sliding out. So I might want to do that too. All right, let's see what we got. So it's gonna put out a garbage, slides it out, then it appears, then it drops, and it disappears. Excellent. Now let's see if the next one appears, correct? It does. Now you can see it just popped in, right? And I want to make sure that it slides again. Beautiful. Much better. Love it. How long ago did I make stuff in Godot? Almost 3 years, less than 2 years, something like that. You can actually find out exactly when I first started using Godot by going to the channel page believe it or believe it not. But I will make you believe it by showing I'll make you believe it by showing you the first time. If you go to the live streams and we sort by oldest, you'll see that the first live stream that is public is actually the first time that I ever used Godot. Now it says 1 year ago. It's not true. I don't know why it says that. YouTube is being goofy. September 14th, 2023. That's actually sooner than I thought. So if we're in January, February, March, April, May, going on to June 2024 would be 1 year. Wow, I thought it was like 3 years. Dude, it's only been like 2 years. That's crazy. So, wow, not even 2 years? It's actually shocking. So, yeah. Wow. So that was literally the first time I ever used Godot, I ever opened the program, I ever saw what the heck its deal was. It was right there. So, yeah. Damn. I didn't realize that. That's crazy. I'm able to make the games I want? I think so. So this is the only games that I've made have been here in this game jam. So you can see the games that I've made. I should make this link more prominent somewhere. But you can see them here on Hyper Game Planet, which is, it's a different account than, why are you not got, oh, there it is. It's a different account than my main itch account, because I like to separate it. I think of the other account as being like my channel account, and this is like where my actual games go. So this is Hyper Game Planet. Give that a follow, by the way, if you guys haven't. It really helps me because, you know, you guys remember Harvest Earth, that game I was working on a while ago? Any updates about that are gonna come here. The games that I'm actually like releasing are here. So give it a follow if you want to keep track of my games. But these are the games that I've made, and these were all from the Game-like jam. The jam that's happening right now that I've only got 8.5 hours left. All from that jam. And if you think about it, I wanted to make Frogger. I wanted to make Bloons. So I think to answer your question, yeah, I'm able to make the games I want. Now, I have like dream games, right? Games that are like way beyond the scope that I'm capable of. I have tried to make those, and I realized that, man, I do not have the skills or the time management to get any of those done. So that's why I started doing the Game-like jam, so that way I could actually like finish games and learn what the process from start to finish is. And so then hopefully I can make some of those really big ideas. But yeah, I would say I'm able to make the games I want. It took me apparently less than 2 years. I can't believe that. I really thought it was more. I said 3 years. Time is crazy. All right, so the garbages are looking good. I just want to make sure that that animation resets, right? That's pretty important. And the thing is, I think the animation does reset. Let's go to the next level. I think the animation does reset for multiple pieces. Oh yeah, we got to fix that bug. I think it does reset for multiple pieces. It's not really a bug. But let's see. Okay, so we've got, it's this one. This one drops way too many. I don't know what the heck is going on with this one, but it's wrong. Now, interestingly, that one, yeah, this one, I'm just going to ignore this one, because that enemy is bugged, and I don't know why. So let's just skip to this one. Now, interestingly, I'm noticing that it's no longer fixed. Wait, how did it break? It's actually a jerboa, which is an animal that I had never heard of until I started working on this game. I was just looking for animals that like live underground, and apparently long-eared jerboas are one of them. You love jerboa? Let's go. I mean, they're super cute. They have like these super like bouncy long legs, right? The pygmy jerboa is my favorite animal for a time. Wow, you're like, no, I know about jerboa. A real life Pokemon. Okay, now we just have to appreciate some images of Jerboa. So yeah, the garbage appearing and disappearing is working good on this guy, but why not on the others? Okay, let's look at some Jerboas. I chose the long-eared one because I figured it was going to be, they would just like stand out more, like visually. Okay, we'll definitely look up the pygmy ones. You need to see the size and contact, like in someone's hand or something. Are they I don't know. Are they like chinchillas? Look at this. Look at how cute that is. It's so cute. Right, it kind of emphasizes their cuteness that they have long ears. And then I did find one that just kind of like was all skin, and so that was what inspired like the color scheme for the one that I ended up using. Oops. So I think this is kind of like your standard Jerboa that isn't long-eared. They look like little hamsters or little mice that just have these crazy long legs. They're kind of like kangaroos and mice mixed together. All right, let's look at the pygmy one. Pygmy Jerboa. What? It does look like a Pokemon. Oh my gosh. Cause it's just like an orb with like ears. It's so cute. It's so cute. I don't know how to make it. Where's its arms? Where's its arms? They do have a teeth. They do. Right, dude, their hands are so small. Dude, what in the world is this thing? Sometimes you'll find fake photos, but I think these are all real. Pygmy Jerboa before 2022. Okay, I don't want any fake ones. Although maybe fake ones were happening before then too. Right, the tail. This Pokemon comes with Tail Whip. Okay, undoubtedly. And they live in the desert. It's so cute. Oh my god, look at his little baby arm. Delightful. So yeah, this was my inspiration, more or less, for that character. The hell? And then there's a few more, but I wanted to make a ton of characters, but ultimately I just reduced the scope to how many do I have time to make. All right, I'm just gonna actually beat this level. Well, the next character is bugged, so maybe I won't actually just beat this level. Here, let's skip ahead. Let's skip ahead. This one's buggy. Now those do appear right there, so I wonder if that contributes to why it's a little bugged. Okay, that looks fine. Then it's not. Okay, there it is hiding. Okay, all right. Good. So yeah, it'll be interesting to look at these later opponents that actually spawn more. And I can change the squirrel to spawn more as well. It's tough because they won't actually start dropping garbage unless you're in the middle of placing a piece. So I do have to like, it's kind of like a timer that only advances while you're moving things around. Which wasn't intended to like be a mechanic. Yeah, I think the spider could be a little more difficult. And then the Jerboa is way too hard for some reason. I think the spider looks really good because it looks like it's kind of like holding the piece, which is nice. That was unintentional, but it worked out. Okay, so I do want to make sure that, again, when it does that first one, an animation comes. Let me go to the squirrel, and let's adjust these values a little bit. Hey, Timeless, welcome. Congrats on getting a game entered into the jam. Although there's still time to submit an update, everybody. Don't take that as meaning you're too late, because you're not. Okay. So up here is where I set their timing. See, this is what's weird. The Jerboa has the same timing as this guy. So I think Jerboa is level 2, Tarantula is level 3. So there's something funky going on level 2 where it, I don't know. There's some friggin' bug, and I don't know what it is, but I need to figure it out. For now, let's just study this guy. So we're gonna do it every 1 second, which is gonna be a lot. Currently, that's what the hardest difficulty has. And again, maybe I'll set up... I think the first stretch goal thing I would like is to be able to, like, throw garbage back at the opponent, if I can have time to do that, but we'll see. Is it too late to start your game right now? If you haven't started working on it, yeah, it is. Okay, so that does look really weird. Let's see if we can see what's happening in the remote here. Oh, there's some very strange stuff going on. See, they like drop? It seems to be waiting. See, they didn't hide that time. This timing is crazy. There's some weird things going on here. Puts out 3, and you'll see that, like, oh, this is weird. It's very inconsistent for some reason. See, like, then so it does like these 2 different things where sometimes they shrink and then disappear. Or so there's the shrink, and then I guess they didn't have time to disappear. They shrunk and then they disappear, and then it dropped one. Why did it do that? Hey Andrus, welcome. You got your game submitted? Get your game submitted. So it's clearly, it does wait to dump until you press, or until the piece locks in. Why does it drop an extra one? Very strange. Okay, it's dropping 4. Then it's gonna vanish. Okay. 4. I just want them to go away. How do I get involved in game jams? Or how does one get involved in game jams? So they did an extra one. I guess that one had like built up. Very interesting. There's some weird stuff happening. In general, if you mean like how does one get involved in game jams? Yeah, exactly. Just join a jam and submit. So on itch.io, if you head to the main itch page, there's of course our jam, and I'd be remiss not to advertise it. We do it every other month. So the next one's gonna be in July. And they're a month long, and we make specific games. The next one's gonna be a really easy one, so I think it's a super good one for beginners to join in on. So come back in July and get involved with the Game Like Jam number 4, because it's gonna be really good for beginners, I promise. And yeah, so if you go to itch.io, the main webpage, and then you come up to the top and you click on jams, yeah, you can go to in progress. That's an option. I prefer upcoming this month. That way you can kind of prepare. But yeah, in progress is another good place you can go. In upcoming this month, or the link is starting this month. You can see like the ones that are starting soon, which can be kind of nice, and just lists a whole bunch of them, and you kind of just go for what speaks to you. You know, see how long they last, if when they start, if that timing is good for you. So it can be a little overwhelming because there's a lot of options. But yeah, generally just going through those 2 links will get you there. Gotta get good at Godot first, because right now you're a noob. Nice. Well, a game jam is a good way to learn as well. There's the Godot Wild Jam, which is specific to Godot. That could be a really good one to get involved with too. But that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Very true, Dungeon. Wow, we got problems. I need to do some prints. Hey, Rorig! Thank you for supporting the channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I know the jam ratting is real. 8.5 hours left to get our game submitted. That's it. That's it. No more. A little bit more, but I always set my timer a little short. I'm not crying, you are. I know it'd be like that. I mean, I'm just trying to like let go of features that I knew I wanted and just like fix bugs, and maybe if I get all those bugs fixed, okay, I'll think about adding some of those features that I really wanted. But yeah, sometimes letting go is the right thing. So I need some feedback here. Let me make sure that all these have, so we have the word dump. So I want to filter out these print messages. And this is on the character. Okay, that's interesting. Back on the garbage preview script, we have garbage previews reset. I'm gonna make sure the word dump is in here. Again, that's just so because I have a lot of print messages. And it's just gonna make it a little easier to debug if I can filter out only the ones I need. Okay, and then I'm gonna come back to the game scene. On garbage dump. Let's even say print. Game scene. Garbage dump. I like to also preface them with the name of the thing, so it's just like easier for me to tell what script said what. Game scene says that. Oops. Let's again get the word dump in there so it's just easier to find them. I could have just done garbage as well, but that's okay. Okay, and then I'm gonna, do we still have game scene stuff? We do. Okay, and then I'm gonna go back over here and be more specific. Garbage preview says that. Garbage preview says this. Just look for all the prints in here. Let's just do that. What's the worst optimized game I ever made? I mean, when you say made, I'm just gonna take that as like of the games that I've actually finished, and that would definitely, undoubtedly be Bunker. This one's pretty unoptimized because I used a bunch of assets from my like a bigger project that I'm working on, where there's some pretty high poly counts on some of the meshes. So that there's some lack of optimization going on in here for sure. I mean, even it's taking a while to load. But it's not too bad. It's not too bad. But I mean, even right now, it's and even the music stopped because it lagged trying to load it. And depending on like your computer specs, it might take a while for it to boot up. Or you might even get some chugging once in a while. But I had like all these models. Yeah, you saw it kind of drag there. So I would just say of the two that I've actually released, this one, definitely. Without a doubt. The bugger game puts a lot of strain on the PC. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, I would say it I would say yeah. It kind of does. Okay. Garbage preview, preview visibility, garbage preview, Print. We got all the prints. Alright, and then on the character. Alright. I think you can just say character. Yeah, it just seems like a lot of words that don't need to be there. Character. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing this is because I just want to see what the timing currently is, to maybe get some insight on what is going on. Alright, we fix some bugs, we're gonna squash them down, step on them. Tell them what's what. Show them who the boss is. When you get good at Godot, you'll make games for potato PCs. I try to do that myself because, like, this computer, you can see my stream PC specs in the description box. I wouldn't call this a potato, but it's pretty low end. I love that. That's a good, honestly, Rylan, that's a good instinct. I try to live up to that too. I think that's smart. Alright, I'm gonna restart it so I can just observe it bit by bit. I think that's smart. Oh, kinds of things happening. Okay, so I'm just gonna let it fall first. Let the first round drop. Oh man, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on here. Oh my goodness, Jesus. Sounds good, Rylan. Garbage dump. Gameplay state updated to garbage dump. Game scene on garbage dump. Garbage preview. Okay. So the state changes, which is just saying, hey, is there garbage to dump? Check and find out. Then game scene is running on garbage dump. The garbage previews get reset. Well, they're not visible in the first place anyway, so that's fine. Dump preview visibility falls. Then it shuffles the dump array, which is empty at this point. Checks if they're all on the floor, which they will be. So that's good. This is searching for dump counts not equal to 1. This timing is very strange. $5. Oh, yeah, so these are just warnings. Not the most important ones. I probably should deal with these, actually. But these are just positional ones, and I'm not seeing any positional bugs. So not the most important. But definitely something I'll address before I finish the game. So the debugger isn't necessarily showing you bugs, it's showing you things that might help you diagnose potential bugs. Hey Raphael, welcome! I've only got 8 hours to finish my Game Like Jam game before, well, the jam's over. And I'm just kind of fixing some bugs right now. I'm trying to understand what this is doing. You always have one. I leave one bug in as a treat. Love that. I mean, I don't think you can avoid. I mean, to be honest, you're always gonna have bugs. There's no way to get rid of every bug. It's impossible. You're bug fixing too? Just like something that you're working on? A Puyo-like game? I decided to change my game's whole color scheme to a very more colorful one, so you gotta recolor almost everything right now. Oh no, Andres! Andres! Andres, I swear to God, submit your game. Submit it with the colors, the old colors. Do it now. Submit it. Do it now. And when you recolor it, then add it back in. And update it with the new colors. I swear to God, Andres. Submit it. Andres almost missed the deadline last time by a ridiculous close call. You pre-submitted. Okay. Alright, I wasn't sure because I didn't see it. I assume you have it like in a draft state. Now, I don't know for sure what state it needs to be in when that deadline counter ticks down. I'm not sure. So make sure it is like public, because no one will be able to see it but me right now. So make sure it is like public. Alright. Alright, very good. Well, nice. Good to know that you're recoloring it. Sounds nice, sounds lovely, sounds fun. That sounds like a very good, like, last minute thing to do, right? It's not like you're fundamentally changing the functionality of your game. So there's probably gonna be minimal, like, issues. It's just like a facelift. Nice. Okay, so what the heck is this? I don't remember what these are at all. Where even is it? Oops. Wait, what was the print? Dump array before searching for dump counts not equal to 1. Right, what does that mean? What does that mean? Assign garbage to array. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what this is doing. So, this is more debugging. This is important. So, what it does is it counts how many rows. It's kind of confusing, but it does make sense. How do I really explain this? On some level, I kind of don't need to explain it, but maybe it would be good to do it. So basically, here, this is probably the easiest. You know what's the easiest way to explain? Well, but then I'll lose all the prints. Alright, anyway, so there's like, actually, you know what? I think I drew an example of it. Let's look at that. Yeah, there it is. So, what this does, if you imagine all of these blocks that I'm changing the numbers on right now. Imagine these are the garbage that the enemy is showing or previewing are about to drop, right? So the first one pops out. This is one row. Now there is one row used of potential garbage. Still one row, but two pieces. Still one row, still one row, still one row, still one row. So this is one row. Now, if the opponent starts to spawn more garbage than this is gonna, a ×2 is going to appear. Now there are 2 rows. And then if it spawns even more than that, this will start being ×3. So that's kind of how that works. And so it'll be 3 rows versus 2 or 1 row. And so what it's checking for is how many rows have been used, and then based on that, it's just going to build the array differently, which I don't particularly need to check right now. I mean, I guess it would, if there was an error there, I would want to know it. Hey Barnes, welcome. Congrats on getting a game submitted to the Puyo-like Jam. We got 8 hours left to get our games updated, but I'm so glad you got one in. I mean, we've seen your progress from like week 1, but still happy to see it in there. Character dump array before. Right, so that's just showing us, again, this is kind of like some debug stuff that I don't know I particularly need right now, but we'll leave it in. So that's the array that of pieces that it's going to actually drop. Again, that's some debug stuff. I think I'll just comment it out right now. No suitable dump slot found. That'd be good to know. You grinded the first week and then slowed down. Right. I mean, that's fair, you know? That's fair. There's that initial excitement. Yeah, dude, you had like 80% of the game done in the first week. Okay, any other prints on here? Okay. All right, back to the output. Now that I just understand a little better what that is doing. Now, what's strange is that that didn't run earlier. I guess maybe just like the first time it doesn't need to. I guess it runs garbage dump when there is none at the beginning. And so this is actually preceding a dump, would be my guess. I think that's probably what's happening. Okay. So the character is looking for a dump not equal to 1, which is confusing. Oh, I'm gonna, you know, I'm not gonna keep that print because I think it's confusing. For now, I think it's not necessary. Okay, so I commented that out. Let's just restart it and let's look at the new prints. And I'm gonna go two dump rounds. It's a lot of prints to look at, but again, there's something very granular going wrong with the timing, and I want to see what's happening when. And there might be something else I need to look at the timing. Like again, this is mostly a functioning feature. It just visually doesn't look right. But then also sometimes like an extra one spawns, so I don't know. All right, so there's a garbage that comes out. 2, 3, 4. They fall. The preview should have disappeared, but it didn't. I place the next one. It shrinks down to the 1 or 2 that it was going to do. It drops 4. It doesn't disappear, even though I think it should. All right, let's see what it says with a few less prints now. Okay, so it does the first dump. Nothing's gonna be there. So the character found a dump slot at index at 5. Basically, this is the end of the dump phase, is when all dump garbage is on the floor, because that will advance us to spawning the next piece once this one runs. Found a dump slot at index 5. Dump position is now 6. Dump preview visibility true. Do I understand what this is? Dump position, it found a... So, okay, at index 5, that would be position 6. I probably don't need to print all of these. You know, if I can reduce these down, it'll just make this easier. Dump preview visibility true, and then you can see that the dump array had 1 appear. So you can kind of see like the animation happening. 1 piece is showing, 2 pieces are showing, 3 pieces are showing, right? And then this is like reflecting at the 5th position, or the 5th index, position 6, at the 4th index, position 5, at the 3rd index, position 4, at the 2nd index, position 3. So 4 pieces all spawning. After all those pieces are set up in the array, the gameplay state, so this was like while I was playing and moving pieces around, all of this was happening, right? The pieces were starting to appear once I was placing mine. As soon as my piece got placed, next we move to the garbage dump state when it's gonna drop them all. So on garbage dump runs, at that moment, it's resetting the previews, which is weird, right? I wouldn't want to hide them before they fall. I'd want to hide them after they fall. So that timing is a little funky right there. So I probably will want to fix that. And then it shuffles the dump array, so that way they don't all spawn in these positions. We don't want them all to fall to the right. So it shuffles that around so they're at random spots. And then it's gonna tell us exactly the positions that they spawned at. There was 4 that fell, and then it checked if they all are on the floor. Once it knows that they're all are on the floor, so it's waiting for them to fall, it's gonna say that they probably are. And yeah, so then in between these two, basically the whole gameplay happened. And no new pieces spawned, I guess. It probably just checks the, I guess, is it checking the garbage again? That's actually interesting. You know what I'd love to know? I'd love to know if let me come out here into the full prints and see something here. See if I can figure out what's going on. Like, did we spawn a new piece in between that time or no? Because that would actually explain why sometimes it poops out an extra garbage. Okay, there were the 4. Here's all this. Checking if it's on the floor. The piece falls. The pieces all fall. Oops. Touchpad failing me here. I just gotta look at it. There's a lot of things going on here. Wait, but where is the part where it... Okay, so it starts checking the garbage again right here. I'm confused. This is really hard to look through. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. First of all, let's go to the game scene. There's no reason to be resetting the visibility. This soon. Because this isn't just when the dump happens. So I think I would rather the visibility be reset over here when it knows that the last one has spawned. So how does it know the last one has spawned? Not sure. Garbage piece scene. Where do we refer to that? Well, we must refer to it somewhere. I'm confused. Where do we actually instantiate them, though? Spawn garbage. Oh, there. I don't know why. Oh, it's spelled wrong. It says gabbage. Okay. Didn't affect the game. It just meant that I wasn't as able to find it. Okay. So right here is where we actually spawn them. And we run spawn garbage here based on the dump array size. So I'd want to say when the last one of these is done, then hide them all, which would be right here. So it's just the end of the function. I just want to see like how that changes it, because at the very least things were not going to disappear at the right time if it was only hiding them at the beginning of the next dump. So that was fundamentally wrong. Okay, garbages are appearing. Dang. Not disappearing. It's like never disappearing now. Probably because something else is forcing them to appear, would be my guess. So if I take a look at the prints, we might be able to even prove that out. Let's say dump preview visibility false, and it seems to very quickly become true again. Dump preview visibility false. It sets them up. It makes it true. Make sure they are visible. That's right. I do want them to be visible as they're appearing. That's fine. Doesn't really need to run that many times, but okay, so it spawns them and then it makes it false. Now, I didn't see them disappear, but it supposedly tried to make them disappear. It's also shuffling the array, which is interesting, but it's never becoming true again. So what's going on there? Yeah, this is not the most fun thing to debug, but I gotta do what I gotta do. So that's always gonna make it false. Whenever all the places that it goes false, does it do the reset? I assume so. Garbage dump previous reset false. So, okay, let me look at it up here in the remote. Let me run this again. I gotta do what I gotta do. I gotta get to the bottom of this. I must. It's driving me nuts. Okay, so I'm gonna keep an eye on these. They are currently all not visible. You can see because all their eyes are closed in here. Now they're all visible. I mean, they never look... Oh, they're hidden. Wait, it did hide that time. But now it's not hiding on the second round. Okay, so that's why in the debugger it looked like it was fine, because indeed the first time it was fine. It's the second time that it wasn't fine. So spawns them, makes it false, sets up some new ones where it should become visible. It spawns them, it makes it false, 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 false. And it becomes true because there's a new one. I mean, I wonder if it actually is functioning correctly. I think it might actually be correct. I think the problem is that we're not seeing that animation play where it appears from the opponent, and so it looks like it's staying there. But in reality, it is resetting it. It just needs to actually put its position all the way back. So here's what I'm gonna do. First of all, how do we get the pieces to retract? Because I don't remember. So we have tween previews. Bounce label, don't care about that. Tween previews. So what this does is this has the pieces move and slide out so we can visually see them all kind of unfurling. And somehow their positions do reset. And that's the reason why they reset, is because we duplicate the pieces in the array. I wonder if the first one doesn't get duplicated. It doesn't get caught in that new array. So that should be the garbage previews array. And I wonder if that's why it never goes back to its position. Where's the first time we run tween previews? Here. And where do we duplicate it? Okay, we don't duplicate it? Okay, thought we did. I think we do, but somewhere else. Duplicatre. No, duplicate. Garbage dumped in the game scene. That's just when you shuffle it, though. So that's not. That doesn't matter. Just kidding. Is it append array that we do? Yes. We append the array. We clear the array, and then we append the children. Could you give me a print here and say, like, preview array generated with garbage previews size previous, just so I can like see what that number is at that moment. My hunch is that it's only going to be 5 instead of 6. But then I do wonder if there isn't something else here too. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. In good time. In good time. The code's a little crazy. Code's a little crazy. Normally I like to like go through the code and try to understand it. I'm trying to avoid that because it's a little crazy. But I will do that as a last resort. I mean, look at that. They're all 4 are there. And you see how it shrinks all back to that first position? Really what should be happening is the entire collection should be moving back. Really weird. Okay, so let me see what, if we ever, maybe it's not a 5. I don't know. What did I call that? Print generated with 6 previews. It's always 6. So that's not the issue. That's good to know. It's very good to know. So it correctly adds the number of previews in there, but they just keep moving back to the wrong position. So that calls with garbage previews I preview position. So that's the preview to tween and the position X. It'd be cool if the preview blocks were pushed to the point where they fall from, but I don't know how doable it is in 8 hours. Well, the reason why I don't want to do that, and again, this is just like Puyo. I'm just kind of imitating what Puyo does, and it makes sense why Puyo does that. The reason why Puyo does that is because then the player would know where they're going to fall. But maybe you're not necessarily saying that. Maybe find some other way to do that. But even Puyo doesn't bother to do that. So it makes me feel like I don't need to add that extra scope in there if the original game doesn't even do it. So loud. Hey, Leader Jord. Fixing bugs. So when garbage is built up, they're gonna appear. It's kind of hard to see, but they're gonna appear up here on each side, on the left and right. So see, it's right there. It's kind of hard to see, but it's right there. And then it drops in a different place. And so again, the reason for that is so that the player knows how many to expect, but then the player also isn't going to be told the exact position. But in theory, and maybe I think this is what you're more suggesting. In theory, in that moment where right before they drop, the ones that have built up could all like tween to those positions and then drop, which would be cool. I agree that it would be cool. I also agree that that's gonna be too much to try to do in the time frame, but would definitely, undoubtedly be cool. So yeah, I'm okay with just sticking with what Puyo already does and being kind of happy with that. I messed this chain up real bad, but not necessarily. It ain't over till it's over. Nice. So, see, all these are just gonna be in like all kinds of different positions all of a sudden. I win! It would be cool. With a 3D view, it might be confusing at first. Oh, in Puyo Puyo, it's not something that happens regularly. What doesn't happen regularly in Puyo Puyo? I don't think it's that confusing. I don't think it's any more confusing. Like when I first played Puyo Puyo, I was confused that they weren't appearing in the same position. I found that confusing, just even on the 2D version. Not really sure how 3D would make a difference, but yeah, I hear you. I think, you know, I don't know, in some multi-million-dollar version of the game. Multi-million! That could be nice, but the trash drops aren't regular. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you get me. I get you too. Well, except for the 3D thing. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to have like a bit more irregularity, and I might tweak that in if I can. Like I wanted to say, instead of being every second or every 2 seconds, there would be like a percentage curve or something. Like sometimes it would be plus or minus 1 or plus or minus 2 seconds, depending on randomness and the difficulty of the enemy. But, you know, time and everything. That could still make it in if I get this garbage bug fixed. Okay, so the preview to tween, it's basically just iterating through those 6 garbage preview nodes, and it's setting its position to the what is preview position? Preview position minus, what the hell is preview position? Right, we set it to 7 every time. This is kind of wacky. This is some wacky code. When I was just like, I didn't use AI code for this, but I did like ask DeepSeek AI to just like look at it and like tell me what I thought about it. And it was like, it's not clear why you're setting this to 7 and then subtracting it by 1. And I was like, yeah, well, I don't remember why I did it either, but okay. So that means that it's going to make sure that the position is X1, X2, X3, X4, X5, or X6. So it's gonna bring that down every time. Oh, that's why I made it 7. Because if it was 6 and I didn't subtract 1, then it would go to 0. And X0 is not where, like, a piece can't be placed at X0. At least on my grid. On my grid, the grid starts with 1. Maybe in retrospect I should have made it 0, but it isn't. It's 1. So, so that's why it starts at 7 and it subtracts it by 1 each time. And it even, again, will print the dump position and stuff. Okay, so the tween gets called every single time that, what? We update a garbage preview. When do we update garbage previews? When does that run? I guess that runs on the game scene. When does that run? Update garbage. Is that a signal? It must be somewhere. On the character. That's crazy. So that's when the character's like timer says, hey, it's time for me to spawn a new, or to let the player know that a new garbage is spawning. So the opponent will say, or the character will say, update that garbage preview now, because I found a dump slot And I've increased stuff as needed. We've assigned a new one, so then it's gonna update the garbage preview. Okay. That's when that runs. Kind of crazy. This code is a little crazy. So then when it does that, it's gonna iterate through the entire size of garbage previews. Preview shown plus equals 1. What is preview shown? What does that mean? Preview shown. It counts up. If preview shown, oh no, that's not an if, that's just a reset. If preview shown is set to 1. Wait, what? Oh, well there you go, right there. This is blocking me from updating the visibility. Why did I do that? That would be if we're making them visible, then we would want to check this first. If we're not making them visible, then can you just do this? What is that like? Because the preview shown is going to be higher when I'm going to hide it. Because we're hiding it before all the preview shown are unshown. If that makes sense. Okay. Let's see what we got. So they're appearing and lining up. What's up, Cam? And they're hidden when they drop! Yay! But we gotta see more iterate. Okay, so it's still not fixed, but that's okay. That's alright. Baby steps. Welcome, Cam. Thanks for supporting the channel and helping support this game. You've helped me so much. Really appreciate that. I implemented the overlap thing. Look, it won't let me overlap anymore. Okay. Well, okay, so that bug is not fixed. Great, I'm glad. Right, and that wasn't not unhidden. So Cam, I did kind of get the overlap fixed, and I used the method that you gave me, but apparently there's an edge case in there that I have now recreated. Yeah, maybe I'll lower the tolerance if it's not overlapping. Oh man, what in the actual world? Yeah, that would be bad. Yeah, if it was true. That's true. Cool. I was actually afraid of something like this happening. I think I know why. I think it's because of the physics process, right? At least it didn't overreact. I think the physics process, and again, that was like a very specific edge case. So I need to somehow recreate that, which is gonna be interesting. But I think it's because it's in physics process and it's overcorrecting because it's like running it so many times and it's just causing like, well, what you saw. So let's see, I don't know, there's like a bunch of stuff everywhere. No, please don't match pieces, actually, this time. Thank you, though. Maybe it was like a little higher. That was such a very specific case. So most of the time it works pretty well, but most of the time isn't enough. Oh, there we go. Dude, what did it even do? I'm not sure I even understand. The rare tech anti-placebo? What does that mean? Oh, it just let me do it right there. So that's the other situation where you could potentially do it and the piece locks in at the same moment. Oh, Jesus. Here's what I think. A couple things. Number one, I need to say that you can't rotate it after a certain point. So that way, it's impossible to rotate it, or that you're even in a rotation state before the piece is gonna lock in. Basically, it would just need to be, the timer would need to be the same length or longer as the time it takes for a piece to rotate around. So as long as you can't, or the length that it takes for a piece to rotate around minus the length of the time that it's waiting for you to place a piece. Whatever that equals, or whatever that difference is, would be how long you're not going to be allowed to rotate before the piece gets placed. So that needs to be done. That would prevent what I have right now happening. I don't know that that would prevent that other issue where it goes flying around, though. Puyo pushes you away from the wall. Yeah. So it does that here, too. From the wall. Where it gets... And it'll do that from pieces. It'll also do that from pieces. Where it doesn't work is... well, it's weird. It is just pieces that it does that. So yeah, actually, it doesn't even do that from pieces. It does do it from the wall just fine. The wall is built different. Which is interesting, isn't it? Yeah. The wall's just built different. We just have to accept that. Oh, there we go. So there you can see the push is actually really working against me. Or that's causing some serious issues. So we would, in that instance, we would need a lot more protection. We got problems. Oh, that bug is not even close to fixed. We got a lot of problems. I think at that point, if you're here, you should just not be allowed to rotate. You know, like, dude, you're in between. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that actually might fix the other problem, too. If we just say, if there's something to your left and to your right, rotation is impossible. Which makes sense. It should be impossible. Okay. So that's what I need to implement. A check for if something is to your left and your right. Which unfortunately is more effort than I want to have to do. That's a bit of effort, but we'll do it. Because I don't think it actually might be possible. It might already be possible. No, I don't think it is, because the collision boxes are actually smaller. Reminds you of a like AI video, the way stack morphs and shifts. Nice. I was trying to figure out how to fit stuff in. It kind of is AI in a way. It isn't, but it kind of is. It is oddly satisfying, isn't it? Or oddly interesting. So I might have to like create raycasts that stick out on each side and just check to see if they're colliding with something on the left and right. It's probably going to be the easiest way to do that. And if so, rotation is blocked. So that's an easy fix. And I think it might actually fix the problem, maybe, that I was showing Cam earlier. But it's also like which... I mean, I would say if it's the top or the bottom piece, honestly. If either one is locked in. Well, no, because you should be able to do that. If I'm right. No, it should still be locked. Yeah. See right there? That would have prevented that. And then the other thing is... What was the other thing? I forgot the other thing. What was the other thing that I said I was gonna do? The other edge case. I don't remember. Maybe I'll find it. And then I can deal with it. But I think that'll fix most of the problems. If about to break, don't. Yes. Yes, exactly. I'm trying to like see. Yeah, okay. Really, I think we could just check the bottom piece. Okay, I think I know how to fix that. All right, I'm gonna. Do I want to come back to the? I'm gonna come back to that in a minute. For now, let's continue on the garbage thing before I forget how to get my head back into that game. I forgot what the other thing I was gonna do was. I'm gonna have to rewind and listen to it. But at the very least, if there's something on its left, something on its right, no rotation pop. Oh, the timer! The timer that says you can't rotate at the last second. Okay. No rotation at the last second. No rotation on the left and right. Okay, so how our garbage is doing. So it appears when they drop, they disappear now. It's a little late. It's a little later than I'd like it to be, but that's okay. We can adjust that. But we have some oddities for when they reappear. I'd kind of like to make sure that they don't reappear so soon. And then they like disappear again. Really, really weird what's going on there. I think that like tween that's hiding them needs to happen sooner. What even does that? What makes them retract like that? I actually don't know. I honestly, I don't even know how it's possible that it's doing that. I don't think I'm telling it to do that. The only way that could happen is if tween previews is happening again. Oh, it does make sense. That is what's happening. That is what's happening. Somehow, they're all going back, I assume. They're all going back to the first slot. Because preview position is never 0. Okay. I think what needs to happen is when we make the visibility false, which is, this is hiding the previews. Whenever this happens, I also want every single position to immediately reset back to 0. So not only make them not visible, but set their X position to 0. That way they have to slide back out again one by one. There is still something weird happening where they become visible when they shouldn't. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. 7.5 hours left. We got this. What? Okay, not 0. My bad. 7. 7 is the furthest out. 0 is to the left. I want it to the right. Although there's something awesome about that. It is incorrect. honestly, Bartz, I think your idea of them jumping to the spawn position, I don't think it's impossible in the time frame. I just think I would have to give up something else. Okay, they disappeared. Let's see if they reappear correctly. Nice. Oh, perfect. Perfection. Other than them hiding a little late. Yes! Oh, that looks good. That looks pretty darn good. I have no complaints. I have no complaints. Other than the timing of the disappearance. Es perfecto. So if I was gonna adjust the timing of the spawning, I would just want to like move this somewhere. I mean, this for loop right here is what is actually spawning the garbage. I mean, we could say if it's at the last one in the array, as soon as it spawns the last one. I mean, really, no, you want it before they spawn. Duh. Not duh. Sorry, that's not nice. But you want it to be, because if they spawn and then it goes away, well, yeah, it's gonna look delayed. We want to say, hide the preview, dump them down, spawn them at that point. Oh yeah, this is gonna be all right. Thought I fixed one big bug. Thought I fixed one big, but oh my god, I said big again. Thought I fixed one bug. Started to fix another. Actually fixed that one. Found out I didn't fix the first one. Not bigs. Bugs. 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 Okay, this looks really good though. That's all I could have hoped for. Hell yeah, dude. All right. Let's commit. Garbage, spawn, previews look great. Rotation overlapping, well, whatever. Raw overlap, not. Let's just say that. I would like that to be in the commit title. Okay. Let's add in those raycasts. I think that's going to be the most important first thing to do. So that way we cannot rotate if there's something on our left and our right. So I'm going to look at the piece pair. All right, so that's when two pieces are falling together. And I'm going to add in to this a couple raycasts. One is going to be pointing to the right, or this is the left. So you can kind of see it. It's that blue thing sticking out there. So we'll say this is raycast, ray, we'll say ray left, and ray right. I'm going to be more specific and say ray rotation protection left. I know that's really long and ridiculous, but I already have like some ray left and ray right stuff elsewhere, and I'd rather just not confuse myself. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I can access them as unique names. For the one on the right, we'll set its X position to 1. Now those to me seem like they're sticking out a little far, so we're gonna bring those in. Can probably get away with a 0.6 or so. And that be enough? So just like a little bit. And then I'm gonna on-ready them. Now we need to check to see if they've been bumped against. Physics process would be where we want to do that. And if both of them are seeing something, rotation is purely disallowed. For now, I'm not going to worry about if it only sees one. Actually, we could say, so if, okay, let me try to draw this. So top piece and bottom piece. If only the bottom piece sees something to its left and its right, then I would want to say no rotation ever anywhere. Not allowed, period. However, if either the left or the right is seen by the top piece, I would want to say block respective direction rotation only, right? Now, I kind of like the overlap effect where you can see it go like bounce. It's really fun, but I gotta be honest, it concerns me. Because it's giving the player that chance to maybe clip through. And I think what Cam was saying about lowering that threshold is probably gonna make a big difference there. Now, I don't know that I'm going to do this. This is a maybe. I might implement this one if it seems necessary. For now, let's just keep it to this one. I'm gonna call this wall or let's say rotation protector. I'm gonna say ray bottom rotation protector. It's long, but that's okay. In the bottom piece, you do what you described in the top piece because the bottom position is where it's going. I disagree. I think if the bottom piece... Actually, you're right. No, you're right. I don't disagree. You're right. Because by that point, it's too late. Interesting. Okay. That actually makes sense. Good call. That actually makes sense. Let me just I think I agree. Oh, this is gonna have an error because I renamed it. I think I agree. No. No, I disagree. I disagree. Because again, here, let me make sure I set this right. When it's surrounded on either side, and this is but then again, it'll when it's surrounded on either side, I think even when the bottom piece is there, wait, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Let me read it again. The bottom piece should do what you described in the top piece. Oh, you're saying this. Wait, hold on. Okay. This is what you're saying. Right? This is what you're saying. You're saying continue to have no rotation ever anywhere on the bottom piece. Do what you described in the top piece. The bottom piece should do each right. And so then this, for the respective direction only. The reason why I was allowing that, here, let me set that up. So in that situation where it doesn't see one on the right, but it sees one on the left, the bottom piece, we kind of have some protection against that. But see, it can still kind of do it. That's the thing. Is it lets you kind of climb up. And I like that. I wouldn't want to block that. Now, obviously there, we got through, which is not good. Yeah, maybe I should block it. I could just lower the threshold too. I think the climbing effect is nice. But it's risky, right? We're kind of opening up this possibility that something goes wrong. So that would probably all pass, but not that. See, there's like a spot where it kind of works, you see? This I think is good. I like this. It's just when so that's why I think it's only the top piece, right? It's when that top piece crashes down. That's when it goes bad. So actually I'm kind of back to what I think. I think it makes sense for it to be the top piece that's detecting it, because that's where we run into the collision. But when it's only the bottom piece that sees it, we can do this nice like juggling effect. Right, yeah. So I would probably move it. I think that makes sense then, to have this maybe be like here or something. Or even like right there. So that way you can still kind of climb up there. So maybe like that. Still gonna give you some credit. I think you deserve it. That helped me. That helped me. Thank you for helping me. I owe you my thanks. One less thing I have to go in there and find out the hard way. Let's say movement. Oh, collision detection? Okay, collision detection. Go ahead. So then in that case, I think we definitely should add extra raycasts. All right, do it. So this is gonna be top protection. Very, very, very long names. That's okay. Doesn't feel right to not have the top one be on the top. Or be defined first. Okay, so then these Yeah, that's fine, right in the middle. Because at that point, if you missed it, no, I'm sorry, you missed it. You missed it, you missed it. Suffer the consequences. Okay. Now, in physics process, I need to actually check for these things. So I'm gonna say check ray protectors. And I'm just gonna do it here just so it's closer. Now I gotta make sure they're actually colliding with the right things too. I think it's a static body. Let me see what the wall and ground and stuff are doing. Yeah, they're static bodies. Wall or ground on one. Right, that's their layer. Right, so their mask needs to be on 1 and 2. Because the pieces, we do not want them to be on 3, because then it's going to collide with itself, which is not good. So 1 and 2 is what they need to be looking for. 2 are the pieces, 1 are the walls. Oh, let me set the all of these. Oh, I didn't need to move. Collision mask 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Hit from inside. I don't know. We'll see. Probably not. Maybe. If ray. Oh. Those are still named here. Okay. If ray top. Let's do the bottoms first. If bottom rotation protector left is colliding, or ray bottom right is colliding, then we want to fully block rotation. Rotation possible equals false. By default, rotation possible is going to be true. And I'll need to, well, actually, we do have rotate stuff. We can actually prevent it from even allowing it here. If rotation possible, then this input is received. So that one's the easy one. So now, actually, it's not or, sorry, this is and. Both of these have to be true, not one or the other. Both of them have to be true on the bottom. For the top ones, this one is or. But we don't actually want or, because they're going to be doing different things. So we need to be more specific here. If counterclockwise rotation possible, this one. If clockwise rotation possible, do this one. We could do an enum for this, I guess. I don't think it's necessary. Well, you do have to make sure that they're false. I don't know. I mean, I definitely would want an enum between rotation possible and these two, but both of these could potentially be true. So it's just a little confusing. It'll be fine, right? So if the top one... Oh, I need to create those. Did I create those? I don't think I did. Variable, counterclockwise, rotation, possible. By default, absolutely. Okay. So if the left one is blocked, then counterclockwise is not possible. If the right one is blocked, clockwise rotation is not possible. So then we obviously, oh, you could just say, actually, we could just say counterclockwise rotation possible equals what that is. Would be a simpler way of doing that. Except we need it to be inverted. Would be the only thing there. Right, because put 2 underscores. Because if it is colliding, now that's going to be true. I'm going to do, I know this is just getting longer, but, so we're going to say, let's do this. I know. We're going to rename it to block it. Just then I don't have to change as much. And then in this case, if both of these are true, yeah, so same thing. We'll say block rotation equals these, whoa, both being true. Okay. Now I just have to refactor it. And down here, horrifically, make these not. If the rotation is not blocked, then allow all of this. If the clockwise or counterclockwise are not blocked, then allow that. Okay. What is that like? Have I forgotten something? Does it not work good? Show me the reality. That was a big bite. What's up, debugger? What you got for me? That's important. Alright, hold on a second. I can't find bottom protector, right? Oh. Okay. Had that extra underscore in it. So when that's red down there, that's when it's serious. If it's yellow, it's potentially less serious. Okay. See what we can and can't do. So that it still lets me do, which is good. Now if I go a little bit further down, oh, I can do it. I was pressing it. Nothing was happening. Good. Perfect. So let me do it a little bit. So maybe I need to actually lower that a tad. I mean, it's nice to have like the double protection. Okay, let's see what happens if we're... Nice. I can't do it. Beautiful. And I can still do a lot of other rotating. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Wait a minute. So now it's colliding with itself, which is incorrect. How? Why are you colliding with yourself? So I wasn't able to rotate to the left when it was horizontal. I think I know why. I know why. Because these raycasts aren't rotating with the piece. That's why. So I actually should put these raycasts as children of the collision. So that way when that collision moves to the new position, so too do the raycasts. Which is probably also gonna be kind of weird. Potentially. Well, that's what testing is for. Yeah, it sucks because like you guys can't see that it's blocking my movement. I mean, I could put my keyboard up here. Okay, so using WSD to move, period and comma to rotate. Stack them up. So it's blocking it. Good. Let me stack them up. Oh, attempt to stack them up. And what am I testing? Oh, sideways. Uh-oh. Still blocking it. Not supposed to be blocked right there. I mean, it's interesting, because it's not blocking it now, which is good. Oh, now it's blocked. It's just not letting me do any... I'm getting stuck in there. Alright, let's see what the raycasts look like, I guess. It does make sense. I mean, okay, now I gotta think about, off the top of my head, my brain is not doing a good job at understanding where I should then put it. I mean, I'll try to visualize it here, but I'm a little confused. So these raycasts are gonna be pretty damn tiny, but you can kind of see them. Not blocked there, which is good. They're in there, but they're very tiny. Okay, so it's not letting me move to the left, which is correct, actually. That is correct. Here, that should let me rotate to the left. Do I really need it? Aren't they doing the same thing as the bottom one? Oh, so maybe you're saying if I'm in the horizontal position, just don't have them be checking it anymore? It's a good idea. Let's try that. So then we would need to know if we're in the horizontal position. I believe the top piece is keeping track of if the top piece is on the top, the bottom, the right, or the left. So we could say, if the top piece is on the right or the left, then always allow rotation input, unless both are blocked. If you're upside down, the directions are flipped. Whoa, I didn't even think about that. Oh, you're right. Oh, crap. So I guess the bottom one, then, I don't want to link that to the collision position. I would want this to actually stay outside. Would that make it? That wouldn't matter. That's not how that works. Wait, what am I gonna do? I see what you're saying. You're saying just have these, or maybe have like an extra set of these up here that also block either way. But then, well, then just say, I'm very confused right now. I am and I amn't. I am and I amn't. What do you mean by them? Rotate which ones? This is very confusing. My little brain can't take it. Right, but which raycasts? There's 4 of them. There's 2 sets. The bottom piece never actually rotates, though. So technically this is rotating. Well, the bottom piece, okay, but like, the bottom piece never rotates. The only thing that rotates is the top piece. Right, so these raycasts are now traveling with the top piece. I don't think it makes a lot of sense why it would lock us in. Yeah, but the piece isn't actually, like, the piece isn't doing this. Right, but that's what actually happens. The piece doesn't do that. The piece changes positions. The piece doesn't do this. Does that make sense? Or did you already know that? This is how the rotation works. Is by moving it like this. The raycasts do need to rotate. Okay. So now you keep saying the raycast, but you mean all of them? So you're saying that's the point, that the other piece doesn't rotate. It's an illusion which raycasts don't like. Okay. While I'm confused, you seem very sure of yourself, and I'm inclined to believe you. So all of the raycasts all need to actually truly rotate, even if the piece itself isn't truly rotating. The raycasts actually do need to truly rotate, which is gonna be, you know, something to do. And you're saying this would be enough? I'm like, it's my little brain is a little too confused to like fully understand. But I trust that you've got an understanding. Alright, well, then I can do that. I can make it do that. That can be arranged. Pair all the rays to a node and rotate that node if you want to rotate all the... Yeah. That's what I'm basically going to do, is have the collision. So the raycasts are parented to the collision. Yeah, it's not the how that I'm worried about. It's just I'm not sure I understand the why. Because, my brain just can't handle it. Yeah, I think it's going to be easier if I don't quite do it the way that you guys are saying. Maybe, we'll see. Maybe I will do it the way you guys are saying, actually. I actually think it will be harder if I don't do it that way. You guys are right. Because right now, the collision just moves. We have a couple... Yeah, okay. Yeah, because we need to leave that alone. Okay. Alright. Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it. It scares me, but I'll do it. So we're going to say node 3D ray rotation protectors put all of them into that node, and then this node. But I think I need to do more than rotate it by 90 degrees, right? I guess not. No, I guess I don't. Okay, you're right. You guys are so right. You guys are smart. This actually doesn't hurt my brain. This makes a lot more sense. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna make sure that that is accessible. So declare it. And then where we normally set the rotation, on the top piece here. The only thing is, I mean, we could have this move up to the piece pair. It might mess with the bouncing when you're on the floor. That's kind of what I was afraid of. Right, so I would need to put an exception that says, don't worry about it on the floor. But actually, it kind of does need to worry about it on the floor. That sucks, because the juggling, the bouncing, is a really nice, it's nice. Yeah, you're right. That probably is going to have an issue. Well, let's go ahead and implement it and see what happens. So it's tough because the positions, I kind of need a different variable for that. You do the rotation every other time you rotate the pieces, and the rays would rotate 180 degrees. I'm worried that there is some case that that'll be then missing. But wait. The problem is that it's locking up when I'm sideways. So then this wouldn't... I don't think that would work. I don't think that would work. I think then they would lock up again when we're sideways. when it's not supposed to lock up, right? That was the whole reason this even got implemented in the first place. I mean, yeah, let's just do it and see what happens. So I need to figure out what those positions are going to be. I don't understand what you're saying, Bart. It sounds like what you're saying is just only go between these two positions. So what happens when the whole pair is facing this? I mean, well, this is okay. Well, okay. So if this ends up here, right? Then wouldn't our raycasts still be right there, which would just lead to the exact same problem that this was trying to fix. Because this isn't rotating, and therefore it's going to see, if it sees something on the left, where at this point you should be able to rotate to the left with no issue, but it's going to say you can't rotate to the left, which doesn't make any sense. You can rotate to the left. This would be a situation where you're allowed to. And so the whole fix for that was by rotating that raycast, now it won't see something on the left. Disable them. If I disable them, I wonder if I'm missing a potential catch that would actually be useful. Probably not. I mean, if there's a piece right here, I wouldn't want you to be able to rotate into that piece. So if those were disabled, we would lose that potential protection. So I wouldn't want to disable it. Yeah, I get that, thankfully. My brain apparently is... I really needed to see this. This helped a lot of it make more sense. So I think what I'll do is just go ahead and set it up so this rotates 90 degrees. I'll do that. And then we'll see what problems arise. We can expect that the juggling is going to be messed up, but let's just see what it's like to have the juggling messed up. Live in it, live in that, and then make a decision from there, because from there we can always do the disabling idea. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of finding these positions, I'll need to convert degrees to radians. So we have on the X or Y or Z axis, 0, 90, 180, or that was negative 90 first, and then back to 0. Negative 90, negative 180, 90, and then 0 again. Okay. So what I'm going to do is on the top piece, I'm just going to set those up. Constant ray rotation angle top is going to be a float, and it's going to be, can I just say degrees to radians here? Nice. Degrees to radians 0. Left would be 90. Right, or bottom is going to be negative 180. And right is negative 90. Then for piece pair, we need to reference ray rotation protectors. So whenever this happens, well, I guess I'll call this here too. We have ray rotation angle right. Oops. I hate when it does that. Ray rotation angle right. Ray rotation angle bottom. Left. And top. Set the new collision position, but we're also going to say global's current pair controller, and then on that I need to get the, I don't think it's going to give me a autocomplete. Set its ray protectors. Rotation Z2. Ray rotation. Oh, whoops, I gotta do that here too, unfortunately. Right goes here, left, bottom, and top. Okay. Let's see what happens. So in theory, it should be rotating that around every time we move it. We'll see if I made a reference correctly to the piece pair rotation node, or ray rotator protector nodes. Oh, we have collisions visible, so that should help. Definitely rotating. I can see it rotating. We still got juggling. At least there we do. I feel like garbages are spawning at the wrong time. Not sure what's going on there. It's not bad. Oh, let me show the keyboard. I don't know what happened with garbages, but something's weird. So, you know, it does feel like more limiting. But it feels kind of fairly limiting. You know, it's less touch and feel than it was, but, you know, there's too much touch and feel. This is actually not bad. I mean, it's kind of fun. You know, if I wanted to, like, punctuate so the player felt like something was happening. I could make the pieces, like the mesh, like shake back and forth or something, so the player actually feels like, oh, I got denied that rotation. This kind of feels okay. You know, like right there, it kind of sucked that I couldn't like wiggle my way through, like right here. It would have been nice to be able to wiggle through that spot. But like, I don't know. Sorry. Like, okay, let me stack some up. I think it feels pretty okay. We could try the disabling thing just to see like if that introduces problems or not. But I think it's just going to require testing and me as a player to just be like, is this irritating me that I can't make that move? Does it feel unfair that I can't make that move? And if it doesn't feel unfair, then it's probably fine. It kind of seems okay though. Yeah, let me do that. You can still do a little bit of grabbing there if your timing is right. So in that sense, it ends up kind of rewarding skill a little bit. Uh-oh! Oh! Not good enough. There's still a circumstance where I can wiggle it in there. What even was that? It is not yet restrictive enough. Now, going back to what Cam was saying, I think lowering the overlap threshold might help with that. And, well, I don't know. Maybe. I'm not even sure how to reproduce that. Such a specific situation. You know, I think players are unlikely to experience that. But obviously it's not impossible. I'm just gonna spam rotations. Wonder if it was like a situation like that. Ugh. It's hard to reproduce, which is good. I wonder if the timer idea that I had too, that would disallow movement rotation too close to the placement, I wonder if that would have prevented that. I have a feeling it would have. It's very hard to reproduce. I see two areas to check. Are you overcorrecting, or are you correcting when there is no error? Maybe. Possibly. I kind of would need to rewind here. Let me actually do that. I think that's the only way I'm really gonna know what's going on here. Okay, that was after we set it up. All was good. Right here. That was definitely an overlap issue. I don't think it would have been an overcorrection because let me play it super slow and go frame by frame here. So I was pressing left. Oops. I was pressing left, left, left. I never pressed right. So if it was an overcorrection, it would have gone the other way, but it didn't. It just allowed me to put it in. And I think the reason it allowed me is because I need a timer that says if we're too close to the moment that it's going to allow you or lock the piece in, if you're too close to that lock-in moment, you can't press rotate. I think that would have prevented that right there. Because there's just basically gonna be like a very small window where the overlap checking isn't going to matter if it's currently locking in a piece. So that would be what fixes that, in my estimation. It's a really, really small window, but it's not impossible to get to. So, here's what I'm thinking. Number one, I think it would be nice, first of all, credits where credits are due. Number two, I think I'm gonna add in a wiggle so the player gets some responsiveness to let them know that their rotation was denied. And number three, I lost count of my numbers. I want to add that timer protection in. Cam says, my jam partner's power went out? No. No! Wait, person who's like doing like art for your game? Get him to a coffee shop. Go to a coffee shop. This is urgent. There's thousands of dollars on the line. You must. No, well, I guess there's not actually any money on the line. All right, well, that does suck. But at least the game works. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Dang. A transformer melt. First of all, that sucks. Like, forget the jam. Having a melted transformer just sounds like very unfortunate. The theme.tres is lost? Okay, alright. Okay, alright. What is that? Just some like control nodes and like their like colors and settings and stuff? That's potentially a lot of work. Dang, no version control? Even if you have version control, you still have to remember to commit it in the first place. I am so sorry to hear that. That is some last minute jam shenaniganery right there. Oh man. Best case scenario, that's like a lot of extra work to add back in. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your jam partner gets power back though. 6 hours to fix a transformer situation and finish the jam is crazy. Good luck because, well, good luck is crazy. Good luck. I see. I'm like, that's not good luck. Oh yeah, yes. wish good luck. Yeah, the timing sucks. The timing is terrible. Keep us posted on like how you're doing. And you know, getting it in on time is most important for the voting period, right? To make sure that people can, you know, say your game is the most creative twist or the most like the original. As far as the showcase goes, you know, once that voting period is done, you could update it again, and then on stream it can look the best that it's gonna look. But no, that just sucks. There's not much sugarcoating I can do on that one. Nice. You're already very satisfied. It's pre-submitted. You just have visuals to update. Nice attitude. I love that. Right? It works. The game works. I think that's really smart. A lot of you guys waiting or saving for last a visuals update. It's a very low stakes thing to keep to the end. Me, I'm like, game breaking bugs. I'll wait till the last few hours to fix those. I think that's a wise thing to save. Alright, who's helping me? We were doing movement collision detection. We'll say collision detection. We'll give one to dungeon. I'm gonna give 3 to Bart's. And we'll give 1 to Cam as well. Okay. Balancing these games are tough. Jammers, how many levels does your game have? Yeah, how many levels does your games have, guys? We'll see. People might be lurking. But, mine has 5, for whatever it's worth. Alright, so there's the wiggle, there's the timer. Let's do the timer. That's the most important thing to do. Let's do a commit as well. In the spirit of Cam's misfortune. Bart says 4 levels. Nice. Rotation blocking implemented. So for this timer to work, well, we already have a timer. I also think that timer is a little long, and I've been meaning to shorten it, so probably now is a good time to do that. Cam's just gradually gets harder. Oh, so it's like infinite. Nice. Love that. That's exciting. Like, how far can you get? What are you thinking for yours, Rolrick? Or how's it shaping up? Okay, this extra time timer. This. So I currently have it set to 4 seconds. Honestly, it's felt a little long. Even 3 seconds feels a little long. Let's try 2.5. And so we can like, I could like, whoa, double Lees. I meant to put up the cat, but instead there's 2 me's. Rorit currently has 3. You're planning on 6. Yeah, so I wanted so many. So basically I'm just making the, you know, so if I had 3, I'd make 3 really hard and 2 like medium hard and 1 really easy. But you could even make 1 a little harder, you know? Like maybe make level 1 harder than you planned on it being. So that way it's more of a reward, even though it's only 3 levels. But I also set up mine to theoretically be pretty easy to just adjust values to make it harder or easier. It depends if yours works that way. You were gonna do too easy, too normal, too hard. You can let go of that. If you don't have time, let go of it. I think that's awesome, and I love the vision that you had, but it seems like you don't have time to realize that. So 3 it is. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe you have time. Maybe you also need that to hear that. Need to hear, like, that's all you can do. 3 is all you can do. If you like with the colors, you get 1 hard can feel easy. Or worst, easies feel too complicated. Uh-oh. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Mine can also, if you're lucky, be easier potentially. But I think I've compensated enough that it'll still be kind of hard. Yeah, that is tough. So what happens if I divide those numbers up and we could just say, like, if the wait time is at some particular divisor or divided amount of this, then it will either be, then it'll be no rotation allowed. Let me pull up a calculator because I can't do that in my little head. You have the code. What you're missing is the art. I saw art in yours on Discord. It looked, was that you? I think it was yours. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else's. I don't think I'm thinking of someone else's. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's like not like sprites, but again, Rorik, a great thing that we can get from doing game jams, and I know you know this, but just to reinforce it, is just like, dude, this art is awesome. What are you talking about? This art is fantastic. I hear what you're saying though, like you may have wanted the art to be like even fancier, right? This is sufficient. We added characters. This is so sufficient. But I hear what you're saying. You had whole characters added into this. I mean, it depends, right? It depends how easy it's gonna be to actually set that up and get that added in. But you know, where's the priorities, right? This to me looks like it has art. It looks programmery in its art, especially if you had like characters you were gonna add in. But functionally, the game is there. I see game. Especially if you've already made the art too, and you want to like get it added in. I could see that being frustrating. Now, if you haven't even made the art yet, that's tough. Then you might have to think about not having it. Now, there is, again, always the showcase. If by the showcase you want to get that added in, you could always do that. But in the next 6 hours, it's a tall order. Okay, what if I divide that by like 0.8? That's not how math works. You want to multiply it. So if I do 2.5 times 0.8, that's 2. I need a smaller number than that. It looks really clean, right? Doesn't that look so good? Rorik has a really good eye for design. Like a really, really good eye for design. Times 0.95. Oh, that's bigger. See, I don't know math good. So times 0.1 gives me 0.25. Now, how long is a rotation? Move, speed, rotate. Where is that? Oh, 0.1. Okay, so this would actually be enough time then. All right, so let's say times 0.1. That's pretty limited. I would kind of... That's 10%. Well, we'll see. I mean, that might be enough. If it only... We can do... Let's try something else. Let's do 2.5 times 0.2. Oops. What does that get us? 0.5. Let's do that. I feel safer with that. Thank you all. I know I can do it. What I worry about is balancing the fun. Fun is key. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Much jam rat love right back at you, Rorik. We got this. We got this. So I'm going to also add a constant for extra time divisor, which I'm making 0.2. And I need to check this. So this would be blocking on the rotational input. So I think we could just put this in here. This is getting deep in these if statements, because rotational movement is running in the physics process, right? No, actually that's running an input event. That's okay. That's fine. I might do this wrong, but we'll say. Again, I could restructure this, but I don't really care right now. I just want to get it working, get it done. If timer, extra time, wait time is but here's the thing, if it's 0, well, just say if it's greater than. It's gonna be confusing though. I think this is not gonna work, but I just want to see it not work. If it's greater than extra time times extra time divisor, then allow this. I have a feeling this isn't gonna work, and that when it's 0, we're gonna have problems. I think you would want to say we have to be in the extra time phase to begin with. Otherwise, we're just gonna lose rotation all the time. Oh, we didn't. Okay. Can I make that extra long just for a second? Let's say if it's greater than 1. I just want to see if I can like sense that it's stopping me from being allowed to rotate early. Oh, dang it. Now I can't rotate at all. So that actually did break it. Okay, so that actually caused the problem. Oh, okay. So apparently what I was doing before wasn't even doing anything. Uh-oh. That didn't fix anything. That fixed absolutely nothing. I'm actually surprised that it's even allowing me to rotate there. I would have thought we blocked that from being possible. I guess not. A little surprised. kind of only works on a perfectly flat surface. And then, so it's actually blocking all of my ability to rotate when I'm falling normally. I don't think this is working as I intended at all. I don't think it's working at all. So how about you tell me this? Can we just see, when we do rotational movement, can it print just tell me what that is at these different moments. Okay, so right now it's at 1. Oh, because a timer by default is set to 1. Gotcha. So I could just change that default timer to not be at 1. Oh, we had an issue right there. Now, interestingly, it was just at 2.5 the whole time. Oh, wait, that's not the current time. Oh. Wait, how do you know what the current time is? Can you get the current time? Can I not get the current time? Time left! That's what I meant, not wait time. Okay. Alright, we're good. So, I just did the wrong thing, because I didn't know. Let's indeed set... I mean, well, just do it in the ready function. That way, at least that number is correct. Would be nice. So right off the bat, I'm just gonna say timer extra time. I don't really want to start it. Can I set wait time? Am I allowed to do that? Make it be extra time. Let's see if it'll let me. Set wait time value. Yeah, sure. Okay. And then what we actually want to be checking is time left. So I just want to see what that's reporting before I try to go set it at stuff. Because it seems like it's able to correct itself unless it's trying to rotate at the wrong second. Okay, so it's at 0 right now. Which was my original concern. So we kind of need to make sure that the timer has started before we actually start checking that. And so maybe we could do 0.5 or something. Okay. All right. That's a little tricky. But we can do hard things. Because I don't want to say if it's not 0, because what if it is 0? I also don't want it to happen on 0. So what I could do is actually not update the time. This is pretty goofy. And I don't really care, if I'm being honest. I mean, unless timers just have like a is running boolean, but I don't think so. Auto start paused. If true, timer is paused. The pause timer does not process until this property is set back to false, even when start is called. I'm I'm a little curious about that. To see if I could use this to say that if it, I really just want to know if it's running or not. And so my wacky idea would be to actually keep the timer by default at 1 second. And then once it starts, then we'll know it started because it won't be at 1 anymore. I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, so paused, false, 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 false. It's just false. It never goes to true. Okay, so pausing is pausing is a very specific thing that okay. Not really helpful here. What is process callback? We could also check time left versus wait time. Yeah, we could say if the time left is yeah, we could just take a range. We could just say that if the time left is between, well, no, because it's gonna be 0. It starts out at 0. I don't think I have like a state. That would probably be the easiest way, is to do a flag. I'll just set up a flag. Something starts the timer, so yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Specifies when the timer is updated during the main loop. I guess I was trying to see if I could avoid having to do that. Hey, Guy, welcome. We're in deep high pressure grind mode. 6 hours left. I'm trying to fix all the bugs. Welcome. Yeah, now I'm just sort of curious to learn a little bit. What does this even do? Like, what if this is 0 unless the timer's running? That would be cool. Yeah, Bart's, that's what I'll do. Worst case. But what can I say? I'm curious. I'm curious. It's 1 right now. Now the timer's running. It's just still 1. It's just always 1. Okay, well that wasn't helpful. Alright, so we'll do that then. So the timer starts. Watch, I already have that Boolean and I didn't realize it. I do! I already have that Boolean! I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. I've already got it. We do want it to run if the timer is false. Because we want to make sure, or I want to make sure that when we're rotating and we're not in extra time, everything is fine. if is extra time and timer extra time left is less than or equal to extra time times extra time divisor, then we want to block it and nothing happens. So I guess I'll say if not both of those are true, we got this. I got this. Thank you, Kai Guy. And you know what? Whatever you got going on today, you got this too. Is that gonna work or is that gonna not work? That's what I want to know. Is that gonna not work? Or is it gonna be perfect? Okay, we got rotation. It cut it out way too soon, so I would say that did not work. So it's actually blocking it immediately. So I made a mistake there. So this is, so if it is, but I'm saying if it's extra time and that. So it's, okay, all right. Here's what I have to do. I need to first say, if timer extra time left is less than that divisor, look, I know it's a lot of if statements, just leave it alone, okay? If is extra time if the timer extra time left is not less than that, this is very confusing. If the timer extra time is not less than that, but it will be because it's 0. So you need to first check. Dude, this is very confusing. I don't know how to do this. My brain can't handle it. This is one of the things I suck at the most. Is like it's like layered binary conditions. Dude, what am I trying to do here? Okay. Let's see if I can unbreak my brain. I only want this check to occur when the wait timer, or the extra timer, is running. The extra time is running. Only when that timer is running should it even be bothering to do the check that I want. During that period, if the time left is less than a certain amount, don't allow rotation. Combine boolean values into variables and meaningful names. I don't really understand what that means. I just gotta think about this. Double negatives times math. Yes. Double negatives times math. Exactly. It's exactly my problem. So the timer is running. We have a Boolean that says true. Now we're only checking that in rotational movement. I would say here, well, we could create a new variable. Maybe. Variable. Too late for rotation. And it is not too late for rotation usually. At the moment of rotation, if brings your brain to, like those logic puzzles. This guard only lies, other guard only tells the truth, kind of thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes. If it is extra time, or get rid of all this, please. If we are in the extra time phase, and the timer extra time left is less than or equal to this, then we are indeed too late for rotation. If it is not extra time, well, I mean, it's created right then and there. So I don't think we ever need to make it false. So don't worry about that. Also, I think you just deleted an if statement that you need very badly. If not wait, what? Oh, my bad. Here. You can do it, but geez, you feel the circuits crackling about to short out. Yeah, exactly. We know your true identity as Kai Gay AI. You can't hide it. You meant neurons crackling. If not block rotation, okay, we say if not block rotation or too late for rotation. Okay, what about that? What is that like? Maybe I did basically what Camwin was saying. I'm not sure if I did it because you said that or not. I feel like you gave me permission to do that. Kai Guy, that's a moral support credit. Okay, rotation works good here. We're able to do it. Do it. It did stop. It did stop eventually. Oh no, but it's not good enough. Okay. What was even that situation? So the timer wasn't gonna help me there. Hold on, let me get rid of these collision shapes. The timer, they had no way to help me at that point. Honestly, I feel like we just need to prevent rotation at whatever that circumstance was. Whatever that circumstance was, it needs to go. Okay, first of all, let me just give credits where credits are due. We'll say debug cam and not even debug. I feel like that's coding. Moral support for guy. Now look, it was able to print the extra wait time there, which means a rotation was allowed where it wasn't supposed to be. Pronounced the same. Yes, the circuits us humans have in the smooth processing unit. Okay, now you're starting to, okay, dial it back, okay? You're starting to get a little in the Kaigai again. This is very totally not a robot. I'm making big mistakes. I'm doing all kinds of bad things here. Whoops. 2.5 times 0.2. Should have been 0.5, but I don't think it was firing. I'm gonna put this in physics process. Yeah, but if you do it in physics process, then oh, actually it does make sense, doesn't it? Because if you're creating it every time you do rotational movement, actually, you know what? It makes perfect sense. You don't want to create that there. That's incorrect. And then you do want it to become false again. This is hard. Who is us humans? Look, you've opened yourself up to this guy. I don't know what to say. I should have done this sooner. Should have done this like a week ago. This would be only if too late for rotation is already false. Then bother checking this. When the piece is placed, which happens here. If it was too late for rotation, make sure too late, because by then it doesn't matter, it's going to be placed. Probably should put it after that. Well, it's not going to matter, is it? Because it'll be deleted. Okay, you know what? We don't need to ever set it. Okay, good. But I don't think that's even the main problem. I think we need to block it even from being possible to rotate in that situation. Oh, you are us human. Oh man. Okay. Now it's still doing it. Well, that's okay. It can, no, it's fine. It's allowed to happen there. where you want to check it is in here. Also, it's supposed to be like this, by the way. So we would want to see if it made it past here. If it made it past there, then we have a problem. Otherwise, we don't have a problem. I just want to make sure that extra wait time is never lower than 0.5. If it's ever lower than 0.5, then it's not actually working. Well, it can be 0. What? Yeah, it's not working. Right? I just genuinely cannot tell, man. Man, I'm deep in the logic puzzle confusion. Complex systems, no problem. Double negative booleans, brain broken. Oops, dang it. Wait, what? Oh, dang, it's not letting me... Oh, I guess that makes sense. Alright. Too late for rotation time. But then look, it still lets me do it here. So even though it becomes true at exactly the right time, it's not actually blocking my rotation. How does that make sense? Unless it's becoming false again. But I'm not even setting it to false anywhere. So how could that be? I wonder if that OR isn't working like I think. Again, lots of nesting. Let's go to the flip zone, where we just flippy dippy all day. That looked correct. I think that OR statement wasn't behaving As I expected. There we go. Now it's not going below 0.5. Okay, or statements. Not what I think they are. Perfect. Thank you. Now I still think we have a potential problem where it can overcorrect and it starts launching it somewhere it never should be. But I gotta work a little bit to recreate that. It just might be the edgiest of case and pretty hard to reproduce. But it's definitely better. Let me show you what I'm pressing. So far, so good. I'm not able to glitch it, which is lovely. Okay. All right. This is promising. Seemed like when it was kind of tight in the corner against the wall, it got weird. It's pretty safe right now. I'm trying my darndest to break it. Well, I say maybe I'm clear to work on the wiggle, so it gives you some feedback if you have bumped into the wall. Yeah, I think that makes a big difference. I think that's why it got launched that time, would be my guess. I could be wrong, but I think it got launched that one time because we were in the middle of a rotation when the piece locked in. But now we can't even start a rotation soon enough for us to be rotating at the moment of locking in. So I think that fixes it. That's what I think. That's my opinion. Do one more round. You know, it'd be nice to have that extra lock-in time. Okay, that's weird. So that is definitely a bug. Where like a garbage is being dropped while you're moving. That's a total absolute bug. I don't know what that is or why it happens. But no pieces should be spawning if we're in the movement phase. Right there. That was not supposed to happen. So, at least this is giving me the chance to catch another bug. But I think this is good. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. It just happened. Oh. Do you know what I did to make that happen? I slammed it down while it was rotating. So I think what we need to say, so that was like kind of bypassing that extra timer check. I completely just said, because when you slam a piece down and it hits the floor, it bypasses the extra timer. And it just locks the piece in automatically. So what I need to say is that if you're slamming down, you can't rotate. Wow. All right. This if statement tree. If not slamming down, if not block rotation, if not too late for rotation, if not blocking counterclockwise or not blocking clockwise, then we can allow the rotation. Whew. That is a lot of stuff. Circuits cooled to acceptable tolerance levels. Organic nutritional matter consumed, like us humans enjoy. Break timer complete. Beep boop. Double functions non-functional. Okay. Sounds good, fellow human. Sounds good. Yeah. Thanks for stopping in. Good luck with your automation. I mean, work. Alright, let's see if that fixes that. So now I have to try slamming down and rotating at the same time to make sure that I can't bypass that protection. That's crazy. Seems to be good. So if I press that S key, that would do the slamming, basically. Seems alright. It's really when I'm in that juggle mode, though, is the most important. I worry that there's still the potential problem. Like, maybe if you're in the middle of rotating, you also can't slam down. You know, like, it's either one or the other. You can't do both. Because I wonder if there still isn't, like if you're in the middle of a rotation tween and you slam it down, could that recreate the scenario? It's kind of tricky, but... Oh, it's like hard to recreate. Which makes me think it might not be possible. But I can definitely start slamming down mid-rotation. Like, I don't see it causing any issue. I wish it would autofocus. I wish I could, like, tab into the UI button. Lila has tabbed into the stream. Welcome, Lila. You're a good cat? Yeah, you're a good cat. See, that wasn't it, but it felt very close to potentially being a problem. I say just like with some testing, we could see if it becomes a real issue. But I'm a little worried. I mean, if I were to implement that, do we have like a rotating, like an is rotating? I think we do on the top piece. We do. So we could say when you're going to slam a piece down, here, if not top piece rotating, then that allows that. I'm a little worried that since I have these like two separate booleans for the slam down and this, that we could get like bricked like unnecessarily, unintentionally, which means an enum would need to be created, which sounds annoying. It really wouldn't be bricked for long. It would only be for that one piece. So if I'm rotating, I mean, it's just such a short, I think this is fine. I'm not getting any bricking. I'm able to move freely. And it should theoretically protect against something untoward. Alright. Let's make a commit for this. And we're going to call that cautiously fixed. Rotation overlapping works, seems to be safe. Okay. Now, I want to add in those wiggles. I do need to figure out what's going on with that extra garbage that's spawning. That's a huge issue. But first, I'm going to add the wiggle. So it would be kind of nice if the wiggle like actually corresponded with the direction you're trying to rotate to. I think that would be nice. So I want to identify the moment that the wiggle should be happening. So I might actually just want to come down in piece pair. Right here. And instead of having this totally block it, come in here. So that way it'll receive the button that we're pressing. It'll receive the button, but it's not gonna do stuff. And we'll say that if you tried to do it when it blocked at a certain direction, it can, so if you try to go counterclockwise, it'll like wiggle it this way, but it like won't work. We could even have it just rotate the top piece, since that's the thing that moves. That might work. I'm a little worried that won't work, because it might be dependent on like which way you're facing. Which could look pretty silly depending on the circumstance. So the wiggle might be harder than I'm giving it credit for. Let's just see. So I'm just gonna say tween denied rotation. And then it can call with like a direction. So I just kind of want to move the piece over like to the left, maybe. if you're trying to go to the left. So on the x-axis, have it go over by like 0.5 or something. 0.6, 0.7, have it go over by that. So that would be negative. And then on this end, in theory, oh, you don't want to put it there. You would want to put it, well, you could even say like this. If block counterclockwise rotation, do that. Otherwise, do this. It's a little unnecessary to do this, but I think it will be nice feedback. Because to me, and I know what's happening, it feels like the game is like broken, like something isn't quite working right. So ideally I could get this implemented to some extent. Between denied rotation, offset amount, create a tween, and then we want to tween a property on the top piece, but we actually only want the top piece's mesh, not the entire top piece. We want the piece mesh of the top piece. So top piece, get node, piece mesh. And we want to move it by the offset amount. Oh wait, this is the property. Position X by the offset amount pretty quickly. Probably even faster than that. I did 0.2, might be a little slow. Maybe 0.15, I may even still be a bit slow. Now I would also like it to go back to the position that it was at before. So that's a little risky. You also don't want to set it to the offset amount. You want to say, here, do this for me. Say variable top mesh, which is going to be a node 3D. Set it to top piece, get node, piece mesh. Then say top mesh. And we're gonna say offsetted position, which will be a float, and that's gonna be the top mesh position X plus the offset amount. I would also like to connect tween finished I'm gonna call it let's say tween denied rotation finished. Well, I would like that to call with something. because I need to know what to set it back to. I mean, you can just put its X position. Well, its X position is going to be different depending on if it's here, 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 or here. So that's actually not super useful. It's a little risky, but we could try its relative X position. Its relative mesh position on the X-axis, which will take into account what it becomes after we rotate it. But that does, like, generally kind of scare me. But whatever. Let's just see what happens. Let's be crazy. I got time. Right? So when it's finished, we create a new tween. Establish the top mesh again. Here, just copy this. And we want its position X to be top piece what was it called? Relative collision position? Relative mesh position. Relative mesh position. We'll say 0.08. This is probably, like, not gonna work. But I'm very curious to see what happens. Very curious. So all I gotta do is go up against the wall and try to rotate. It went one way, but it didn't come back. Type mismatch between initial and final value. Oh, we need to say relative mesh position X. Not just the whole vector 3. It pushed a little far out for my taste, and indeed, it was a little slow. But it did do it that direction. We'll see if it works so well in other directions. Nice. It's not bad. Ah, there we go. I knew that would be a problem. So when we try to go that way, since it's upside down, it doesn't make sense. But we can add a case for that. We can fix that. Now, I don't think we have a wiggle for if it's both sides. It's not that bad. Honestly, we can fix this. So I'm going to say 0.05 for how long it takes. And let's bring this one down to 0.025. And then the distance is a little far. Let's try 3. I could make a variable for that. And then If it's locked in on both sides, well, you're still only going to go one way or the other. So you would just now need to say you would then want another check here. I'm gonna actually move this here, which is probably fine. All right. So if we run block rotation and we press that button, we would want to do a denied rotation. We probably could do an or statement here, but I'm scared of or statements now. They scare me now. I feel like this isn't the best way to do this. What if you say, here, take this, put this out here. If you press if it's not too late for rotation, and you press this button, now check if the rotation is blocked. The rotation is blocked, tween denied rotation. If the rotation is not blocked, now check to see if we're blocking counterclockwise rotation. In which case, do that. If we're not blocking counterclockwise rotation and we're not blocking rotation, do the rotation. Now, if it's not too late for rotation and we press the clockwise button, check to see if we're blocking rotation. If we are, tween denied. If we're not blocking rotation, check to see if we're blocking counterclockwise rotation. And then if I wanted to make this a little simpler, we could also say rotation denied tween amount. And that'll be a float. Make it 0.3. Come down here. Tween denied. Whoops. Rotation denied tween amount. And it's going to be negative for that one and positive for this one. What's that like? Yeah, it seems like a minor thing, but I think it's really important for game feel. Okay, that amount even seems a little low to me. Oh, we need to do for if you're facing the other way too, unfortunately. I think it could be a bit more prominent. But now when we're in there, it does it as well. What was too much? 0.6? Let's try 0.43. I don't know. And then we want to say that if we're upside down, It needs to go the opposite direction. So I could make this a function. Amount based on direction. And just have this like return something. Because I'm pedantic, I'm going to add the word tween in here. Tween amount based on direction. We actually need to know if it's going to be positive or negative. Try to use a high threshold. Probably a few frames of physics errors could have gotten worse. Wait, what's a high threshold? Wait, what do you think my threshold is? Did you like rewind and look at what I set it to? Or look on GitHub? So that's actually just an animation. So I'm showing the wiggle amount. It's literally not actually checking the overlap in that moment. It's literally just like taking the mesh and visually moving it over and back just to like cue to the player. No, it's okay. So actually my overlap amount is, I think, even higher than that. Oh, it's over here. It's even higher than that. Mine's at 0.88. So if you thought 0.4 was high, I went even higher. I could go lower though. I don't even know if it happens, because now I've implemented raycasts that really at this point, the collision error amount is a, it's like a backup. I don't even know if I can actually make it happen. Like I could add in a breakpoint. And I would be surprised if we even hit it. Because there's something else that's catching it. Even before that. But it'd be interesting to see. So I do actually need to clarify the direction here. So I want this to be negative, and I want this to be positive. And actually, I think I'd rather refactor this to based on rotation, not direction. We ask for the direction, and this is going to return a float. And what we need to know if direction is above 0, that means we're going clockwise. Let's say less than. If direction is less than 0, that means we're moving to the left. Then we need to say match top piece rotate position. Don't we have like a... We don't have a class for that? We don't. If top piece rotate position is set to top piece rotate positions top, then it's going to come through as a negative rotation denied tween amount, and that's what it's going to return. If top piece rotate position bottom, then we want to return a positive. Now if it's anything else, that would be surprising and not good. That shouldn't happen. What happens if you leave breakpoints in? Oh, here's what you do, Lees. I know what I'll do. We'll just say if OS debug build. Print that and do a breakpoint. So if that happens normally, whatever, just do this one. I don't care. But we need to print unlikely block direction or something. And a breakpoint. This just hasn't been happening, even though I kind of think there might be a scenario where it could happen. I'm really just curious, like how it happened. But I don't think it's going to happen. All right. Now, if the direction is not less than 0, oh, this we need to return something. Sorry, return that. Then we do all the same stuff, but this time it's going to be positive here and negative there. We'll make that positive and same thing. Oh yeah, return. Okay. So that should, if I've done this correctly, account for whichever direction we're rotating in. You used to use 0.01 because you wanted to catch the problem non-physics code as soon as possible, but it just looked bad jerky. So I guess I changed it to 0.3 to give the animation some time to play. Yeah, I could try it. It's interesting. At first, I found that it was, even if they were like landed on top of each other, it was firing if it was too low. Like if they were next to each other, it started firing somehow. So I tried to put it right just up to the tippy top. But yeah, maybe I'll try lowering it. But so right now, oh, okay. What happened? Ah, this is supposed to be with an S on the end. Right now, I just kind of want to see if I even get that. I did like try to just carefully find just the right spot. But, you know, maybe it's good to leave a little cushion. Just in case. So I've got a couple of breakpoints, and I've got one for that. So if that, because right now, that shouldn't even happen. I don't even know if that's happening anymore. It's really like a extreme backup situation. Let's find out. Let's find out. All right, now it rotates in the right direction, or it wiggles and it error wiggles in the right direction. So right now, none of this is based on the overlap code that you gave me, which is crazy, right? Oh, there it is. There we go. So it does sometimes happen. There it hit. So it's not, I didn't put it as a breakpoint because there's something wrong with it happening. I just wanted to see, because now that I have that new animation in there, it's kind of hard to tell if it is even happening. So it is, it's doing stuff. It's doing stuff. So I could potentially adjust this to be extra safe. You said 0.3. I'll give you 0.5. I'll give you 0.5. I don't know if I'm up for 0.3 though. I'm gonna take out the breakpoint. And just see if I can feel that difference or not. But it's gotta be getting to the rock solid point by now, right? Like, we gotta be safe now. Right? Yeah, I gotta fix that garbage coming down when it's not supposed to. Oh wow, it blocked me out of the wiggles there. I think that might have been because the timer ran out. It's kind of annoying. I think a couple things. I think that's actually too short or too long. I think this extra time divisor could be adjusted just a wee bit. So maybe 2.5 times 1.5 or something. Oops, not 15. 2.5 times 0.15. Maybe 0.125. I kind of want to see it be 0.3. It just has to be bigger than 0.1. As long as it's bigger than 0.1, then it won't interfere with the rotation animation. But just in case, I'm giving it a little wiggle room. We could just do 0.1. It's 0.25. It's very close. It's very close. What was I doing that for again? Oh, yeah. Oh, and then another thing I could do is make sure it wiggles in that situation as well. I mean, it's tough because it's like, I don't even know if I'd want to wiggle. Almost like a lock-in visual. I don't know. Like maybe like an outline appears around them. That feels like a lot though. Feels like extra. Yeah, maybe not. So other like unnecessary things I've been thinking of. Earlier, Andres was saying about the garbage could like pulsate, so you know that the garbage is something unique. I have been thinking maybe that would be nice. And then Also in Puyo Puyo, the piece that you're rotating around is like highlighted, so you can tell what the piece that is the active moving piece is. Anyway. So it gives me a little extra time to juggle. But you see that, like, oh, you didn't see it. 'Cause the keyboard was in the way. See how it happens kinda soon? Right? And it just kind of feels like, hey, why'd you take my rotation away? How dare you? I was busy. I was doing stuff. That's that wiggle room, that 0.25 seconds. You really notice it when it's like truly juggling. It's like here. And then it takes all that time to fall down. Like if I really wanted to cut it close, get 2.5 times 0.05. That would be giving me only 0.025 time to make sure that we're not rotating at the same time. But it would feel less like I'm having my rotation juggle taken away from me. I care about these details. I mean, that's the whole, like, gameplay. You know, is like placing your pieces. I want that to feel good. Or at least feel fair. I didn't even notice it there. But the question becomes, I did notice it a little bit there. Is that enough to avoid glitches? I mean, again, I'll just have to experiment. Now, interestingly, there in that situation, it wasn't even doing any wiggles. I don't know why sometimes it completely blocks the wiggles. It's kind of not the end of the world. But it doesn't make the most sense. Alright, I think this is okay. You know, if I wanted to just like tweak it ever so slightly, which I do, I could say this could go a little faster. The wiggle like speed. And then, yeah. Oh, that's the amount. That's not the speed, that's the amount. The speed I'm actually hard coding in here is 0.05 and 0.25. I think it could be a little faster. I think it could be faster. It's minor details. I need to move on from these. Okay, I need to fix the garbage. The garbage is for some reason spawning an extra piece. I don't understand why. It must just be like getting caught in between moments. I think I have an idea on how to fix it. Or at least where to start. Yeah, that feels a little better. A little tighter. Okay, let's see if we can get that to happen. So drop 3. I'm in the movement phase. It's not supposed to drop anything in the movement phase. it's queued up 3 pieces. Drop them. There, that extra one right there. It was not supposed to do that. So I don't know how that's happening. There's a lot of different points that it could be doing that when it's not supposed to. So every let's make a commit before we start doing stuff. Denied rotation wiggle improvements. So this attack pattern dictionary is saying every second on the squirrel, queue up a new piece of garbage, a new piece of glass to drop down onto the board. What I'm wondering is and so it's a timer, basically. It's an attack timer. And that timer will last for 1 second, and every second it queues one up. I'm thinking perhaps that timer isn't stopping soon enough, such that an extra one is getting added when it's not supposed to. There shouldn't really even be a situation where a garbage could even drop after that time anyway. But again, I kind of like the idea of the player being able to play quickly enough that they can actually interrupt the opponent from being able to spawn an extra piece of garbage. In my overscope dreams, the player would be able to actually throw garbage back at the opponent to slow them down a bit. I don't think I have time for that. Sadly. Okay. So, where does that timer stop? The timer stops when the character exits. Okay, that's a long time that's looping. So not when it's stopping, but when it times out, being told it can't add any more to the count. Okay, so it only increases the count if we're in the pair movement state. So if I'm able to move the pieces around. What is this? Oh, that was when we were doing multiple. And it increases it by 1 each time. That's very strange. I would think that this is enough to keep it from adding a new one. So let me see. Print character added a new, or queued up a new garbage. It'd be nice to see what the queue is as well. I think I have a thing for that. Garbage queue count. I'm not sure how accurate that's gonna be. And then I'll just filter my outputs by queued up. Yeah, so tell me that. Tell me how many are getting queued up. That should be some very valuable information. It should near answer my question, right? One queued A 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's 4. That's correct. Kind of. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I interrupted at that time. Oh, it did an extra one. Wow, and look, it does queue it. So it queued 0, 1, and then it queued a new one. So 0 actually means a 1 in this case, apparently. So it ran it again. Which is surprising. Now that was because I placed a piece probably in the middle of its like attack timing. Let me see, can you tell me what this is like in the full context? So I'm looking for that 010 queued in here somewhere, which is gonna be a chore, but it'll tell me what state it was in when it queued that second 0. So quite valuable. Queued up a new garbage, 0 queued. I'm guessing that was the second 0. Checking if all pieces are on the floor. That was in pair movement. Now where were the other ones? There was 1 queued. So I would think right there. So it was in pair movement, but it was like after we started up again, unless I'm missing something. 1 queued. This is in pair movement, so this is correct. 1 queued. So what it ends up doing, here, let's even go through what's happening. So we enter the extra movement phase. Pair separates. It's adjusting all the pieces, checks if everything's on the floor, it updates the grid, it checks for matches. If there's any matches, it'll clear them, but none were found. It checks the level to make sure we haven't beat the level. Then it dumps the garbage. There were 2 that it found, which is correct, the 0 and the 1. So it dumped 2. 2 of them respond. Make sure they all have landed. Once they have all landed, it'll readjust everything. Make sure everything is on the floor. It's adjusting again, making sure everything's on the floor. Once everything is confirmed as being on the floor, it is then going to spawn a new pair. Spawns a new piece pair, sets the colors, setting the colors. Now we're in the pair movement phase. This is when garbage can be added. Now, right as soon as that began, it not only queued up a new piece of garbage, but it dumped garbage, even though we hadn't placed the piece yet. Why would you do that? That's weird. Well, I guess it makes sense, doesn't it? Because since there's garbage, it's seeing that something isn't on the floor. And it's like, oh, well, now we need to deal with this. There's a new thing that has landed. So I have to reconfigure something. And we gotta check for matches again. which is really weird. So it actually interrupted the pair movement phase or state, and it moved us into match checking again. Which then in theory is that's when it's gonna dump the garbage. Wait, that's that's crazy. Wait, so it didn't spawn it yet. Wait a minute. I'm actually confused. Why is it checking if all pieces are on the floor if we're in pair movement? It shouldn't be checking if all pieces are on the floor if we're in pair movement. That was the problem. It actually only saw that all the garbage was on the floor, which then took us to spawn pair. Oh. Before it knew if all pieces were on the floor. Okay, that's very interesting. So that is happening. Oops, on the game scene. Up here. So we have checking for floors, and we also have checking for floored garbage. This completing, if it sees that there's no garbage before it sees that everything's on the floor, it's going to advance to the next state before it knows if everything's on the floor, which means hey Pawn, why so sad? Welcome. Which means checking for floors is going to fire after the piece has spawned. And if the piece has spawned by then it's going to do a new garbage dump. So if the opponent has queued up another garbage in that time, it's just going to drop it right away instead of waiting until the end of the pair movement. So what needs to happen? No reason. That's so relatable. Sometimes it be like that. How's the final touches going? Yeah, so for me, I have saved bug fixing for my final touches. Which in retrospect, not a great idea. So, in the future, I think I might not save bug fixes for the final touches, but maybe that's just the kind of developer I am. Basically, it's all the bugs that I deemed as not that hard to fix. And I focused on more important bugs sooner. But it's going good. I'm fixing bugs. We are squashing them. We're getting there, little by little. And, I think we're gonna be okay. I'm not panicking. I don't feel panic inside of me. So that means it's fine, right? Yeah. You had to do that on a 10-day jam since we were handed the game on the final 24 hours. Oh no. Oh god. I mean, you know, hopefully they actually gauged that the bugs weren't gonna be that hard to fix. That's where it gets tricky. If it turns out, oops, that's a lot of work to fix, then I'm truly sorry. There was just a lot. I see. So they weren't like hard to fix, but there were so many of them that it was unreasonable for them to be done that soon. I mean, yeah, they should have been fixed by then. But yeah, right, you're never gonna fix all the bugs anyway. Pick and choose. You have so much game dev trauma. Stop the game breaking ones. Right. You gotta triage. So we can't have the floored garbage just immediately kick us into spawn pair. Instead, it needs to wait. for whenever the floor has seen everything. I mean, they both, unfortunately, they both need to wait for each other. If I'm being honest. Whichever one takes longer, we need to wait for both of them to lock in. Period. So basically we need to say if is checking for floors. It's also confusing because we have this grid updating. Well, that actually does need to happen first. That needs to happen way before actually, they don't need to happen at the same time. This one needs to fire first. Because grid updating is very important. Okay, interesting. So what happens when we do grid updating? Remind me. Do we have that here? Connected? I don't think so. We do. Check for garbages. What? Apparently I did try to set it up that way. I have questions. Check for garbages is emitted here. It's not even connected on the game scene. Slaps that like button. Thank you for slapping the like button. That's an important thing. I don't know if I've said it in a while, but if you're here and you haven't pressed the like button and you want to press the like button, I hope you'll consider pressing it. Go ahead. Now, if you've already pressed it, don't press it again unless you press it in odd numbers. So if you press it 3 times, okay. 5 times, okay. Don't press it an even number of times. Then you won't get your wish, which is to press the like button, to hyper smash it. Why might you want to press the like button? Well, because it helps this channel grow. It helps people find out about this game jam. And it lets people know that the streams are happening. So if that has convinced you to want to do it, please do it. Freaker, welcome. Freaker, they who has composed the intro and the outro tunes that play when the stream starts and ends, respectively. Welcome. A legend in my hyper game dev eyes. May all your bugs be easily squashed. Thank you so very much. To you, I am grateful. I saw a little perspective. That's the name of it, right? Came out recently. That was a game that the music that is in the intro and outro was originally made for. So congrats on that coming out, by the way. I think it's like on Steam too. Like, it started out as a game on the PlayStation game Dreams. But now it's on Steam. Yeah, of course. Freaker made the music for that back on Dreams and made it, I think made like new music for it for the Steam release. Release date to be announced. So it is on its way. It is on its way to real. But it's like a really cool puzzle game. You should wish list it. I have no skin in this game. I just no dog in this fight. Other than these are friends who made this, and I wanna support them. RBD is this person. Did a couple tracks for the demo, and I did 3 tracks in the demo. Nice, nice. You saw something on this? That's awesome. Let's go. Look at us, Dreams devs Moving on to the real world. Love it. Yay! We got this, we got this! On pieced placed, it connects check for garbage. Find garbage neighbors, clear old neighbors. Oh, that's how it does that. I see. You know, a guy who does podcasts for indie devs. Whoa, I want to listen to that podcast. No pressure to out them. But if you ever, like, send it to me, I would listen to that podcast. Small world, right? What? Love that. Is checking for updates true? What the hell is that? Oh, so that's actually when... Wait, what is that? Is checking for This is so convoluted. I wish this made a little bit more sense. just a little bit. Okay, what is checking for updates? Oh, right. So if some of those garbages pop, it needs to readjust. Wow. Just wild. And just to remind myself, part of what the issue is... The floor pieces are still being checked after pair movement. By then, this should happen. But the real problem is that it spawns the pieces here because the garbage is dumped, or because the garbage has landed. It should not spawn the pair as soon as the garbage had landed. It should only spawn the pair, yes, if the garbage has landed, and if all the pieces are on the floor. Both of those have to be true before you spawn the pair. So I'm just trying to figure out where it makes the most sense to put this. Like, I wonder if we say, how about this? What if, where's spawn pair? What if this doesn't go there, but rather on the floor checking? It's just like, I don't know if there's a situation where one could happen before the other differently. I don't know. So everything is probably on the floor. Then it goes to grid updating. So the grid, okay. Remind me what happens after grid updating? Grid updating, match checking, match clearing, level checking, level transition, garbage dump, then spawn the pair. See, this is ridiculous. I think this is where you have a problem. You don't want the garbage dump to be right before we spawn a pair. Because we need the grid to, well, actually, we don't need the grid to update before that. Technically. Because the garbage falling isn't going to fundamentally make something match. So that does actually make sense, that first we do the garbage dump, and then we spawn the pair. But I see where the confusion is, because it's checking, are all the garbages on the floor? Now do this. But the thing is when something new hits the floor... Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I think I might know what to do here. So let's actually put this spawn pair back in here. For now. I think, so garbage... A piece of garbage extends from... Oh god, sorry for the zoom. Oh, I was zoomed in all that time. That's okay. I deeply apologize. So I put spawn pair back. Just trust me. I'm sorry for being zoomed in for so long. A piece of garbage extends from piece single. I still do that, freaker. I still do. I still leave it zoomed in when I'm not supposed to. I never learned. Now, piece single, whenever it hits the ground, it kicks us into the adjusting state. Now, if we go into the adjusting state, which I think, okay, we're zooming. We're zooming, baby. When we're in the adjusting state, that could potentially lead us to it checking garbage again. Or like dumping checking garbage, right. It'll check garbage again, which, wait. Checking dump garbage on the floor, it's on the floor. Oh, it's very confusing. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe garbage doesn't do the adjusting check? Remind me what the heck adjusting does? I forgot. On piece single, so adjusting is kind of helpful because it makes sure that it's settled in correctly. Could probably get away without that. It also checks the floors again. Hence why we got that extra garbage spawned. I'm gonna try what happens if we play the game for a bit, and if it's a piece of garbage, it does not update the adjusting state. So if not, piece type set to piece types garbage. So as long as it's not set to a piece of garbage, it's not gonna run adjusting. This could be a mistake. But I'm curious if at least it keeps extra garbage from spawning. And maybe it isn't a mistake. I don't know. Show me the results. Let me have it. I'm ready. Okay, I'm not seeing any problems so far. So far, so good. We're not getting extra garbages spawning. I think it's okay. Now I want to play a little bit just to make sure that it's okay. Oh, I forgot about one of the most important things I need to fix, which is optimization. Because it runs pretty well here in the editor, but things instantiate in very, very slowly in the web build. I do feel like there is some like floating point errors that are happening. Can you see? It's like this, see how there's a few goofs by not adjusting those garbage pieces. There's a lot more wobbliness now. It's not, it kind of needs, it needs like a special kind of adjusting, an adjusting that isn't going to set off problems. So maybe we say that when it hits the ground, it adjusts only on the piece, but it doesn't start checking for floors and crap like that, which, you know, you do kind of want it to do. It's a bit of a risky business. So I don't know if this is actually a good idea. So if it is a piece of garbage and it hits the floor, and this would only be one move and slide frame, so that's not really a lot. But we could say adjusting becomes true here, which means it's gonna just keep move and sliding eternally, which is not great. We could also say, we could make a whole new thing here, which I don't love. I could say, if it is a garbage, the move and slide is limited to as long as we aren't in. If not, game states, gameplay state, set to game states, gameplay states. So as long as we're not in pair movement, then it can have some time to wiggle in where it belongs. I don't know. I think this is some risky behavior. We're getting weird. But I mean, it's look, I got 4 hours, all right? I gotta kind of do what I gotta do. Unless it breaks it, then I don't gotta do that. All right, let's see what happens. So hopefully that allows it to settle in. Looks a little off to me, but maybe it's fine. Maybe it's okay. It might be okay. It's allowed to wiggle when we're not moving pieces. That is an acceptable wiggle time. Or is allowed to adjust and get settled in. It seems like the problems become most obvious when it's stacked up much higher. Also, keep in mind that this is intentionally very difficult for the sake of testing. But in theory, this level wouldn't be as hard. For the record. But I think this looks better. Yeah, it's all a bit crazy, but I guess I should stop playing so well. Oh, I do see some goofs. It's definitely goofing a bit. Maybe. Actually, I can't tell. Yeah, you can see that. You can see it bouncing around a bit there. Technically, it shouldn't be adjusting. Yeah, but look what you're saying right here. You're saying move and slide in pair movement. No, you're not. You're saying if you're in anything but pair movement, move and slide. Why is it ever happening in pair movement? We should really never be moving sliding outside of that. Ever. Like, I don't even think you need to say the garbage thing. I'm jam writing so hard. And again, it's not hugely like a bug. That they wiggle. It's just something that wasn't an issue until I just like again, it doesn't cause bugs. It just looks stupid. And I was able to like minimize it or basically eradicate it until I just reconfigured these states a little bit. And I would just love to keep it away if possible. Puyo with the pieces are desperately trying to escape. It's creepy. They do. It is a little uncanny. It's like upsetting. Like, where are they going? Yeah, I don't think the wiggles are fixed. Well, you might want to also say extra movement. I think that's the state that you're seeing them wiggle. Or match checking. Yeah, I do need it to wiggle in match checking. They actually are stopping during movement. I would just go so far as to say that's not enough. Like, you want to stop them even more than that. It's very jank feeling to see them like adjusting themselves constantly or trying to escape. There's something really unsettling about it. Didn't we do this somewhere else too? Oh, we also said not in the menus. It's here on Make Peace Fall. I wonder if we could be even more limiting about it. And maybe even like what if I even like had like a posted a work in progress of your work video of your work in progress? What do you mean? For this jam? You have a work in progress for this jam? What? Since when? Since when? Wait, you're sharing something unrelated? I gotta tell you what I tell everybody. If it's not for this jam, I gotta tell you what I tell everybody. Which is the week before the next Game Like Jam, we check out everyone's stuff. We do. If you were Dungeon Martian or someone else on stream, I would be happy to show off your thing. If you check out this little thing that we got going on. It's a little event. It's a little event. It happens the week before every Game Like Jam. You can actually learn the most about it, not on Discord, but right here on this page. So you join this queue, submit your thing, and we do a nice long chunky stream where we check out everyone's game projects, and it's an unlisted live stream. So that way it's just not like public and we're making critiques of people's games in public, and it's not like a weird promo thing. It's just like kind of semi-private. So the way you get access to that secret stream is by signing up for the free newsletter at patreon.com/hypergamedev. It is free to join the Patreon. You don't have to pay anything. It's simply a way I use like a newsletter service, basically. And a week ahead of that stream, you'll get an email with the unlisted live stream URL. As long as you're in the queue, you can have your game played on stream. So we've already got several people in that queue, and the next one, so it happens, yeah, every other month, starting in February on the last Friday of that month. Very confusing. I should probably have, you know, I should have the date for the next one up there. I could write a script that calculates it. But the next one, I'll tell you, is on June 27th. So that the next Game Like Jam is going to start on July 1st, right here. So a week before that is June 27th. So yeah, if you guys have games or whatever, I'd love to check them out. Obviously, Dungeon, I'm gonna look at what you posted off stream. Happily. Also, member streams, I'll check out your thing too. Happily on stream. I'm actually very excited for what Dungeon is working on. I actually am having to resist checking it out. Just to like not give like preference to somebody. But yeah, back to jam writing. But I'm actually very excited to see. Thanks for letting me know. That's probably all you meant, anyway. Got 2 projects for me to look at. Woo, let's go. But it's going to be a bit for the second one because you got to clean it up. All right. You got to June 27th. And if it's not cleaned up by then, that's all right. I can't wait. You're watching Dungeon stuff on Itch. Dude, she's worth following. She's worth following on HIM. I wonder if I should even, like, what's the most critical states for the wiggles to happen in? It's the Game Jam one. You want to fix that the crap out of that one. Alright. Fair. You feel so defeated not fixing everything you wanted. Right. You're talking about when they left you a bunch of bugs. Gotcha. Doja's been taking a break. You're getting pretty burnt out. Smart. But she's back! I mean, why not? Why? How about the? What about the adjusting phase? How about the adjusting phase? Isn't that when things should be adjusting? Like, is everything gonna break if we just say you can only adjust when we're adjusting? I don't know. There's clearly a lot of like old things in here that do and don't make sense anymore. But it's Game Jam time. I gotta just do it so it works. Okay, so what if we say only in the adjusting? Well, the problem with that is if it's garbage, then it's never gonna be adjusting. Because I'm saying that the garbage doesn't... No, that's not true. No, the garbage will still... No, that's not what that says. That's not what that code says. This code is just saying that garbage isn't going to move us into the adjusting phase. That doesn't mean something else won't move us into the adjusting phase. Okay, let's see if I've reduced the wiggles. I really need to fix some more bugs. This is nice to think about. We did, but well, it kind of was like multiple... Okay. That was I made a big mistake. Wait a minute. The game isn't loading. Okay, alright. Maybe I was a little too restrictive there. Right. The beginning of the game. Pieces need to be able to fall. Okay, fine. If it is adjusting or level transition, what do you think about that? Good. The minimum number of states do that. Show me what that's like. I think level transition is when it drops all the preset pieces down. Basically, those preset pieces aren't happening. The wiggles are nice to think about, but the wiggles aren't mandatory. But the reason why I'm even thinking about it is because I fixed a bug. So I am doing bug fixes, and then it led to the wiggles coming back, so I'm like, oh, do I care to do that? I don't know. Alright, see if our wiggles are a little better now. Ah, so the garbage dump phase also needs the wiggles, otherwise the garbages don't dump. Very important. because it's not just the wiggles, it's move and slide. It's anything is allowed to drop in the first place. I do have to say, I wonder if you could not put it there and only put it here and that be enough? You know? So let's say in the garbage dump phase as well. And we could maybe just try it on make piece fall. So it's not necessarily always move and sliding if it's adjusting, but in make, because I think make piece fall has its own move and slide. Nice. Okay, good. Let's see if the garbage dump's correct. It does not. Nope. Alright. Well, you almost want to make it do make piece fall, but whatever. Sure. Put it in there. Of course I'm afraid. Obviously I'm afraid. And obviously I wish it did do make piece fall on the garbage dump. Maybe I should do that. I don't remember what make piece fall does, if you couldn't tell. I do my best, okay? Pair separating. Why are we stuck in pair? Oh, that isn't the problem. Oh. So pair separating, what that does is, and I talked about it earlier, but just to clarify this time as well. So this is like the piece pair that falls down. Pair separating takes, so normally it's one entire character body that contains two character bodies within it. Whoa, where's my cursor? Oh, okay, there it is. And what happens on pair separating is these actually get reparented to the grid. So they get removed from the piece pair, and then the piece pair gets thrown in the trash. But it doesn't move on to the next phase if these two get reparented and they don't fall and hit the ground. They need to fall and hit the ground in order for us to move out of pair separating. So let me see if I can slap it in here. It's a lot of checks, okay? Alright, I know. Speaking of checks, I'm gonna check up on this cat who is hanging out with us. Welcome back, Travi. Good to have you here. Grooming, very important. Licking your foot, I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but like, you know, I see you. Alright. So let's see if the pair separates. It does. The pieces are falling. We're cooking. So far the wiggles are pretty minimal. I'm just gonna try to stack it as high as possible. I'm not noticing any wiggles. Which is very good. Yes. Yes, perfection. Okay, we gotta stack it high. That's where the cumulative effect really starts showing. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't see a single wiggle, baby. Ain't no wiggles in this house. Hell yeah, dude. You can see it happen a little when it's in the adjusting phase, but that's okay. Alright, this is fantastic. We're good. Great. Ship it. Not ship it, but garbage spawns, or no more extra garbage or unintended garbage. Extra wiggle protection. Added or less wiggles. Less wiggles too. All right. What's next? What do we got? There was definitely some important things that I was thinking of. I mean, level 2 is, there's something still crazy, at least that was happening on level 2, that is not supposed to happen. What is going on with level 2? What's level 2's problem? I'm gonna get there fair and square. No, dude, level 1 is super difficult right now. Don't do that. All right, skip to the next one. So obviously there's 2 queued up. See, level 2 is doing 2 at a time. I don't know how that happened, man. Whoa! Whoa! Uh-oh. We need some... Oops. Okay, we need a few more wiggles. I'm missing a couple wiggles. It's leading to floating pieces. Okay, apparently I didn't check everything because I forgot to check matching. That was my mistake. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need to fix that. No floating pieces, please. What state is it in when that's happening? If I could just get a good useful match here. Match checking. Match checking, I'm gonna need pieces to fall. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna wanna need pieces falling. What the counter for? What the counter for? You talking about this up here? That's when the jam's over. That's my deadline. Everybody's gotta have their games in by then. Okay, so I'm also gonna need to go ahead and gonna wanna see the pieces falling. If we're in the gameplay state. Make it for someone could. It would probably be very bad. Probably not be that good. But then again, if you like took away a lot of the mechanics, you might be able to pull it off. Because it just has to be Puyo-like. So maybe if you get to really the essence of what makes Puyo, maybe you could make it work. Okay, we need it in match checking. Very important. See, now we're getting to the point where I might as well just say where we don't do it. But I still don't understand why level 2 is spawning 2 at a time. No one else does that except level 2. I have no idea why. At one point, I intended for that to be the case. 4 hours, I know, taunting me. I know. It's so true. I appreciate the taunt. It strangely helps me. Oh, nope. Not match checking, somewhere else. Maybe on match clearing is where we need it. Pawn still likes this. Okay. Alright. What is this? What does this mean? It almost is like, ooh, could that be like a power-up, like a freeze power-up where the pieces don't fall when you break them for one turn? Okay, nope, that's not working. Okay, so what's the right state? Even if the bugs were never ironed out, you still like this Puyo. Yeah, me too. Thanks, Pawn. What's the problem? Match clip. Oh, what What are the states here? Pair movement, extra movement, pairs. I feel like it's not. I feel like it's somewhere. It's in. I think adjusting is true outside of adjusting. I don't think the problem is make pieces fall. I think the problem is you need more conditions elsewhere. So like, I would even consider like clearing this out. And maybe adding it in here. It's probably you. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna pretend I know what you mean. So if it's that, it's missing a message. I actually have live chat. It's not even on top chat. So you just got straight moderated. Podix Spawn, just throw it on Android for one. Someone might buy for $1. Someone might buy it. If oh, you copied and pasted it. I see what you're saying. You'd buy it if I put it up for on Android for $1. Yeah, I would like to sell this as soon as possible, but there's some changes I'd want to make to it. This is, yeah, I do think this is like the best game I've made, and I, you know, it needs mobile support. It doesn't actually have mobile support, but there's a reason why I want to learn how to set up security stuff as soon as this jam is ended. I know. So that way I can make sure that I've protected this file as soon as possible, or this project as soon as possible. It could still be too late, but, you know, I'm gonna do my best. Thank you, though. I paid $1 for it, too. Okay, so if we're in adjusting or, I don't know, match clearing or match checking, does that make it fall? Or adjusting stuff? Again, the reason why I'm limiting, I mean, I kind of think at some point I just need to like go back to the wiggles, but the reason why I'm doing all this is to help ensure that it's not wiggling too much, but we're also not in a state we don't need to be in. It makes sense. I should really make it easier while I test this. I don't need the garbage to be coming out quite so much, so I can actually get matches more easily. Dang. I mean, they are falling. They are, as long as they fall before the piece spawns, it's kind of okay. It's not bad. There's more of a delay to them falling, but something I actually kind of like it. It's different, but it's not bad. Right? They kind of hang there a second and then fall. You know, I kind of like it. As long as they fall before the player can add a new piece to the board. It's not really a big deal. What I don't like is it keeps there from being like a distinct moment when all the garbages fall, because now the garbage falls at the same time as those pieces falling, which I don't really like. Because oh, we have wiggles. The wiggles have come back. Oh, we got problems. Oh, we got issues. We have a lot of issues. This is not good. This is not good. Oh dear. This is eating up a lot of time, officially. What are some other states this would be good to have in? What's it in currently? Currently it's in adjusting, clearing, and checking. We could put it in grid updating as well. We could keep it out of clearing. You know, and I think it's worth considering that it could skip, right? So if you don't have it in grid updating, that means it could be falling. That could be part of the problem, right? Is that there's like a state, like it's not continuously moving sliding. They're getting interrupted. That might even be like the original cause of the wiggles, now that I think about it. Is interrupted move and slide. Looks like it's off to me. There is like this weird like robotic feel now. I can't explain it. But I think in that moment we could have those pieces tween into place. Oh, what the hell? Oh, dang. Dang, I thought that was... okay. Alright. I feel like these maybe are all the places where I want it. And can we go back to not making this any different? I'm trying to remember what this was originally at. I think this originally was saying... okay, hold on. Oh dear. Okay, give me this. We're gonna undo a whole bunch. Pair move, if it was not in pair movement and it's not in game over, that was happening. Adjusting, updating, checking, clearing. Oh, that was supposed to be checking. Well, it's fine. This is quite messy, and it doesn't make me happy. But that's okay. It's okay not to be happy sometimes. Or just always happy, like, it's like super messed up. It's like really dangerous. Okay, the timing feels better. Feels less robotic now. Okay, I need pieces to fall, not all get cleared. Come on, give me some dirt. Okay, we got some dirt. Dang, they're getting stuck. But that's I don't understand, because I guess like in level checking, I guess we need it in level checking. Very surprising. Again, you just have to make sure it's continuous though, so we don't ever interrupt anything. Now, I'll be honest, I need what I really need to do is I need to verify that adjusting is even running at that moment that it needs to be. Maybe it's that make pieces fall. I don't know. There's so many different possible combinations of things here. I shouldn't have cleared that so fast. That's okay. Okay, here we got a chance to test. Like, how is that? How is it that they don't fall? I mean, I think it might be your, like, make pieces fall thing. So if that's the case, let's nerf this. Okay. What? Okay, what the hell is make pieces fall? I'm done not understanding when does this happen? This happens if, okay, so the difference between make pieces fall, first of all, okay, wait, what does make pieces fall do? If not just fell, make pieces fall checks the floors. And it does more than move and slide. Okay, so that's very different than what this is doing. This isn't necessarily moving them. This is just moving, sliding them. Is this pointless? Is this useless? Is this doing nothing? Would be my question. Like, is this everything? It's obviously not doing nothing. Try something for me. No, don't do that. Oh gosh. I was gonna set this to the same. Show me what happens if I get rid of that. Like, tell me how devastating of a choice that is. And this all came from because I wanted to make sure extra garbage didn't dump. But it's just kind of what happens when I go back and have to change things that were designed for a kind of a different purpose. So far, I'm not seeing any difference. Now, there is one difference. These are not falling ever. These are now never falling, which is really interesting. It's very interesting. And I find that a little surprising, actually. That just putting them and adjusting isn't enough to make them drop. And when does adjusting become true? If it's... Oh my god, look. I took out adjusting being true. Wait. No. Not oh my god, look. Wait, where does adjusting become true? Dude, I don't know what I'm talking about. Adjusting equals true. Yeah, on adjusting. And you're making that true for garbage only. Okay, you didn't take it out. So that means this is essentially making adjusting true for everything anyway. Well, that's stupid. It's not, because the difference is, you want this, because you want adjusting to become true either way. You just don't want the adjusting state. And this is if it hits the floor. But what if it doesn't hit the floor? What if the floor falls out from underneath it, right? That's what the adjusting is supposed to be accounting for. Okay, I'm just gonna run this print. Now this is gonna print an explosive amount of times. I don't care. Let it happen. Let it happen. Okay, adjusting just happened a bunch. Adjusting's happening right there. Adjusting's currently... sorry, let me get out of the way. So there you can see those prints on the right there. Right? That's only that the numbers only go up if adjusting is true. So adjusting is just constantly true here. True. It's just, and that there's different pieces that it's true for and some that it isn't true for, right? Okay. Well, then in that case, I would be curious to see if we say if it's neither of those, what is that like? And then I'll go ahead and run a move and slide. I would think I want that in different situations. Or not. Because this is going to allow for... Probably it's going to bring back the wiggles. Because this is very frequently that it's going to run. But... it should very much at least resolve the issue of pieces not falling down. So it's running quite a lot. Ugh, I got blocked. Okay. I need something I can match. No garbage, please. Come on, no garbage. Alright, here we go. Now it falls really well. But I worry that we're gonna get wiggles back. So let's see if we get wiggles back. The wiggles are more often, definitely. You can see it kind of like adjusting here and there. Especially in like the match checking phase. Where I wouldn't want it to be doing it in like, say, the match checking phase. But if I don't do it in match checking, I also need to not do it in grid up. Wait, So we have it. Wait, what does it say right now? It says do it in everything except for pair movement and except for game over. That's a game state. I think you should maybe say if it's not in gameplay would make the most sense. So if it's not gameplay, run this move and slide. Wrong. If it is gameplay, run the move and slide. Unless, here, do it like this. Say if we're in gameplay, that is a prerequisite for doing it. However, I also want to say, do not do it in pair movement. Do not run in pair movement, which means it's going to run on spawn pair on everything except for this. I would like to limit it in some other places as well. I'd kind of like to see it limited over here. Maybe limited. I'm worried about interrupting if it is moving and that causing some like mismatching. Well, let's try it. Do not run if we're in pair movement. Also do not run if we're in match checking. What is that like? That could be, I think it's going to be a big problem. I think you're going to end up with them stuck in the air again. That's what I think. I think it's essential for them to be in match checking. Prove it. Okay, so now I just need to get a match. I wonder how long it's going to take for me to make it easier, so I can more guaranteed a match. Oh, I did a bad job. Oh, crap. I swear to God. I swear to God, garbage. You leave me alone. Okay. That was fine. For now. Let's see if I stack up high, if we get wiggles. I am seeing wiggles, but it's at the times that I said it was okay. So, oh, they're definitely uneven. Stack it up high. I see wiggles for sure. In garbage dump. Oh, there. Oh, it's, yeah, it's wiggling. Oh, it's wiggling. You see it breathing over here? I don't love that. Oh, they got stuck up here. We're stuck in garbage dump. Whoa. Oh God, we got problems. Two spawn on top of each other. Whoa. So oh dear. I did have an idea at what point where I would introduce a protection to say that garbage can't spawn in a full column, but it seems to never happen until now. And obviously we still got wiggles galore. So I think I actually do need to implement protection that says it's not going to spawn in a column that's full, which sucks because that's actually a pretty complicated thing to implement. Yeah, I'm in danger. It's making me want to pivot a little bit to something else. You know, get this like good enough. I'm also curious to like put it back to the way that it was and find like a workaround for making sure that extra garbage doesn't spawn, and just say, you know what, extra garbage spawns sometimes, who cares? If there is extra garbage, just delete it, just kill it. Garbage dump, move and slide, adjusting seems safe. We do get some wiggles. We got some breathing happening. But it could be worse. So that's the thing, is most of the time you lose before garbage can spawn on the top row. But not necessarily. I think this is better wiggle-wise. That garbage dump phase, which was a more recent one that I added in, seemed to have been a bad time for wiggles. I do see this column needed to readjust. It did. It figured itself out there. Oh, that one just had a little readjustment. You can see that top green piece is a little lower than the orange one to its left. Or, yeah, yep. So that's gonna be a game over. And I think that's just because we have like asynchronous wiggling. Like sometimes it wiggles and then it stops, instead of like only having it in like a continuous chunk or something. But it's not too bad. There's just that rare but possible edge case that garbage spawns when you're high up. Because if you place a piece fast enough, garbage won't even build up. And so when the stack is very high at one time, well, depending on the speed of the opponent, that's the thing, is this even a realistic speed that an opponent would have? If the speed of the opponent is high enough, then it is going to potentially drop a garbage on a full column. But you see here, I'm gonna fail before that can even happen. So it's really a very, very rare edge case, but it's a problem, and it can happen. And if it does happen, then your game is just gonna stop working all of a sudden, which is pretty unacceptable. So it does make me think, which again, it's I need to put it, but it's a lot of code. I started working on it, and I think I still have that code, like partial code, like commented out. I don't think I could pull that off. Maybe I could pull it off in time. But I think it just might be a bug to like potentially leave in. Or be willing to leave in and just know that it's possible. Trying to reproduce it. Okay, if that top left one were to fill in, then we'd get the issue. Because it's if any garbage goes above. So here's what I would say, Lise. Well, you can't. Well, you can. Okay, if a garbage is placed up here, it needs to die. Honestly, before, if a it's tough though. It's tough. But that's what it's. Basically, what the code would do is it would say, if I'm spawning a piece of garbage in a column that is currently full, you know, there's one of two things that can happen. The easy thing or the hard thing. The easy thing would be the player gets a freebie and just no garbage spawns there. But in theory, you know, you could do this exploit where you just stack up one side and now you have less chance. You could potentially eat a piece of garbage and lose that garbage. And you know what I mean? Like it also is kind of not a big deal, but it betters your chances of not getting garbage. You know, it's like a trade-off. Yeah, you have one full column, but that's one less garbage potentially. Pretty edge case exploit. So maybe not a big deal, and it's like a freebie in any other situation. Like, do I want to give the player that freebie? We could also make that an automatic fail. Like you just lose the game if a piece tries to. I think I'm gonna say, okay, let me just make a commit here. Wiggles actually improved-ish with falling working. So all right, let me put. I'm gonna put it gives you a freebie code in because I think that's gonna be doable. So in the game scene, I should have some comp. Please. Here, checking if the column is filled. So when it's going to dump a bunch of garbage per piece that it's about to dump out, it sets up the garbage that it's going to spawn, so it actually will spawn the garbage first. Which, you might not want to do that before you decide if it should do it. So, you might want to move that down. So it defines the X position that it's going to go to. And if we say column is color grid array X position, which I think that's not gonna work. The X position is iteration, so if the dump array, you don't want to go through the whole dump array. No, you do, because yeah, you do. No, that's fine. There's going to be 6 indices, 0 through 5. So I'm saying +1, which you would not want to be the X position, because that's, no, you don't want to put, you want this to be I. This needs to be I. That way that's not out of bounds, because 6 is going to be out of bounds. So just like we're iterating through the dump array, we're also iterating through the columns. of the entire grid of every piece. Like the entire board is represented in this grid array. So that's the column. And then we're gonna say if any column is filled, so column is filled would take in the color integer, and we just need to make sure okay, but we need to be looking okay. So 0 means that there isn't a piece there. So if there are no zeros in the column, then we know that it's filled. So it's gonna say, if any column is filled, now we have skip column. That's surely not doing anything. Yeah. I would say instead of skip the column, we're just gonna, it's just a freebie. The player gets to not worry about that garbage. I hate that. I really don't like that. But I think it's gonna be the easiest way to get this done. So that's what I'm gonna do. Now, if the column is available, right, so we want to queue, we don't even want to queue free. We just want to continue. Like, forget this iteration, don't bother with it, move on. Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't cause problems. If the column is available, however, I mean, just proceed with everything else. So do this. In theory, that should protect against that. I'd be curious to like see, I think it's going to be hard to like make that happen. Well, I think we won't see, it wasn't that hard. I was able to get it so a piece went a little bit above, and that's when it would just not spawn the garbage that it said it was going to spawn. It just won't do it. So just out of curiosity, see if we can get that to happen. I'm just going to say print column skipped, whatever, just do like a breakpoint. I just want to see that that is working in theory. Now, the more interesting way to deal with this, that would be a lot more to code, would be to say, instead of just skipping that garbage being spawned, take that piece of garbage and put it in an open column. And eventually it would drop it in the one that makes you lose, and it would be game over. But you know, that's just going to be a lot more work to set up. Okay, I set this up incorrectly, obviously. I probably have my Boolean mixed up here. So let's say if it finds a color set to 0 or whatever. I don't know why, but I think I mixed that up. It's good. Look, it's that weird binary negative, double negative, whatever. We'll see. Maybe I'm just doing it wrong. I don't know. Let's find out. That's why I did the breakpoint, so I could make sure I'm getting the intended result. Oh! Okay, looks like I'm gonna need some more info because I am just doing this wrong. So let's get some more data. I don't think there's gonna be, well, we could see here. Column array size 14, there's a lot of zeros in there. So what I'm trying to check is to make sure there isn't a 0. If there isn't a 0, return true. That's what I wanted to do. Because I'm in crunch and the panic is setting in, I'm gonna ask for some other chat help. It is time to summon the other chat. Or I will put out a flag for needing help. And obviously if someone beats the other chat to it, that's okay. Specifically, what I want to know is why doesn't if any column is filled, why doesn't if any column is filled tell me or return true if there are no zeros in color grid array i.e. the column. Wait, how the any method works in combination with the column filled function. Let me analyze the problem. Okay, yeah. This will return true if any element in the column satisfies the condition. In this case, if any element is not 0. Your column is filled function returns true when the color is not 0. If your column has no zeros, all cells are filled. Then that will return true for every element. Oh. Meaning the condition is satisfied and the code will enter the if block. This seems the opposite to what you're expecting. If you want to skip columns that have any empty cells, you should either invert the logic in your function. I did try that. But use all instead of any. I think that's what we want. Okay. I don't want... So I didn't realize that. I didn't realize any was returning true or false every single index that it checked. I did not realize that. That was me trying to read the documentation and understand things. Alright. Alright, let's try to reproduce it. So far, so good. See, sometimes I just need the AI to look at it because, like, I don't know. I do my best, but that was a lot easier than me just, like, whatever I would have debugged to deduce that. Okay, so I filled the columns on the left and the right. So that means garbage should definitely not spawn in the top left. Uh-oh. Something went wrong, because I'm now stuck in match checking. Oh, we hit the breakpoint. Perfect. Excellent. Good. Exactly. Correct. Okay. Nice. So let's just continue then. Right, we hit it again. That's true. That's correct. Let's continue. Did we hit it again? Oh, it really doesn't like that I'm breakpointing right here. It hates that I'm breakpointing here. Okay, well, it seemed like it was firing in the right place. I am going to remove the breakpoint for now. Thank you. Please stop. Column skipped for X position and then let's see what X position that it stopped it on. So no more breakpoint. Thank you. You don't like breakpointing there? I don't like breakpointing there. But I'm glad that we hit a breakpoint. Now I just want to confirm that it seems to be doing it in the right place. So I'm going to look for X position. So that's the only time we should see any messages come through. And then first and foremost, I need to stack all the way to the left or right. So it should say 1 or 6. Should be the X positions that it skips a garbage dump on. Again, in a way you have this weird exploit where you're lowering the number of garbage that can spawn potentially, or you're increasing the chance that you get -1 garbage. Okay, so alright, so now those 2 are full. So now we just wait. Position 6, it skipped it. So it only spawned 2. So it's working. It's protecting it from overflowing. Again, it just means that filling up the sides is a potential strategy. Which I don't love. But there you go. Alright. I'm shipping it. I mean, at least I'm calling that protected. We'll say garbage spawn. A garbage spawn. I'm gonna keep this in here. Was skipped for the X position. Alright. And I'm leaving skip column there for some hope I ever come back and want to change it. I'm even going to say to do skip column. That's a someday thing. Alright. Garbage can't spawn above the board. Alright. Whew. What's next? Figuring out why opponent number 2 spawns 2 pieces at a time. That has been a very, very confounding mystery. Something else I need to do is I need to make sure that the U1 screen shows up. Let's just skip to the next level. So unlike any other opponent, number 2 will do 2 at a time. This is not intended. I don't understand. It makes it way too difficult. You know, I could call it a feature, not a bug, and just slow down how often it spawns them. You know, if I really wanted to. I could do that. I could do that. It's like, it's part of level 2's personality. It's its AI. It's its attack pattern. That's all. But even if I skip down to the next one, this one's gonna do 1 at a time. And I don't know why. Even this next guy, the more difficult ones, they all do 1 at a time. Except for that one, and I don't know how that got programmed in. But I would like to be in control of such a thing. Oh yeah, I forgot about this issue, which is that the earthworm's first piece of garbage is actually blocked by its own head. Which is not supposed to happen. I actually do kind of have an idea on how he get around that. I might be able to just say that attack power is an important Puyo lore. That's true. That's true. I just wish I was in control of it. Instead of the lore being in control of me. I think I could potentially just set each of these... They're local anyway. So... I don't love doing this because it means I have to give them a special material. But I could set their material to have the depth. I mean, like, really, you can do that with any garbage. Why not? Doesn't really matter, does it? With the orthographic view, we could just no depth test all of them. Maybe. Oh, do I have to do transparency for that to work? Or do I have to restart it? Oops. Or is that just like not? What about cull mode front? Actually, maybe that's not how that's gonna work. I'm actually a little surprised that this isn't appearing above it. With all of these set... Oh, it's paused? Oh, it's paused. That's why. Okay, well, I don't know if I need every single one of these. Let's see which one I do need set. So if I do no depth test, you can see some of these actually appear behind. And that's not good, because now right, so that's gonna actually draw over the game over screen, which is stupid. I hate that. And that'll even happen for the garbages up here. So if the menu falls down that way, it's gonna fall down above or underneath that, which is not good. So, yeah, whoops. I'm not sure there's really any way to keep it, to have it be above the worm and below the menu. Unless the menu also had no depth test or something and was rendered above. But I don't know if I can even really do that. It's already on a super high layer. And then that would mean like every texture on it. Oh, it's actually a mesh. I forgot that it's a mesh. Well, then maybe this is more possible, actually. It is a mesh. So if I give it like a special no depth test, but then it's gonna probably cover up things you don't want it to cover up. Yeah, that seems not ideal. I think that might not be what I want. would be what I think. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, why are the shadows there? That's crazy. I didn't know that would like change shadows. You know, maybe we could make this work. Okay, you know what? I think we can do this. So here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna reset all this back. And what we're gonna do is make this unique. We're gonna make it no depth test. Oh, so I'm gonna have to reload it to test that, unfortunately. And we gotta go to the next, we gotta go to the level. But you probably want to do that with the other ones too, so here. So basically this one's, the menu block textures are gonna have their own special textures, versions of these textures, which I don't love if I ever want to like refactor the way the colors look, you know, or like, you know, change the palette. I'll be a bit out of luck there. Not out of luck, but it'll be a little more effort to do so. Okay, we'll fix that. But I need to skip down to the worm level. Oh, that's some hype. Jesus. Music's like, go, 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 go. You're right. Okay, worm level. And then I just need to get a game over with garbage visible. So be careful with that garbage. With that game over. Uh-oh. Okay, there's just garbage. Oh, dang it. It's kind of hard. Oh, it's kind of hard. There we go. Game over with garbage. Got it. Hey, guy. Some things are fixed. Some things still need to be fixed. We're fixing and we're finding things that need to be fixed. One little thing right now is just that the garbage that shows up behind the worm is blocked. So I'm trying to make sure that it appears above the worm's face. I think you have some problems there with that, Lees, though, because then you're going to have the garbage appearing above this over here, the wall on the right. So what are you going to do about that? Cross that bridge momentarily. So, no depth test. We want it to have a high render priority. And that already is a lot better. Now we do that for the rest of these too. No depth test, high render priority. You're the past, comment on earlier fix. Nice. Oh, maybe the one with the column spawning? We had an under construction fix, indeed. Okay, so now the menu is on top of our garbages. Now the garbages aren't totally the way I want them, but also let me make sure I save these special. So this is mesh color, but it's kind of a, oh, we do have a, wow, okay, great. But that's meshes. I'm gonna say in UI textures. Can we make this a favorite? And then can we come back to objects, textures? Color, dirt, no shadow. Is that what? Oh, I do need to say, well, it does have no shadow. I don't know what this was before I changed it, so we're just gonna call it color, dirt, or let's say UI color, dirt. This one is dirt grass. UI color dirt grass. That's kind of annoying that this doesn't show you the directory that it's in. Oh, if I hover over it, it does. But like here, it says object slash. Why can't you just have it like that? I don't know. Okay, save that. Sure, you're getting all kinds of bugs smushed or nicely shoot into a coffee can and released outside free range style. That's it. That's how we do it. That is exactly how I handle bugs. You know me so well. Yeah, we're getting there. I think this one's just called grass. Yes, but the pressure is definitely on. UI color grass. Okay. Now, we have a couple problems. Number one, three hours, that's right. Number one, you can see in the back here, these are sort of fading away. It's not what we want. So I'm just gonna click some of these till it looks gooder, till it looks more good. Depth draw mode? Nope. Render priority? Yes. So we want it to have a very high render priority. Will help us there. Okay. Next, we have another problem, which is over here. The garbage is now going to show above this wall, which is not good. So I'm a little afraid of what trying to fix that is going to be like. My obvious attempt would be to make sure that the pieces on that wall render above it. So maybe I'll put this render priority at like 100. I have a feeling it's going to be more complicated than that. Just a guess. Just a guess. Yeah, so just upping its render priority is not sufficient. Now, if I were to throw a no depth test on this, that's going to cause other unintended consequences, like over here. Now that's on the left showing above. So, you know, I could say only do that on the right side, right? But that also presents a potential issue, one that I could maybe overlook. At least there's only one that I see right now, which is that now right here, that's showing above it. Not the end of the world, but you know, that's only one potential unintended consequence. I assume that would also happen down here. Well, doesn't seem like it. So, you know, just something to think about. Something to think about. All right. Well, then let's... I gotta make a new material that's only for the right side wall. It's pretty obnoxious. But here we are. So we come back to the main scene, and I gotta just identify that single wall. Now we do have a problem because this wall changes in 2 different places. So I'm gonna need to make sure both of those have the right one on it. It's pretty obnoxious, just so I can show this here. The thing is, number 1, I don't want to move where the garbages spawn. That's a huge situation that I'm not about to deal with. Number 2, I don't particularly want to make the earthworm smaller, or the sandworm smaller. The fact that it's big is part of what makes it, like, you know, the final boss. So it kind of needs to be big. You know, I could remake the final enemy to, like, have its head up higher or something, but again, I think that that's very time consuming. This is not so much time consuming as it is potentially consequential, right? Because think of all the things I'm changing. I'm changing the way the menu renders, I'm changing the way pieces render, I'm changing the way walls render, and so that's like many different things that could have unintended consequences that I then have to deal with. So, yeah, I don't know. So we'll see. So I'm gonna say, let's find that wall in the main scene. There's 2 different ones. So this is, I'm actually not gonna find that this way. I need to come in here, because this isn't the same one. This one gets removed, because the way that it works is that, sure, that's there for level 1, but after you beat level 1, this is going to go whoop and be gone. So it's going to get replaced with something else. That something else needs to also have that new effect. You don't distract too much, but are the many rows of highlighted bottom row blocks a later levels thing or a debug thing? The many rows of highlighted bottom row blocks a later levels thing or a debug thing. It's actually an intended feature. So my Puyo-like is different than the regular Puyo in that your objective is not to is not to survive, but instead your objective is to clear all of the preset pieces when the level starts. And so those pieces that are highlighted, those are the pieces that you're supposed to clear in order to win. So they're trying to tell you, the player, hey, these ones, you have to get rid of them. That's why they're there. Okay, so it does look like I have this instantiated, but I'm sure it's not a wall pieces, right? I'm sure it's just wall pieces. .tscn. So I could make it local, or it could have like some boolean. I could have a script on here and some boolean that makes it either be a left side or a right side, which will just like change which material it gets. Or I could make a new wall piece. I think that makes the most sense. I'm gonna make a new wall pieces scene, and we're gonna call it wall pieces right. Hey, what's up, Tamil? You're facing a big problem in your horror game project. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm also not sorry, because problems are such great things about learning, opportunities for learning, right? So I'm happy for you that you have an opportunity to grow. But also, I'm sorry to hear that it's a big problem. Welcome. Later levels get that huge bunch of preset blocks. Yeah, every level gets preset blocks, but the later levels get more to increase the difficulty. Okay, so for the pieces on the right, I need these to have a new material. So we'll stop the runtime. And this material I'm going to make unique. And we need to set it up so it renders above. I'm going to save it. This isn't a UI texture. This is a regular object texture. Ah, dang it. I actually don't remember if it was no shadow or not. It was. Okay. So we're going to make it unique. And then I'm going to save it as no shadow on top. And then for all the rest of these, I need to also make them have the no shadow on top material. And then I have to replace the right side walls everywhere they appear with this new right side wall. Okay, so they all should have the new material on it. That has on top. I'm just going to check a couple random ones. That has on top. Very good. Okay. Now, I just hovered over this. Cat was in the way. So now, I'm going to make sure I replace. Whoops! I'm going to make sure I wide cat. Make sure I replace this in all the requisite places. So that includes in the main scene. This wall piece is right. We're going to drop this in, call it wall. Well, we'll get rid of, well, here, let's do this. Let's copy its position. And we want to paste the new position onto here. Evidently, we've also changed its rotation by 180 degrees. I don't know. Whatever. Just do it. Make it the same. And then get rid of the old one and rename this here. Now, I need to go to the next level, or level 2, which is instantiated in over and over again. And I need to update its right wall to also be that new one. I'm a little afraid by what I see. Okay, level 2 is here. Okay, level 2 is here. Okay, there it is. We got there. I'm not afraid anymore. So we're gonna drop this right piece, wall pieces right in here. Make sure we put it in the same spot with the same values. This is quite a lot of changes that might have unintended consequences, so I continue to be a little scared. Okay, now, the next thing I need to check is I'm going to have the runtime, and I need to see garbage next to it, and then I'm going to make sure I tick all the right boxes that ensure that that material actually appears above. When using Godot Engine, your PC shuts down due to high voltage when you start it and open Godot Engine. It shows your project file is corrupted. Your 1 year work is gone. I definitely recommend using version control. Really, and I know that's not going to help you in this situation, but in the future, definitely get GitHub desktop set up, watch some tutorials, learn how to use it to back up your project, number 1. Number 2, I wouldn't give up hope that it's ruined. You could try on our Discord. I noticed you did join the Discord, but you didn't react to the rules. So if you're having trouble with that, just let us know, and we'll try to get that sorted out for you. But you might be able to get some extra help on the Discord. I can't help you with that right now. There's a lot of like little things that I would need to like know, but I would help you if you ask for help on the Discord. So in the Discord, right now, the only place that you can actually access anything is going to be right here. So if I were to say, to find you here, so there's you on Discord, right there. So what you need, and you're not in the right group. So in order to be in the right role, what you have to do is click on rules, right? Read the rules, and then you're gonna click right there. Just click on that emoji right there, just like that. And once you've done that, then you're gonna get access to the rest of the Discord. And then what you should do is post about your problem in this Godot channel, all right? And when you do that, I think we can help you. But definitely get you some GitHub desktop. Because if you have version control, you've always got it backed up. No matter what happens, you can roll back and have your project. It sounds like really stressful. I hope that we can help you. That sounds super stressful. But it might not, there might still be hope. There might still be hope. Alright, so I want to get some garbage landing on the far right. It is currently, there we go. We got one on the far right. I'm just going to stop pieces from coming in, so that way the game sort of basically just freezes up. I found an unintended, we have an issue. So we're in danger. The danger is, look at this. This is the unintended consequence that I was worried about, or one of them. Look at that. Now the glass shows through every single piece. Uh-oh. That is not good. That's not good at all. This is very bad. You know, it just kind of turns into this Hydra problem where it's like, you know, I cut off one head, another one pops up with these textures. So I like keep trying to stack textures like on top of each other, and it's just gonna get crazy. This is not good. I'm gonna need to come up with something else. I mean, at this point, maybe it is easier just to change the worm model, you know? Yeah, of course, Tamil. No problem. Again, I'm really sorry that that's happening. It's gonna be okay. I think it's gonna be okay. How do I want to deal with this? Oh no, I'm in danger. I'm in serious danger. This is bad. This is gonna rob me of my time. All because of the worm? Well, here's the thing, Lise. What? You don't have to do any of this. You don't have to do any of this. I'm in the United States. That's where I'm from. That's all you need to know. Lise, you don't have to do any of this. You ain't gonna do none of this. You ain't gonna do none of this. Hold on a dang second. Just make the preview garbage be on top. Back. And you're in India. Hello to India from the US. It's probably, what time? Is it early? It's probably early in the morning, right? Up and at 'em. I'm usually up pretty late. Okay, so here's what you do. What you're gonna do is you're gonna make a special garbage material that is on top, or the glass material. You're gonna make a special on top version. Right now, it is in, well, in the part of the United States that I'm in, which is the central part of the United States, it is 8:12 p.m. But the United States is friggin' gigantic. so it's many different times in different parts of the country. But the part that I'm in, it's 8:12 p.m. Central Time. Okay, so we're gonna make a special glass on top. And that's what these garbages are set to. Are the special one on top. But the garbages that fall are not going to be set to that. And I think we're actually setting that programmatically. So it might actually just kind of work itself out. So let's see. Yeah, I thought it might be early in India. Dang, I wish I got up before 7 a.m. That is goals for me. The earliest it would be in the US right now is probably like 4 p.m. Okay, let me see those not on top. Okay, those are still on top. Oh, because I need to update the default resource. So let me find the glass color here. You get up at 4 a.m. naturally in India? Every Indian person. It's inexplicable. They have something else about them that just makes them just arise. You're only really Indian if you wake up at 4 a.m. naturally. I know what you mean, I think, though. It's like a cultural norm to get up early. That's cool. I think I want that. Do I want that cultural norm? Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't wish that. Yeah. You are. Okay, so I'm gonna take off the depth test on this. That's really all I have to do on this resource. I think that's it. But I did notice that isn't... Oh, unpause it. I would have thought we would see that here in the runtime. So, question for me. Are the remote pieces set to the on top color? Oh, that's the previews. We don't care about that. They are set to the on tops. Oh, I think you might have to... Actually, I don't really know what's going on. I think I might have saved the resource bad. Your younger sister always wakes up after 9 a.m.? She's not Indian. I'm kidding, of course. I think I might have saved that resource bad. Let me go to globals. Where do we save the colors? Where do we save the colors? Oh, here. Glass. See, it says color glass. So why would it be the on top one? I think, Lise, because you're not setting it there. Because it's set over here. That's why. Okay, here, change this to color glass. Save it. Now try it. I don't think I saved it incorrectly. Now, I don't actually need that right wall to be on top anymore. That was totally unnecessary. I didn't need to do any of that right wall stuff. That was super unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. I just didn't think of the idea until it was too late. Okay, show me those garbages. Nice. Garbages look good. Now skip to the next level. You got water physics working? Whoa. Dude, I'm so curious about your cellular automa. Nice work. I'm gonna play the crap out of that. Okay, perfect. So that's on top as I want it to be, but then when they drop, they're not on top, which is also the way I want it to be. It's perfect. It's perfect. Okay. Good. Excellent. We're in good shape. All right. Save it. Doesn't matter that the wall's a different scene. I'm probably gonna be confused someday when if I ever need to change the walls on Moss, but at least now that's fixed. So I'm gonna say that preview glass appears above opponents. Friends are gamers on YouTube. They are now in high level, but your game developing. Always be proud to be in the starting stage. Yeah, you gotta be proud to be in the starting stage. Absolutely. Starting stage of YouTube or game development? Both, I guess. You should always, yeah, absolutely. Being in the beginning is such a great, beautiful time. I feel like a lot of people often look back on that fondly. You know? Maybe we take the starting stages for granted. But not you. Which is good. Alright, so what's next? Next, I need the U1 to work. For some reason, U1 is not working. Now, what does happen is it will say that I won. Or let me rephrase that. I can get print messages to say that we're in the U1 state, or even the state at the bottom of the screen will correctly show that we won. I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of that means, Tamil. I don't know what those things mean. My guess is the answer is no. Okay. So, I'm just gonna cheat my way to the last level here. And I'm not gonna play it proper. I'm just gonna skip it. Whoa. Oh, I know what that bug was. Don't worry, that bug doesn't matter. Okay, skip to the next one. So it says we're in the U1 state, and the game state was updated to U1. But there is no U1 message. I need to figure out what's going on here. The main menu. Oh, the main menu. Oh no, it is invisible. Just kidding. Okay, I thought it was. It's not. I mean, actually, it does appear to be visible. I'm a little confused. Why would you say that it's... Okay, I need to debug what's going on here, because I don't know. So let's just even look through the whole project about U1. I emit the state, or we switch to the state. During the level transition, if the current level rises above the last level, then it should change that state, which it does. Good. Now, when we are actually in the U1 state, then we'll run every function that says .connect on U1, or this signal will connect. Oh, cellular automa. Kaigai, I think if you are connected on YouTube and Discord, since you're a member, I think Dungeon posted about it in the general too. Yeah, she's working on a cellular automa game, which sounds awesome. So it's only connected here in the main menu, which seems reasonable. Now I do the same thing that happens when we pause the game. When we get a game over, I tween the menu down. It's literally the same thing. On tween menu, or the tween menu comes down. Like, is it? Menu tweened down. Yeah, like Noida, Falling Sand games. Yeah, kind of like, and then like Raphael's game too. Raphael's Class Boom. When you have like the water and the sand and stuff. Raphael's someone who's in this community who shared a game with us frequently. It's called Class Boom. It's a cool game. If you can find it, you should check it out. Very strange. Can we also just get like a main menu print here? And even though it's not quite main menu related. Oh wait, where's the U1 print? Oh, it's just when the game state changes, it does that. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. You need to look more in the Discord? If you want to. If you're a part of the Hyper Game Dev community, you need to be in the Discord. Or else. Not really. So, if I search for main menu tweened down. So that one came through right there. Required by Hyper Game Dev law. So if I open this menu tweened down. If I close it, well, it's already tweened down. Hit continue. Oh, that's a fun bug I didn't know existed. We can't allow that being pressed if you already have the menu down. Ooh, let's fix that. I love a new easy bug. I thought that was kind of already dealt with, but whatever. So tell me more about what happens when the menu is down. Please. I mean, I noticed we don't have like any kind of Boolean or state that the menu is down or not. That could be useful. Could be something to think about. Menu down. You're a rebel. Love that. Technically, well, I mean, I would say as soon as possible, menu down should be true. On menu up finished. Oh, menu down false. Right. Let's actually put that over here. And then I'm even gonna go back to the UI script. Well, you kind of want like a signal, wouldn't you? I mean, no, we can do stuff. No, you kind of, or you're gonna do what, like process? Yeah, what the hell? I don't care anymore. Run a whole extra process function. See if I care. It's last minute time. I gotta do what I gotta do. 2 hours left. Probably about 2.5 hours left, everybody. Get your games updated. Get your games submitted. 2.5 hours left. If main menu .ref menu down, then I would want button settings visible to be false. Otherwise, it's true. Which you could just, well, nah. I could make it equal to it. I guess I could say I could say button settings. Can I say like not button settings visible equal this? What would that be like? Hey, what's up, JJ? Welcome. If it makes you feel better, I'm still fixing my game too. Nice. Do you have a pre-submission? Are you pre-submitted? I hope you are. I hope you've tested the itch page and everything. Okay, yeah, no, that's not allowed. I just need it to be the opposite. Not equal. Equal not that. Oh, it likes that. It's not mad about that. Love it. Let's go. I know exclamation point. You know, I don't like the exclamation point. If I'm in a language where I don't have to use it, I'm not going to use it. You pre-submitted! Let's go! Very good. Then I do feel better. I don't know why I saved all the bug stuff for last, but I did. Okay. Wait, now I can't. Okay, there we go. I click it, it disappeared. Continue, and it goes up, it's back. Alright, there we go. Perfect. So we can't click it multiple times. Great. Now, let's go to the end. And again, the thing that I was checking was if the menu is tweened down, and it is. It is tweened down in all these instances. I might want to, you know what I should do? I'm going to actually improve this a little bit, this error check, and, or not this error check, but this print statement. Let's go, JJ. I'm so pumped. I can't wait to play your guys' games. It does make me feel better, it does. Tween down during... And I would love to know the state. So I'm actually going to go back to my debug script where we keep track of the states. Is that where we keep it? I thought that was where we keep it. Where do we keep track of the states? I thought it was here. Okay, I guess not. Where do we keep track of it then? Yeah. Let's see. Label gameplay. Oh, in game states. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Okay, I just need this syntax. Back to the main menu. I just would like to see the state that we currently are in when that print occurs. So we can see if that's happening during the U1 state. Okay, so now that's going to tell me what state the menu is tweened down during. This is probably one of the most important things before it's kind of like doing extra stuff. Like, I do need to rebalance the game because right now it's almost unbeatable. It is not unbeatable, but it is quite more difficult than it should be. Oh, I also don't have my score in time. I've decided to let go of score, unfortunately. But time, I'm gonna still get implemented. Okay, so we got tween during pre-gameplay, the main menu. Now if I open up this, the main menu tweened during pair movement. Tween down during pair movement, so it's printing during the state. Okay, let's move on to the next level. Okay, this is the last level. So now, when I complete the next level, it never even runs tween down during. That never even happens. And yet, the game state is updated to U1. That's very interesting. How is that happening? State game. Look at that. Do you see that? I connected the game over state to the U1 function. It's just a typo. It was just a typo. All that all that debug just to find a typo. You know what? I love it. I love it. When it turns out to be easy, I have no problem with finding out that it was an easy fix. Hand to God. Alright. Alright, let's see if we get a U1. Now, obviously, it would be great if, like, when you win, it, like, looks special. You know? Game over, you win! I know, right? Like, oh, huh. Okay, alright, great. I guess I did good. No, but actually, it wouldn't even say U1 because we wouldn't be in the U1 state. What the menu shows, so basically, the menu just shows up no matter what state you're in if you open the menu. So this is like the same function. The only difference is it says, okay, what state am I in when this is happening? So it would still just say game over. But in the code, it just considered you a winner. Hey, you won! Yay! Now it'd be nice if this like looked like something. So originally my idea was that it was quite large. I knew it was a stretch goal, but what I didn't consider is, okay, but if it's a stretch goal, then what happens if you don't get it in? So my idea was this, that what's at the center of the earth if you keep digging? Lava. So it was going to be lava, and you would unlock a special piece, the lava block. And the lava block would, like, I don't know, match with everything or something. Like something fancy like that, something awesome like that. Which, if you think about it, is really confusing. But, you know, like you wouldn't even be able to tell if you made a match or not. I don't know what it would do. Maybe it would, like, burn through everything. I don't know. Something. And then that lava block would be used in an extra mode that I didn't create. The idle mode. So just like in Puyo Puyo, where you have like an AI that places pieces, I wanted to have an alternate mode called idle, where you would just sit there and it would just play the game for you, and you would just watch it, and maybe you could, like, you know, press a button and you could affect it in some subtle way, but you couldn't like actually play anymore. And then that lava block could be used in the idle mode, and that would be your reward for getting to the bottom. But now, I don't know. So I think what it'll just be is just lava. There just will be lava down there. So I obviously have to make that if I want that to be in there, because it kind of sucks. Like, okay, you won, and now everything's the same. You know, I feel like something should be different. And in terms of like what you get, that's like low effort. Like I don't know. I mean, what are you gonna do with a lava block? Like an award? I mean, here's the award. Here's the reward. Is that you get a time. You get a new high score, a best. I think that's the reward at this point. I still think there should be lava down here, just to like punctuate you got to the end. So I would love to implement that. I don't know if I'll have time to do it tonight, but it would be awesome. Main menu doesn't work? Okay, cool. Cool. I mean, really all this should do is just straight up restart the game. That's all that's it. That's all that it does. So I guess I should probably make that work. Did I connect that button? Nope. Button main menu, on main menu pressed. It's the same as continue, or not continue, but it's the same as restart. It's not different. It's just not. And I'm gonna have a high score. I'm gonna want to think about how that high score gets stored and saved. So that's probably something I shouldn't have saved to the last second. All right, so let's do some balancing. Well, first of all, I kind of should actually test beating the game to see what happens. Well, that's what balancing's gonna help me do, is actually be able to beat the game. So here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna make a commit, and we're gonna say U1 actually shows, yay. Now, I still want to figure out why on level 2 the freaking opponent drops 2 blocks at a time. I don't understand. Why is it like that? Why you do that? I don't know. I have no friggin' clue how that happens. I used to have an attack pattern data that would say it drops, this one's 0. It drops 1 block at a time. It drops 2 blocks at a time. But I removed that. So how is it still happening? I don't know. I have no idea. But I need to figure it out. I guess it'd be interesting to see if it finds extra dump slots. So let me actually look at dump slot, which I have to say is a very funny phrase. Dump slot. I don't want to think about what it means. I just like the way it sounds. I just put food in my dump slot. Okay. What are we doing again? I forgot. Oh yeah. Let's look at these outputs. So there it's finding the dump slots at one at a time. 5, 4, so there's 0 through 5 are the different possible slots. This one's only loading about 3 at a time. 1, 2, 3. But it does 1 at a time. So there's 1. 1. Oops, I lost. You're done! Yay, JJ! Nice work! Awesome! I can't wait to check out your game. You've earned that sleep. Not that you need to earn sleep to get it, but you happen to have earned it. Sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out and letting us know. Good job. I just died in my own game on accident. It's okay. It's fine. But the thing that I'm looking at here is the fact that 1 garbage appears and 1 print message comes out. This is correct. So I'm going to move to the next level. And what I want to see is if 2 at a time are coming. Yep, 2 at a time. See? They both come simultaneously. This is weird. This is odd behavior. Now on this one's 1 at a time. What the heck makes level 2 different? What is it even? Where is it even checking what level we're on? So there is this attack pattern, but that's not, nope, that's not relevant really here. That's when the characters exit. I'm so confused. It only checks its level for deciding if it should appear I guess it'd be interesting. Do we have all these prefixed with character? It might be interesting to see if something something weird is happening with how the character is like loading in somehow. But like, why would that only be for the second one? Like maybe I will say there is one thing that's different about the level 2 character. I don't know if I can draw this, but I'm gonna try. So like, we're gonna say that's a character, deal with it. There's a character. It's brown like a squirrel. And there's 2 states that are important here. Level transition and level checking. On level 1, there is no level checking. Level checking is what sees if you've actually collected all of the, or you've destroyed all of the preset pieces. So there's nothing to check on level 1. Level 1 just starts. And it does do level... It does run level transition on level 1. And that's what allows the character to appear. Okay. Level 1 character appears. Everybody's happy. So we could even say level 1 character. Okay. Now, for level 2 character, this one spawns because level checking happened first. So level checking fires, I don't even know how to draw this. Level checking fires and level transition fires. For the level 3 character, level checking fires and level transition fires. So what makes level 2 different? What makes level 2 different is level 2 is the only one that is preceded by a character that didn't run level checking. So maybe there's something in level checking that allows for the subsequent characters to load in their amount correctly. And level 1 is not relevant because it hasn't, because it like stacks up. Maybe something in level checking erases data that builds up from level 1 to level 2, but by level 3 that gets cleared or something. I don't know. That's a theory. I don't think that's gonna turn out to be true, but it's possible. I don't think it's gonna be the case, but maybe. Now, level checking isn't even on this, isn't even on here. Which I'm a little surprised by. So what makes on next character, what emits on next character and stuff like that? Oh, the level script, right, duh. Okay, I see. Okay, so level checking runs level transition if the level presets, this is the preset pieces on there, if that's less than or equal to 0, it'll actually transition us to the next level because it's saying, oh, the player cleared all of the preset pieces. If that's not the case, it runs garbage dump. So what happens on level transition here? On level transition, it increases the global levels by 1. If the global level is greater than the final level, you win. If the global levels are greater than 1, we clear the last level. In between the level change, otherwise, we say next character. Yeah, I gotta say that didn't help me all that much. Between level change, first character boolean equals false. So this is for checking if we're loading in the first one or not. Interesting. If the next level is null, then first character is true. So this is saying if it hasn't loaded in a level yet, then we must be on the first character. If we don't have the next level, if the next level is loaded in, that is to say it is not null, then it's going to remove the last character so we can load in the next one. based on the next loaded level. If it's the first character, it needs to... Interesting. So unstage runs... Okay, here's what I want to see now. I want to see what's going on with these stages and unstages. So when we do stage me, I want to say... Oh, but there's also the... on next character. Okay, so then it says all of that. Are we checking character stuff here? That could be most useful. So that'll tell us when they've entered and essentially when they've been staged. But I think this is probably useful data here. If we could just go back to that. And I'm gonna have it tell me it again when we run stage me. I guess it'd be interesting to see this too. If global's level -1 is set to my level. Can we get an else? But all that does is animate it. There's nothing happening here other than animation. So I don't think this is really important. But here we've got more happening. So I'm more curious about that. So I'm going to say here, print, this one was unstaged. And then I'm going to have this say as well, if last, oh, that's going to do it a bunch though. Yeah, just do this, just do this. Give me some of that information. And I just want to see if these, that the order of these, or the frequency is different between the level 2 character, the level 1, level 3, whatever. There is a point where I'll let go of this, and I'll just say, you know what? Apparently level 2 character drops 2 at a time. I don't know why, but they do. Character 1 entered on level 1. Character 1 staged on level 1. Queued up new garbage. Queuing up new garbage. Could we also see when it dumps the garbage? Could be nice. I don't know if it actually does that. Whoops. Oh, it... Oh, because it's not character colon. Okay, there we go. Okay. Because I would just like to see that too, when it actually does the dump of garbage. Just have all the information. Only 2 hours left. 2 hours pretty much officially, guys. Is your game submitted? Is it updated? Mine isn't updated, but then again, I'm not technically submitting. Okay. Furiously jam-ratting intensifies. Okay, next level. Oh, okay. No, it has an unstaged, so it's a little different. Can we pause it? It's a little different, obviously. right? So for the first one, character 1 enters, character 1 is staged. We're not tracking when they exit. I probably should track when they... Yeah, actually, you know what? You know what? I'm gonna track when they exit. I'm sorry. I wanna know. I wanna know. When does that even run? Right, somewhere else. The exiting. Well, we do check that. Whatever. I'm gonna do this anyway. I want all this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna try to do it quickly. I don't want a bunch of pieces to build up because it just gets a little chaotic. I won't let that timer get below an hour 30 and still be working on this specific problem. I will just accept that level 2 character drops 2 pieces. Okay, so it dumps it. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, let me see where we're at. Character 1 enters on level 1, is staged on level 1, queues up some garbage, and it dumps some garbage. And then character 1 is unstaged from level 2. That's interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense. We're on level 2 by that point. So, it's a little weird. 1964. That was a year. Yeah. No, well, that's just nothing wrong with that, though. Because, so I'm filtering my outputs. I purposefully have just a bunch of stuff printing. I am adjusting is not really supposed to still be there. But most of this is supposed to be here. So that way I can like go back and compare. Here, I'm actually gonna get rid of I am adjusting. But I do like having all those prints, and then I've just been getting in this habit of filtering out the ones that I'm specifically looking at. So that way I can look at the specific problem and then zoom out to the wider context and see how it fits in without like being overwhelmed with like everything. But the I am adjusting, that does need to go actually. So yeah, you're right, that is a little too much. That was a very temporary one. With that said, I like having a bunch of prints. The only hard thing is like, I think I'd like the filtering to maybe be a little bit more robust, but because it's a little hard, I just gotta make sure that if I'm filtering that I have the print containing only the information that I want. Okay. Let it dump it, move on to the next level. Okay. So, 416, that's less. Still a lot, but less. Character 1 enters on level 1, character 1 staged on level 1. Now, it says this, but that could just be my print is not well typed, right? Where it's saying that it was unstaged from level 2. It's just kind of checking what globals is at, but it's interesting, something to think about. So character 1 is unstaged. It really should say like during level 2. Character 1 exited during level 2. Character 2 entered on level 2. Character 2 staged on level 2. Okay, I mean, so far it looks kind of fine, but I want to see what happens when we move on to the next guy. All right, so we're gonna do that. It's queuing double at a time, which is dumb, but true. We're gonna let that dump, and then we're gonna move to the next one. And we want to see if this is any different. And it's not looking different. It's not looking very different. Character 1 unstaged from level 2. Character 1 exited from level 2. Character 2 entered on level 2. Character 2 staged on level 2. It does too much. It gets unstaged from level 3. Character 2 exited from level 3. And it looks the same to me. Entered and staged. Yeah, I wasn't sure if maybe something was running twice and a value was like doubling up somehow. But nope. Man, I really have absolutely no idea. Not a clue. Why it is behaving the way it's behaving. I mean, there's no chance that the other chat can catch it, right? Like, that would be crazy. Because it's going to be missing a lot of context. And it's probably just going to tell me all of these ideas that are just not helpful. But maybe there's something obvious that I'm just missing, you know? Okay, it doesn't okay. These characters should be assigning a single piece of garbage at a time per attack timer timeout. For some reason, the character whose level is my level is set to 2 is dropping or is assigning 2 pieces at a time. Characters whose my level are greater than 2 do not have this problem. Nor does the my level 1 character. Do you see anything that might be causing that? Causing the unexpected double assignment problem. Entire B movie script. What's wrong with this? Just it'll probably be like it'll probably acknowledge that people don't like that movie. I bet it will catch on to that sarcasm. Looking at your code, I can spot potential issues that might be causing the double assignment problem for the character with my level set to 2. Here's a likely cause. In your on-attack timer timeout function, you're connecting the timeout signal every time setup attack timer is called, but you're not disconnecting the previous connection. This means if the timer is set up multiple times, the on-attack timer timeout function could be connected multiple times, resulting in multiple calls per timeout. I don't think that's it, but that's very interesting. I think you're hovering near it, other chat, but I don't know if that's it. Modify your setup attack timer function to disconnect any existing connections. Alternatively, you can move the signal connection to ready so it only connects once. I'll try that. I think that one makes the most sense. The reason this might specifically affect my level set to 2 could be due to how often that character's timer is being set up compared to others, or perhaps some specific timing in your game flow that causes multiple levels. Also worth noting, your attack pattern is 3-point, which is the same as level 3. This might not be related to your issue. Thanks, man. Wow, yeah, judging. You really want 2 levels with the same attack pattern? You sure about that? You sure about that? Oh, man. It's temporary, okay? Jeez. Thank you, but no thank you. All right, let's try connecting in ready. That's a really good suggestion. Really love that. You're making a great point. Love that. See, that fixes it. That was a really, really good suggestion. That wouldn't have crossed my mind, to be honest. Would not have crossed my mind. Really, really good suggestion. Okay, make sure everything works normally. It does not. You jerk. You broke my game. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. I mean, no, but this is very interesting, right? Mega squirrel, seriously. I think this tells us something very important about what could be going on. Because it seems to now be spawning like 4 at a time, right? Before it was spawning 2 at a time, now it's spawning 4. I think it might be correct. It's just, I'm also correct in needing it to not be connected in the ready function. Yeah. Well, maybe we should friggin' disconnect it. I guess that idea is one. Where were you thinking of putting it, other chat? Just if it's connected, just disconnect it. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair idea. I like that. All right. Let's try it. Hey, Frank. Yeah, we're a little squirrely in here. We're a little squirrely. Sometimes I take that squirreliness to another level. You never know. You never know if one day all of a sudden
we gonna be an entire squirrel up in here. There we go. I'm a squirrel. What's up? Good to see you, Frank. I'm a squirrel. It's a squirrel. Everybody's a squirrel.
All right, that's enough squirrel. Anyway, so you never know around here. I want to say that I don't really want to put it before start. I'm gonna say if attack timer timeout is connected to on attack timer timeout. Oh, okay. Then, please disconnect it. I didn't even know that is connected existed. And then proceed to connect it. Seems kind of weird. Seems kind of weird, right? I guess it's not that weird. Now, it's saying that I should put the start... I mean, you know what? I'm gonna do it the way it says it. You know what? What do I know better? I've had bad luck with his disconnected, but then again, I wasn't checking to make sure something was connected first. It feels like it might work for the wrong reasons. Right, like I probably need to identify why setup is being run so many times in the first place, maybe is what you mean? Okay, so the squirrel is good. Let's move on to the next one. You're right, it's kind of a band-aid. Didn't work! It's still doing 2 at a time! I'm surprised! I bet you nothing is getting disconnected, is what I suspect. Is that there is no actual disconnection even happening. That's what I think. Probably something else how I could have also confirmed this is to see if the timeout is running multiple times. I don't think it is. Okay, I'm just filtering for the attack timer print just to see if it ever disconnects. No disconnect even happens. So, yeah. This is doing nothing. Alright, but it does lead me down an interesting path. Like, in timeout, do we have a print there? We do. If we're in gameplay states pair movement. Okay, let me see this. Print character. We're printing so much printing. You're right about that, Frank. Character on attack or timer attack. Timer timed out. Well, we'll see if this happens. We'll see it queue up a new garbage. Actually, I think we know that this must be running twice because this does print 2 times. It does seem like it is timing out twice. I think that is what's happening. But if it's not because it's connected multiple times, then what is it? Oh, I said 1 hour 30. But I feel like this is a good lead. I'm bumping it to 1 hour 25. I'm bumping it. Because I feel close to understanding it. Okay, attack timer timed out. They're happening one at a time. I mean, we kind of know what to expect, I think. I think we know what's gonna happen. They're gonna start printing 2 at a time. Yeah, 2 at a time. So the attack timer is definitely timing out double. Can you try running the disconnect line before you free the last character? They don't get freed, but no, they don't. They just get unstaged. Before we unstage the last character, I suppose. Before I unstage the last character, even. Okay. I'm not sure why that would matter, but I'll try it. Because wouldn't it do it anyway? And I would have to. The thing is that isn't called in here. No. They're not freed. They're not freed. But their timer is stopped. So before they get unstaged, they're so I could put it here, potentially. Could be a place to put it. I think they might even get unstaged. Oh, we'll see. I'm not terribly optimistic. I think what I might want to be looking at is when setup, if setup is getting called 2 times somehow, or if it's getting started 2 times somehow. But yeah, I'll try this. I'll try this. Oh, I don't have any prints here. Here, we'll just do character. Or we can look for disconnect. I don't even know what to look for. Oh, an attack timer was disconnected. Dungeon, what? What? How did you do that? How did you do that? Oh my gosh, that fixed it. What? Wait, why did you think that? Why did you even think that? Again, we're still working around the problem. It's still a band-aid, but a damn good one. How did you even guess that that would be it? Wow. Clean up properly in one step. Huh? Alright, well, this is good. This is great. No more problems. Problems are fixed. I don't have time to find the ideal solution. We're at 1:30 and it's done. So, we're good. You're unloading the character. You should disconnect the attack there too. True. Dang. Well done. Well freaking done. Holy crap. Incredible. Incredible. You're amazing. Thank you. All right, good, good. So, great. Now I can balance my characters. Let's do, and I can do it intentionally without not understanding what's going on. So we're gonna say, opponent 2 now doesn't spawn 2 blocks at a time. Disconnected attack timer before or as last character unstages. Okay. Great. Balancing. So 1 is not great for this. I feel like 4 is pretty decent here. 3, 2, 1 is gonna be tough. 1 is gonna be, that's too hard. That's too hard. I'm telling you, that's too hard. You could make this 2.5 maybe. Maybe make this one. I have found the last level to be almost impossible. Not impossible, but really, really difficult. It's funny that I did all the ×2, ×3 stuff, and it never even gets that high. It was like, it ended up not being necessary. But I mean, you know, if I did come in here and I had like some, I did want to add in like some curve of some kind that would say, well, maybe it's less frequent, but when it does happen, it does a bunch, right? But, you know, it would be so great. That would be so cool, you know? I would love that. Time to get started. 1.5 hours left. No problem. Welcome, Roger. I'm sorry to hear that, but I have a feeling that you're joking. Roger isn't. Just like slaps together something that works, wins the jam. You've done more with less? Prove it! Do it! Do it! Submit a game now. I'm just kidding. I've done more with less. Mm-hmm. He'll make his own 1 hour game jam. There you go. 1 hour Puyo game jam. Well, now I don't want to. Of course, of course, of course, yeah. I mean, it should be hard, right? But it's like, okay, just play it. I know we're low on time, and there's like other things I need to do. Mainly the high score. I feel like the high score is pretty much like my final thing here. But let's just play the damn game. Let me just see what I can do here. Let's just see what happens. seconds. Let's see what we get. I'm pretty sure it's too hard. And I think you're not gonna like note. I think I can. Here's the thing, Lise, is you can tweak this later, right? You could tweak this by the showcase. You could. You want to add in your little curve? You can do that. You can do that. I would love if like sometimes randomly it drops a bunch, you know? I think that would be interesting. You know, and maybe the last level, instead of just being like linearly faster, it just dumps more at a time. We could do that. I could make that implemented. Oh, you jerk. You little jerk face rat. It's a rat. It's a rat with a pretty tail. Unbelievable. Okay, we're back. Good. You leave those purples alone, I swear to God. Don't you mess with my perps. Oh man, not getting lucky here. Don't hurt your chances for no reason. Okay, good. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, what have you done? Oh, dear God. I mean, this is pretty brutal. I mean, it's still hard. Like, it's not like this is super easy, you know? It's still quite difficult. And that's why it becomes basically impossible. I think you could nerf the squirrel a little. All right? Nerf the damn squirrel. This is ridiculous. The squirrel is kicking my butt right now. Okay, no. 6 seconds. Bring that up to 5. Put that at 4. Now this is 3, and that one's 2. All right? Which, again, it means it's gonna get really hard as we get further down. I mean, it should be hard. It should be. I think it needs a retaliation mechanic. It needs it really badly, because no amount, it puts too much stock into luck. Like, no amount of skill is going to like save you. That's not true, but it's potentially true. The retaliation that I had in mind would be based on a score that I never finished. I could quickly, so if you did muster up a score, how would it affect, and then here's the thing, is how would the player even know that they were doing that, you know? And that was going to be based on like maybe like a little dizzy, maybe the opponent falls down or something. I don't know. Oh, bad move. That's okay. It's fine. I would love something more interesting and the opponent just falls down, but don't you block my greens. Don't you mess with my greens. I am playing. The game takes a while to beat. It's got a decent amount of gameplay. Truth be told. Okay, level 1. Finally beat it. Oof. So like the timer, I would want to then pause at that moment. And the thing is, I have to create my own counting up timer, so I have to make sure like that's good and frame rate friendly and everything. So that's some scope for the last hour and 20. But I gotta just play the game, you know? Ooh, we're getting lucky on this one. Oh, dang it. I forgot. I can't bank off the side anymore. Those days are gone. Those days are behind us. Oops. Not the best move. Okay, alright, not bad. Oh, how dare you. How dare you inflict blockage on my purples. Oh, I miss being able to bank off the side. That was nice. I miss that really bad. You know, I almost feel like it, well, you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. Ain't got time to do it different. Oh, there's that purple in the corner. Oh no. Okay, it's available. Oh yeah. Oh, you little freak. You little freaky rat face. You're all rats. Why does everybody look like a rat? Okay, we're good. Alright, spider time. Oh, the last one needs to disappear. I just realized. The garbage from the last opponent should also not be visible. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. So there's a lot more presets on this one. I feel like that settings icon is too big. It's like begging you to press it. But like, why? There's nothing in there. It's very prominent. Oh, I could have done that different. It's okay. It's so big. It's got so much to say. I wish I had the timer built in. I wish I was testing it with the timer. I probably should have waited. So I could actually see what my time is. And if it, you know, works good. Spider's not that bad. I'll be honest. I think the spider could be harder. Put a mini game in the settings, then it's okay that it's so large. Because it's a mini game. Brilliant. Yeah, I think I can whip that up real quick. I think it's possible. I don't know. Oh, well, okay. Oh, you little freak. It's okay. You're not a rat. At least you're not a rat face. Yes. Let's do that. Let's put these out of the way. You know, that's the thing with this gameplay, is that you end up just kind of throwing pieces to the side. It's like, I don't need that. Get out of here. You know, I almost wish that there was more purpose to it. I really hate that you can't bank off the side anymore. Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to do that. No. It's fine. You know what? It's fine. It's not a big deal. That was not the move I meant. But it's the one I got. But you know, that's the whole point of like prototyping. And what's great about doing like a game jam like this is you find out, you get to have a game that I can actually test and get feedback on and realize, oh yeah, that doesn't, it would be nice if you could bank off the walls. Turns out that's really important. Or it'd be nice if we could do something more purposeful with the pieces. Maybe it gives us more points. I mean, that would be it, right? So again, it feels like score is really important here, because you can potentially get more points if you do more with the pieces that you're like casting aside, right? And then the more points that you have and that you get, the more you can knock the opponent away from sending you garbage. Now I will say, I'm not finding... I guess it is more difficult, yeah, because it's like always sending a piece. Yeah, it is harder. It's kind of hard to tell, because like that round, it didn't even get one at all down. So, I don't know. Oh, bad move. Oh, jeez. Oh, this one's hard. Oh my god. That was not a, that was incorrect. Oh my god. Okay. Oh jeez. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm getting punished. I like what emerges where if you try to like break a garbage on purpose by like making sure you make a match at a certain place. Oh my god. Okay, this level's hard. Oh jeez. You really need some reprieve from all of those pieces that are coming all the time. Oh, bad move. It does make me wonder if I shouldn't employ the exploit of purposefully stacking them up so that way less garbage spawns. I find myself considering it, which is not a good sign that it's an exploit that's okay to leave in the game. Oh god, it's getting very tall. Oh god. Alright, alright, alright. We're getting some clearing here. Don't you mess up my purples. Better leave those purples alone. I'm coming back to those. I'm noticing the next piece is a little shadowed by the opponent. So I might want to make sure that they don't receive shadows. The next pieces certainly would want that, actually. Oh man, this is tough. This is tough. Not the best move, but... Oh, come on! I was gonna stack right there. Okay, it didn't matter. I was upset for no reason. I apologize. Put a point light on them. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Oops. That was maybe not the best choice. It's so easy to make not the best choice. Don't you touch my purples. You leave those purples alone. I done told you once already. You leave those oranges alone now. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Dang. Punish. Don't touch my oranges. This is hard. It takes a long time. It's fun though. There's something very relaxing about, like, I'm enjoying myself. It's just, I'm in the situation where I'm also trying to hurry up because the jam's almost over. So, it's like, it's a different kind of intensity. But, you know, this doesn't feel undoable, right? It's not like so punishing that I'm afraid that it's too hard, for sure. You know, it just slows you down. It's more of a grind, I would say, right? It doesn't feel much like skill is going to get you a better result, but rather we're just like grinding through a longer level. Oops, not exactly the best move. Oh, So, you know, it's just something to think about. Why did I do that? What? My brain just vanished. It was just gone in an instant. I don't know why I would do such a thing. You know, and I think there would just be more excitement if I knew, you know, if there was like more like points flying around, like, you know, combo, blah, 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 you know, all that kind of stuff would just add a lot of hype to it. And, you know, you see like the opponent getting knocked out. I think all of that is missing, honestly. But, you know, I ran out of time, so it's okay. It's a little demo. It's a little prototype for what this game could be. What? Oh, it's not what I meant. Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? So look, there is still skill. There is still skill because we have to not make bad choices. It becomes like a bit of a puzzle game. Oops. Oh, dang it. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna beat this anytime soon. Okay, so this is very interesting. I assume I'm just gonna cheat my way to the next level. I just want to see if the next level is impossible. I do want to make sure those garbages get hidden between enemies. But yeah, I just want to get the sense that this is or isn't possible, basically. So this is currently the fastest spawn speed. It's interesting that none of them are exceeding 2. Now, if you move slowly, so there is a skill component there. If I take a long time to place the piece, then multiple garbages will come. So there is that. The faster you go, the less garbages will spawn. But that's not saying a whole lot. I think this is definitely doable. It's just severely lacking in excitement. But, you know, the nice thing again about having this base game is it means that I can come back and improve it later with all these base components that are all very scalable. I've left plenty of room for scaling in terms of like the way the enemies behave, and I haven't really done anything at all for oh dear God. Oh dear God. Oh, this is okay. Maybe it is impossible. Okay. Oh dang. All right. It's possible. I haven't added anything at all with regards to you, little freak. How dare you? With regards to how you attack. Oh, bad move. Oh God, no. With regards to how you attack your opponent, so there's lots of room to add that in. Okay, cool. I mean, I think I lost fair and square. Like, I made a lot of bad choices, a couple bad choices, and it's like you really have to play perfectly. I still think this is a bit, just like a bit too hard. So I think I will at least kind of nerf, where is that? I think it will nerf the preset data for these. Can the other chat just sum these for me here? Would be really nice. Can you sum all of these arrays and number them 1 through 5? 6, 10, 16, 20, 29. That's a huge jump. We do a jump by 4 between level 1 and level 2, a jump by 6 between 2 and 3, then only a jump by 4 between 3 and 4, and then suddenly a jump by 9 between 4 and 5. So maybe take away like a few pieces from this one. I was trying to get like kind of like a wormy, wavy shape with the pieces was the idea. So maybe bring this down to 7, bring that down to 5, then maybe put that to 3. Okay. All right. Let's do timer. So regrettably, I am going to remove score, but I'm gonna bring it back one day. I'm gonna work on this game more one day, and I'm gonna add that kind of stuff back in. I'm probably not gonna work on that on stream, like anymore. If I maybe in the member stream a little bit, but for the most part, this is it for public working on this. I think in the member stream I'll add like credits or something and little final touches, but other than that, the next time you guys see this, it'll be in the App Store. Alright. I want to say that the score UI does not exist. I got lost. Score UI is dead. Good night. It was nice knowing you. But the time, I definitely want. So I need to create a timer of a such. Can I at least come in here and do a commit? Score balance or difficulty adjustments. Roger! Roger's doing it! Roger's doing it! Got the grid motion and rotation. Shouldn't have challenged me! Oh man. Dude, I am so excited to see what you come up with. I mean, how dare you accept the challenge? What's up, Jonas? Stepped away for a bit, but popping in for some last-minute motivation. You got this, everyone! Yes, you got this, everyone! That's right! Let's go! Whoa, I just smacked this on my teeth. Oops. Sorry you had to endure that. I was so hyped! I'm just wagging this jar around. Oh, yeah, I needed that. I needed that. You're bringing the 1 hour? They are! Roger's bringing it back! I love it. Dude, Roger just like sweeps the competition. Dude, if you've got movement and rotation, like that's impressive. If you've already got that, that took me a while. Especially Roger, who as it seems just started. I believe, especially Roger, Jonas believes in you. Love the hype, Jonas. Let's freaking go. Thanks, Jonas. Moral support credit. Moral support credit. Come on, that was more moral support for everybody, but you still deserve it. You deserve it. Alright. I need to make a timer, so that way the player can get something out of this. And actually, we should have like a best time, right? Like that would be nice. Is that just gonna be there? Yeah, that should be there all the time. Yeah. Yeah. So this is gonna be time best text time best value. The extra minute bribing is not happening this time. I know it's I already know it's not, okay? Ain't no way you getting extra time. Nope, nope, nope. I won't give it to you. That was a one-time thing. It was a one-time thing. But I'm glad to hear it. I'm proud of you, Andres. Oh yeah, the settings, it's too big. It's quite large. No way! I know you're not. I know you're not. Let's go. Look at us growing together. Alright, 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 alright. Oh, the settings button, it's right here. What, we just do minimum size here? What's that, 80? Give me a 60. Okay, but now it's not centered. It needs to be centered. Would be nice. Probably should just change its pivot point. Yeah, it's too much. That's too much. Okay, so I'm gonna want a best time and a time. So I'm probably gonna even want to like store the like data. It'd be nice if like on the browser it could remember your best time. But let's hold. All right, let's just wait a second. Pump the dang brakes. Wait, where do we adjust the position? Oh, the margins. That's right, my bad. There we go. It's just a small button. It's not a big button. It's a little button. How do you save data in web? Is it possible, Godot? It is possible. You've tried it, but it ain't got to you. Yeah. Dungeon has done it. Dungeon Martian has done it. I've done it, but I forgot how I did it. But I did do it. I think I did it in my Frogger-like. I don't remember how I did it, so I can't tell you. But definitely folks have done it, for sure. I just happen to not remember how I did it. See, maybe I have it in here somewhere. Save game. Yeah, so we read and write a file. Oh, you did post a thing in wild chat. Or in chat a while ago, in live chat. Oh gosh, Discord URLs are horrible. So I just save it in like a JSON file, and I'm pretty sure that this works. I'm certain it does. This works in browser. So for whatever it's worth, check out what Dungeon shared. Check out my code there, and between those two things, you'll probably be able to piece it together. I guess I should do this. I guess I should do this immediately. Well, I'm already here. I might as well just do it. We have score and score high. And then we have save data. We have load game in the ready function here. Save data, save dictionary, save game, load game. Game state. So maybe if I just slap in some of this code, I'll be good. Probably better to set it up ASAP, honestly. I never put my game's music in. That's probably something, again, I'll do on Monday in the member stream. Just those, like, very, very final cosmetic touches. Let's put this at the bottom, I guess. We'll say. I shouldn't have waited till the last second for this. So we're not actually... Oh, we don't even have time. So I guess that's gonna be score. Variable time float. Variable time high. So update time high, save score, that's fine. Probably would want to rename that to like high time, would be my guess. Update score emit. Oh, I don't know what that does. Probably just like visual things would be my guess. On the UI, it does stuff. So that just makes sure that it shows it. Yeah. So we could say update time high or something here. That's resetting it to 0 when you load it. Why would I want that? Oh, I think this increases it by 0. It just makes sure that it reads it differently. So I'm not sure how I'd want to do that, to be honest. High time. Okay. We also need to make sure that these values get like reset. I don't particularly want to reset the high time. That should stay. But in theory, we'd want the time to reset. Now I have done a minutes, seconds, milliseconds timer before. I forget everything about it. I'm probably just gonna ask the other chat to make it for me. Like, where did I guess I did it in one of my Game Jam templates. Maybe I could go find it. If I'm gonna copy code, I'm gonna copy for myself if I can. Although we did have a timer in the Frogger, like, that timer didn't do minutes, seconds, milliseconds. So I think this one might have it in there somewhere, but where? Probably UI would be my guess. Just trying to pull old code. Start the timer. Right, but the timer must be counting up. Timer 0. Process. Increment the timer by delta, which accounts for frame time. Oh, that was written by AI. That is the most AI comment I've ever seen in my life. Okay, and then this was how we would get it to be I think that, is that gonna have milliseconds? Oh, let's do minutes, seconds, millisecond. Oops, dang it. Stop. I don't know what that %.2f means. 2 decimal places? Alright, fine, we're borrowing. You know what? Sometimes you just gotta know. Alright? When to get the other chat to do things for you. When you have an hour left to do an entire mechanic. I don't care. So, where else am I gonna go? What was my alternative gonna be? I was gonna go to like Stack Exchange. Or freaking Godot forums. Might as well just get it from there. It's gonna be the same place anyway. So, in process, we need to update that timer. Would be the place to do that. GD script, not Python. Buddy. My friend. It's different. Don't show 3 milliseconds. That's too many milliseconds. We don't need to see all that many. Oh, it just does it by 100 instead of 1,000? Awesome. Okay, so on the UI, we set up minutes, seconds, all that stuff. And so, yeah, this makes sense. Yes, you see that time, and you're giving me a fist bump. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. I'd actually love for you to pull from Global's time. Would be great. And yeah, it's kind of crunch high pressure mode right now. It really is. And then in process, I would want to do globals time plus equals delta. Leaving time. It is appropriate. It is so appropriate. Thank you for understanding and recognizing that. Okay, and then I want to say the time delta. I said delta. The task for doing time itself was a delta. Okay, I want this to be accessible as a unique name. All of the, you don't need the text to be accessible. You only, well, at least not yet. These, however, yes. And if you could on-ready them, that would be fantastic. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so label, time value, text, get set to all that. It should like kind of work. And then beyond that, I want to do the best, right? So the best is going to get loaded in. Well, we'd want to say whenever you die. So it's going to be 0 just taunting you for so long unless you beat the whole game, which kind of sucks. Again, there's a lot of things I'd like to improve about it, but we gotta jam. So only if you get to U1, if the U1 state fires, that's when it's gonna put it in. Can either confirm or deny that the switch due to arrive at my workplace. Whoa, that's awesome. Dang, that's hype. Yo, it's so hype, Kai. Hey, what's up, Gab Games? GG, crunch time. No matter the results, you are still the best ever. No, it's so nice. It's so nice of you. Okay, moral support. Okay, moral support. Take your moral support credit, you little sweetheart. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What in the world? Just in time to get a credit too. Well played. Okay. So I'm gonna say on the UI, we're gonna connect when that state has occurred. So game states, state gameplay, state game U1. Connect on U1 on U1. That needs to update the time. Yeah, with or without it, I'm here with the moral support until I can afford to really help. Thank you. Thank you so much. That means more than anything. Appreciate it, Gab. Appreciate it. You're a real one. If you had a thumbs up button, I'd press it. On U1, I want to make sure that we say that the globals, well, we need to stop the time, right? That time needs to be done. Dunzo. No more time. Globals time, I don't even know. I guess we'll say this. We'll say if still playing, if not one, run that. No, I don't got time to think about it, okay? I just gotta go. I gotta go. That's why you love it here. I make it worth it. I'm glad to hear that, Gab. That is very full. That makes me feel very fulfilled. You have no idea. Maybe you do have some idea. So if this happens, we want to say that 1 becomes true. You could also just say, you know what you could, you know what would be a lot easier? I'm just saying, use your states. Use your states. I'd be a little afraid. No, actually, I don't like that. Because what if you open the menu? I don't know. You know what? I actually don't want to risk that. We're just gonna say that when on U1, 1 becomes true. I think it's actually fine. So if you haven't won, that is to say, when you do win, this should stop. And so 1 becomes true. And when 1 becomes true, I need you to take the current time, and we actually need to set global's time high to that right there. And we want to save the game as well. Would be really good. So go ahead and save that game. Which will do stuff that might not work, but that's okay. We'll try it. And then when the game loads, it should update time high to that. Okay. Now, yeah, I think this is kind of sufficient. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you're like hovering around good enough at this point. I think one thing you could do, right, is make sure this says best time. And I don't know what it's gonna be, just questions. Who knows? Who knows what it is? And actually, if you could set it to that, when it loads, or like by default, because I think when it loads, because when we load the game, it's gonna do time high. But we kind of want to know, we don't just, because like initially it should be question marks if it's nothing, otherwise it's gonna like override it. If content high time is less than or equal to 0, then well, it's just going to be 0. That's not where you want that to happen. Wrong. And also make sure that we load the game on ready. Okay, we do. Oh, wrong place. Oh, that was a mistake. Up here. Does the game load again when we reset it? I don't know. No, you want to say on UI, check here. If global's time high is less than or equal to 0, then I want the label time best value. I don't think this is where you really want to put that. Label, well, we'll see. Label time best value text. No, not value. Text. No, value. Dot text equals this. Oh, come on. But you do want to, it would be nice, well, you would want to say on U1, right? At that moment. You would also want to say, if time high is less than, do that. Otherwise, again, not the best implementation here, but I gotta hurry. We want to make sure that that gets set to... Now, wait a minute. This isn't gonna work. Oh, minutes, seconds, milliseconds. Right, so I would need to convert it to this. Which that's not going to be divided in minutes, seconds, milliseconds. Because this is only based on global's time, right? So what you'd really want is a function that converts it. You know what I mean? And this is going to be the time float. And I'd want it to return a string, right? Yeah. Put this in there. Dude, I need to upload my game. Oh, I forgot to optimize my game. Uh-oh. I forgot about that. I'm in danger. Yes I am. Yes I am. Yes I am. We want to set this to time conversion global's time. I do not have time to optimize my game, unfortunately. Label time value text time conversion global's time. So that would go in there. And then this is going to return that. So then I would also want to do this here. So then this equals time conversion global's time high. All right. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Where are we at here? You don't wait, whoa, girl, hold on a second. You don't even have when the timer begins. You just have the time. You just have it going constantly. It's just going. No, it goes when you hit play. Really, it should be when the preset pieces first hit the ground. If you want what I think. So I'm gonna say variable begun boolean equals false. So if begun and not 1 do this. So how do we know it's begun? Well, I would say the first time pieces spawn. So I'm gonna say game states, state, gameplay, spawn pair, connect on spawn pair. Func on spawn pair. Begun equals true if not begun. Begun equals true. Now the timer can start. Dude, I totally forgot about optimizations. Now, it's not going to be noticeable here in the editor, but when I put that up on web, oh, it's going to be noticeable. There's two particular bottlenecks. One, whenever the preset pieces, actually three. One, whenever the preset pieces drop down, they all get instantiated at once. I wanted to set up object pooling. That ain't happening. So that way, they wouldn't all be instantiated right then and there. The other thing I wanted to do was to do the same thing for garbage, so that garbage wouldn't all be spawned in right there. So that's the second place. The third place where an optimization bottleneck exists is the first time that the explosion happens, because there's a particle effect. So I can definitely get the third one probably fixed in time. The other two, I don't know, probably not. Rorik has pushed a build. Let's go! Or you press the build button. Nice. Oh, Unity. I see. Got it. There are a bunch of missing pieces and cheap dialogue, but it is done. Yes! Rorik, Rorik. All right, Unity, you better build it in 30 minutes. That's awesome, Rorik. Well done. High five. Yay! That I feel that though. Things missing. Not perfect, but done. All right, the time has begun. It is showing more numbers than I meant, but that's okay. But the time is timing. That time is definitely timing. Okay, so I'm just gonna move to the next level. You know, in a perfect world, the timer would like pause when you're transitioning between levels, but this isn't a perfect world, so we're not gonna do that. Now what I want to see is that once I beat this level, that, oh, I forgot about making the garbage hide between levels. When I come over here, oh, the UI just vanishes. No, we want to be able to see the times, dang it. Oh, whoops. Okay, all right. Well, if we go to the main menu and we start the game again, it should still be there. And it is not updated. Okay. I don't know my best time. Can it please? This needs to be 2. That's how you fix that. You think it might be too hard, your game? That's understandable. I think mine might be too. But hey, we're all expert Puyo players. Right. But no, I mean, getting the game built on a game jam deadline is a great opportunity to figure out what balancing you need to do later. Can't say I'll finish it, but I'm making rotation and connecting blocks work. It's fun, right? It's like a fun game to make, if challenging. So you see the hidden scope. I'm not even doing a game, but I'm feeling that last minute. I know, the pressure is real. The pressure is real. Great, so I have to have this appear somewhere else, I guess. I guess like on the menu screen, too. All right, sure. Why not? I can do that. So I'll just make some new labels. I don't think I've. Oh, I have. We have this label. This is the only label I've made. I would like it to be like outside of the menu. Would be nice. Yeah, like there. Maybe down here. And this will be label time best. This is labeled time best 2D. It's the 2D one. We'll say menu. And this would be doot doot. Doot 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 doot. Jam's over 1 minute before your shift ends. That's crazy. What? Let's actually add a whole new VBox in here. Man, I'm not gonna have time for those optimizations. VBox score. And then these fonts need to be a lot smaller. This is actually time best text, time best value, make them accessible as unique names. Oh, they are. Okay. Can we make it an H box by any chance? I think that would be better, because we're gonna have very limited space to get this in. And then those font sizes need to come way down. Let's make sure this is centered. Yeah, you're gonna kind of need to put this in a bigger VBox. I'm sorry to say. I'm very sorry to say, because... So this is just VBox menu, because I haven't actually... I've got a lot of stuff applied to VBox buttons that now is gonna need to actually move to VBox menu. So that's fun. Okay. Could we just try like a separator? Horizontal separator right here. Make sure that it isn't visible. Probably have another one I could just use. Oh well. Yeah, that is gonna push everything up, which is not what I want, but what am I gonna do? I'm not sure. I think you're probably gonna want to put an outline around those labels. Now it still like doesn't work. Yeah, see, it's not hidden when it's supposed to be, which is something to fix. A lot of things to fix there. See, we don't really have a lot of room for this stuff. It would be kind of nice if it just sat like below it. Would be good. Here's what I think, Liz. I think you shouldn't put them in their own... Get rid of this whole VBox menu thing. That was a mistake. Instead, just try to ensure, maybe add an extra margin container in here for that, and just try to ensure that it pushes down below the menu. Hopefully that works out okay. Yeah, I'm concerned that we don't have best time working correctly. I think that's gonna require a bit of debugging, but we'll just have to let that go. Best time text could look a lot better. Maybe like that. Okay. Okay, so that should be on every menu. It looks like we have an issue. This needs to go below all of that so it doesn't interfere with the buttons. Okay. Now you can see it's not actually being controlled by anything, which is unfortunate. So the way I would need to fix that is by making sure HBox score was included everywhere that VBox buttons is as well. So that's going to be on main menu. Find VBox buttons. Well, first, here, add this in as an on ready. Find everywhere you reference HBox buttons, and you need to do the same thing to HBox score. We don't have to do that. Just its visibility here. HBox score, visible, false. Looks like we're doing a modulate on them as well. There's other ways I could do this, but I don't have time to do it another way. So this is the way. So again, finding every VBox button reference. Coming down here, I need to do the same thing for HBox buttons. Oh, sorry, HBox score. And I gotta tween it. Ugh. Okay, tween buttons, tween buttons, tween buttons. Grab all of this, come out here. Tween score, score. That's a thing? Where is that? Oh, like this? Wow. Sick. Thanks. Godot credit where Godot credit is due. I had no idea that existed. That's awesome. So this is tween property. And then we would actually prefix it with parallel. No. Prefix it with parallel. Grab this, drop that in, and then HBox score, visible, true, and then say HBox score. That's freaking awesome. Thank you. I had no idea that existed. Neat. Okay, we gotta do that same thing again, unfortunately. A couple more times there. Couple more times. I'm just gonna copy it like this. I'm gonna type parallel dot. Make this HBox score. Do it again. Parallel dot. HBox score. Okay, here we got another V buttons. HBox score, visible. There are easier ways I could have done this. I know that, but I don't have time to think about it. Probably would have saved me time to just think about it. All right, let's see if that appears and disappears when it should. But then I wouldn't have discovered tween parallel, which makes it all worthwhile. The best is definitely not working. The best time. This will double confirm it though. A time at least starts. Presumably it stops, but it disappears before I can see if it stopped. which is a bit annoying. Yeah, best time not updating there. So let's find out why. So when we won, 1 is true. At that moment, I think maybe this must not be. Well, I don't know. I have no idea what's happening at that moment. The game's still running. Globals time high is 20.323. So the timer is stopped and the high is set. So that's working. What isn't working is best time isn't getting set. So that's interesting. Why not? Ah. Nope. Just kidding. I thought I saw it. I didn't. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Liz, is you're not looking at the right label. Remember, you created a new label. So you have to update not only that, but you also have to update this label right here. This one. So if it is working, I could probably just, you know how I could check this? I could just make the UI visible and just see that it is updating correctly. Oh, remote. Yes, it is. Look. Good. Excellent. Okay. So now I just have to pass it on to the other place. The editor version also works for this. What does that mean? Okay. Label. Time best value menu text equals this. You don't need to go to remote for toggling visibility. Sometimes sometimes I find that's true, sometimes I don't. But I'm gonna remember that the next time I do it, and then the next time I see you, I'll be like, it didn't work sometimes. Okay. Best value. Yeah, maybe that's it. Roger got the mechanics good enough. Let's go. Submit it. Submit it. Submit it. Love that. Label time best value menu dot text equals that. Anywhere else. Anywhere else. Okay, that looks good. It's not playable at all. I mean, if you don't mind, like, losing the jam. The more submissions, the better, honestly. Now, best time should have loaded in. If it was saving the game correctly, I would expect to have just now seen a best time. Oh, dang it, that garbage preview. I need to make sure I hide those when level transition runs. Dang, I'm gonna forget that one, aren't I? I'm gonna forget that one right to the end. Nice, best time. Dope. Now if we come to the main menu, it doesn't make sense. Why would you do that? Did it remember it in globals? Yes, it actually is saved on globals. We're just not properly showing it on here. So that's good. Well, yeah, because you're not doing an else here. You have to do an else. You must. 'Tis the only way. Come on now. Alright. Go to the game. Hit play. And then let's restart it. You made your own GUI for your own game a lot nicer too. Nice. Dang, 15 minutes to optimize. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Okay, I don't love that that is saying that. Why would you say that? Why would you be that way? What does it think that it is right now? It says 21.575, but it's reading it as 0. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you say something like that? Maybe it hasn't loaded it by this point. That could be it. That very well could be it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Just freaking do it in the process or something. I don't know. Freaking give me a signal. Do we have any signals in here? Any good signals in here? Menu up finished. Level transition. But what about menu down? Any signals for menu down? Signal bus, menu down, emit. Menu down. That's cool, Roger. Menu down. UI. It still might not be the right timing. It should be, though. Game states. No. Signal bus. Menu down. I said connect on menu down. It's like, no, you didn't say that. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. On menu down. Do that, please. So every single time a menu comes down, it's gonna do that. It's fine. A little more than 13 minutes. There's like a tiny bit more than that, but not by much. Okay, morbid curiosity. What if I slap this into process? How is it coming in as 0? I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm confused. Okay, so something else is the problem here because it's not even showing up on process. Unreachable code statement after return in function based on. That's funny. That's funny. You better put that in if OS is debug build. What's my default value for the time? 0. It's 0. 0 is my default value for the time. But that's different. Or on the UI, it should only pull it on when we won, in theory. That's when it sets this, the time high, to global's time. And when it saves the game. Unless that's happening like more often. But the high isn't even changing. That's the thing. I guess I could try to fix this later. When it loads the game, it takes whatever high time is and it adds it in. We know that this is working because it reports it correctly here. Time is 0, time high is that. So I'm a little confused. I'm a little bit confused. Like say I come over here into process. And I were to just say, go ahead and print what this would be right here. Just like do it. What does it print? Time. Zeros. What if I say just print time high? Then it says 21. It's the conversion. The conversion isn't working. Why not? Because this is overwriting it? Why would it? I don't understand. Something in the conversion is not working. Which I'm a little surprised by. The time is correct, but the conversion isn't updating it correctly. It's returning 0. I mean, I'm saying in that moment, get all these and return that. Like, what's your problem? What's your whole deal? What's your issue? I mean, we could save I could save the string instead of the time number. I kind of hate that for a lot of reasons, but I could do that. I don't like that one little bit, but I could do it. Maybe I need to ask other chat help. Why is the time high text in menu down reporting 0 when time high on globals is absolutely more than 0? Is time conversion getting messed up here somehow? Oh, dang it! Ah, frig. No, hold on. Stop. Hush your mouth. Hush your little mouth. Alright, go for it. Sorry for calling your mouth little. You didn't deserve that. Time conversion using global's time instead of the past argument. Seriously? Nuh-uh. No, it's not. It is! Oh, for crying out loud, my friggin' face. Oh my god, I didn't even pass the variable into there. Thanks, other chat. Love it. Easy to fix. Alright. Whoa! Oopsie. Whoops. I mean, this was doing like nothing. This was doing almost nothing. I love it. It's an easy fix. It makes me happy. There we go. Best time, baby. Ay. Love it. Best time. Timer starts. Beautiful. All right. Oh my gosh. So you see, Andrus, easy. No, it was easy to get the saving and loading, and that should work in browser too. Best time implemented. Yay. Okay, now it's time for optimization stuff. First one I'm gonna try to do is the explosion, because that's the easiest, least time consuming one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have that fire when the game starts. Final patch is in! Nice, can't win, let's go. Panic, build isn't ready yet. What? No! No! Oh, Rorik, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh no! Unity! Unity! Oh, that's so real though. I've heard that so many times with Unity, man. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, you still got a little time. Remember, my timer is you should check the jam page to see the true time. You do have a backup. Oh, but that sucks. Oh, okay. I want this explosion to fire. So what is that? How are you gonna do that? Where are you gonna do that? How is that gonna work? What are you gonna do? You know, I would love to, if we could just like instantiate some things like right away, just like a piece just like there, like right in the, you gave me the panic energy. I absorbed your panic energy. I like it. Okay. So, let's see. I would love to even just like instantiate. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna create a new node 3D. Sometimes I think I create too many node 3Ds. I don't know. It's just like a hunch. But you know, another time, another day. This is wow. Oh my God. Oh my Jesus. Oh my gosh, we're jam writing so hard. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. Up here, I'm going to say this is the preload, and go ahead and give it a script. The location of this, I would like to be near where the menu exists. Okay, so I want this. Now, at least here's the problem: the menu isn't there right away. You know what I'm saying? It's like not there right away. So like, you really want to put behind the menu? You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise it's gonna. Well, On my other game, the menu is there right away, so it made more sense, but there isn't a menu here right away. So where are you gonna do it? Just like off screen a little bit, like behind something. But we'll do it behind this guy. Do it behind this guy right here. But that guy's off screen. No. Do it behind, dude, please, what? Do it behind this. This whole thing, this whole unit right here, man. Do it right back there. Just do it back there. It's perfect. It's perfect. Okay, put it back there. And then we're gonna put a script in here. That's our good old little preload script right in there. And we're gonna wanna instantiate and explode a piece just right away. I don't remember how any of that works. It's been a long time. I don't even know. Particles, GPU particles. So here's what I recommend. What I would love to see is that you just like instantiate a piece like right there. So where's all the places where you instantiate things? Could you tell me about those? 16 places. That's a lot of places. A few more than I would have liked. You can just save all the materials and then load materials. Huh? Save all the materials and then load material. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Didn't you put like a post about it? Is that what you're? I didn't actually read your post. I probably should have. Where did you put it? Where is it? Is it in Godot? It's got to be in Godot. Where's Godot? Right here. And then you called it something, I'm sure. What did you call it? Creating reflections where it won't run a browser, why the game, what's the timer? Oh, entropy. Let's see. Game jam, 1 hour, 1 month game jam. The 1 month game jam, it's ending. It's bye-bye time. It's almost bye-bye time. I actually have 12 minutes left. So you know what? Let's give us the truest version of it. Why is my game stuttery? Thank you. We're gonna get a much truer time here. 12 true minutes left to get this game jam game in. Now mine, I'm not submitting mine for ranking, but in the spirit of the dang old jam, we're gonna just stay at the same time. Okay, here we go. Oh dear God, the whole point, okay, all right, 12 minutes, I got it. Here we go. This is about as true of a timer. It ain't much. Wow. I know. Don't I know it? Oh, great. Okay, don't zoom in that, please. Ignore the threading suggestion. The second part is the real advice. Okay. Stuttering. Ugh. Ugh. Stuttery. There we go. All right. The second part is the real advice. The second part is the real advice. There's no goodbye. Easiest way is to load them into stick them in behind your main menu. Have the fire. Well, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Right, I know that. That's what I was gonna do. Oh no, wait, further down. Wait, what's the part? You have not helped me. You have not helped me. You've officially not helped me. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do, what I was gonna do. So I'm gonna come over here, we're gonna instantiate a piece scene, and we're gonna get this code. My game works, it's all set up. The only thing is I need to update it, and then I also need, I'm just kind of doing optimizations, which would be really nice to have before I show you guys the game. Okay, so we're just going to literally run this, just add a piece. Just do add piece. Parent node 3D piece type. Where does this, how does this normally, oh, this is old. Please, what? That's old. Oh, it doesn't work that way anymore. That is some old news. Big time old. Pair scene might be, you don't want to do that one either. You want to do the preset piece scene. This is what you want to instantiate right here. And where is that? Pray tell? Right here. Spawn preset piece with the X position. Right, so that's gonna come up at the top. Great. We want to spawn it and we want to blast it at the same, like right at the same time. So what is this? This is level. Spawn preset piece. So on level, I want to spawn the preset piece. I'm gonna have to probably skip this optimization doodad. I'm probably gonna have to skip this. I have a feeling. I just have a feeling. I just have a feeling. Let's see. And then we want to say that in the ready function, please, if you wouldn't mind, go to the level.ref.spawn preset piece. X position is gonna go ahead and gonna want to be I'd love a Y position as well, it would be great, but I don't have time for the Y position. So we're just gonna say, can we just do something like kind of far away, like maybe like 100? That's probably too far. If that's off camera, I think it's gonna cull it, and it's not even gonna really preload it. But, you know, something to think about. What is amount? What the hell is amount? What does that even mean here? Amount, oh, how many? Just one, please. Just one will do. Just one. GD script. Let's see. I want to say that once that happens, yeah, but how are you going to explode it? Here's the thing. How the hell are you going to explode it? This doesn't, wait, does it return something? I don't think it does return anything. You would kind of need its own thing. Yeah, this is a mistake. You're doing a mistake. I love you, girl, but you're doing a mistake. So here's what I recommend, right? Like my recommendation is gonna want to go ahead and be that you get this right here. Okay, my friend. All right, you're gonna get that. You're gonna slap that in. Okay, Andrew submitted it! Yes! Let's go! You got this, my friend! You got this! Okay, so we want to get a preset piece. We're gonna instantiate it. We want to put it on it to itself, and then we're gonna say that its position is set to, we'll just put it at like 0. Put that at 0, and then this, we want this at like -20 or something. And then it's ADHD family, entropy, it be like that. And then what do I want to do with that preset piece? Well, I want to explode it. So how the hell do we explode pieces? I don't remember. Particles, where does that, how does that even happen? Garbage particles emitting true, piece particles emitting true. Where does that exist? Where is that? Piece particles emitting destroy piece. Destroy piece is what we want to run, is destroy piece. We have to be a little careful. So we do want to be careful with that. I wouldn't recommend that. I would say you need to do something like this right here. So come back to preload, right? And we are going to say that we're establishing the particles. We're not reparenting anything. No reparenting happening. We don't just want to do get node. We want to say preset piece get node, and then we would say piece particles emitting true, and then I want you to queue free that piece. All right, let's see if this happens. You have improved a lot, darn right. Okay, I don't know if this is actually gonna work, but it's the best I can do. Precise decimal, what is it? -1 minutes to 5 before the deadline. That is impressive. All right. I don't know if we're gonna even have functionality here. It might give me an error. It might be wonderful. All right, well, I didn't see any problems. I didn't notice anything weird. So we're gonna go ahead, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this debug not visible, and I'm gonna hope that this improved it. I don't know if it did. I could test it, but I don't have time to test it. So we're just gonna export this as such right here and right now. And now I need to open a different browser to upload it because I'm not uploading mine to the main jam. That would be weird. That would be weird. Okay, it's my jam. I created it. I'm sitting here streaming all the time. You guys get so much exposure to my game. It's just not, it's not fair. It ain't right. It's tacky. You know, right now, the prize is just you get your game showed off and promoted a lot. But someday, who knows, maybe like there's like a coffee maker company that helps the channel with the sponsorship. And so then I'm gonna want to like have prizes go out to you guys. Well, what if I got a prize to my own? It's ridiculous, right? Like we can't do that. So, that's why I have to make sure I upload mine separately. Okay, I was just filling in time here. So it's GDScript. It is. That's kind of a good way to describe GDScript. So it's the Godot engine. There's a link in my description box to this video if you want to try to download Godot. All right, so here we go. I am going to go to uploads, and we're gonna see what it's like. It might not be perfect, but I did my dang old best. I sure did. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna get rid of this backup export here, and I'm gonna rename the current export zip to export backup. I am sure gonna hope that I actually exported it. Did I? I don't know. I'm gonna export it again. I'm gonna export it one more again. I don't know. I just wanna make sure, okay? Is that so wrong? It's just what I wanna do. I don't know. What if I forgot to do it? GDScript is C++ wearing a Python trench coat. GDScript is fun. It's super fun. I love it. Okay. I love it. I'm gonna start learning C# though. Maybe in the next Game Dev Gauntlet. Okay, here we go. 7-zip, put it down into an export. And then once that is done, come on, zip on up now. Zip on up. You dig my game in a free online games page that is Minecraft themed just so the kiddies will play it vibe. Thank you. Yeah, you've said that before. I mean, you know, it is giving that. And you know what? I'm okay with that. All right, here we go. Put it in here. No problem. I mean, you know, I do envision this as a mobile game, and mobile games are often played by children. So, you know, I'm trying to know my audience. All right. Let's save it. Let's see what happens. All right, it is in here. 2 minutes to spare to test it. I'm not entirely sure that I am actually going to enjoy seeing it not lag. But it's in the browser. Play. All right, you know, that wasn't the worst lag. It did lag just like a tiny bit. There's a tiny bit of lag. There's a tiny bit, so I might do a little bit more to optimize it, but look, the game is here, it works, it's in the browser. I'm calling this a win. I'm calling this a big win. And so I was thinking shareware, that I originally picked a freeware shareware game, but I had trouble getting it embedded in the browser. Anyway, there's a whole story. the next one will be very similar to the one I was originally gonna do. All right, so I'm gonna make this public. We're turning it a bit loose right now, but I'm gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it like super visible, okay? So you guys, I want you guys to see it and check it out and find it. So you can see that I did submit the game. You can try it. It is going to be a little bit laggy on the first clear, and whenever it spawns in pieces, because I didn't quite get my optimization as crisp as I wanted. But the game is there. There's a link right there in the chat if you guys want to try it out. It works. There are things I would have maybe wanted to be different. There are things I maybe would have made, but that's okay. This is the best game that I've ever made. Oh, I didn't make the garbage previews disappear between levels. That's okay. That is so not important. I knew I'd forget though. This is definitely the best game I've ever made, so I really appreciate you guys being here to motivate me and each other to make these games. Please give Hyper Game Planet a follow, alright? So this is the account where I put up games that I make, including my big games, small ones. So if you ever want to keep track of like what I'm working on, like actual games, Hyper Game Planet is the channel or the itch page. But besides that, there it is, 15 seconds. The time to submit is almost over! It's done, baby! 3, 2, 1, get your games in! Oh, your games in! Alright, so it's gonna be public. Now everybody can see 23! What? Dude, I did not expect that many games. Dude, there's more entries than the balloons like. That's crazy! I thought I picked something way harder and less interesting, and we got more games! Yes, you guys are the best! There was only 19 on the balloon slag. We got 23 on the Puyo-like Jam! You guys are awesome. Okay, 22, it went down right away. Someone was like, oh no, I'm gonna hit it. Woo! Yes! Good job, everybody! Look at all the games! Look at all of these games. Okay, let me get out the way. Get out the way, Lees. Get out the way. Y'all are amazing. All right, I'm going to give y'all props. Y'all freaking killed it. Come on now. Look at that. So I'm going to have to go through and make sure all of them are actually Puyo-likes. So don't go downloading everything, okay? Because we got some last minute ones in. Right? And sometimes people put up like malware things. So I'm gonna, after the stream ends, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna make sure I moderate all of these. So that way anything that is not supposed to be there gets dealt with. But I think we got a lot of legit ones. Look at all these awesome games. Y'all are the best. Y'all are amazing. All right, Puyo-like Game Jam is almost officially finished. Almost. Because there is still a showcase, and that's happening next week, where on stream I'm gonna play all these games. You guys are gonna play them. We're gonna share our thoughts and our high scores and great stuff like that. So make sure you are subscribed to Hyper Game Dev. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet, because I'm gonna be posting the showcase stream right after this. So that way you guys can make sure you see all of the cool stuff people do. It's also gonna be right there on the jam page as well. So yeah, the jam page is gonna change. It's gonna have winners and stuff. Vote on games. Vote on the games. Don't forget. If you submitted a game, play the games, vote on them, and stuff like that. All right, and I'm super excited to see. I'm super excited to see what you all come up with. You have a bug and the round is still going? Okay, well, I'm gonna need to look into that then. How often do I do these? Every other month. Every other month we do this game jam. So you can use any engine you want. That's totally fine. No problem. You can find down at the bottom here. Ooh, that hype is real. Ooh, that hype is real. That hype is real right now. I gotta let it wear off of me a little bit. January, March, May, July, September, and November. So this is good. This is why we put out a game, right? This is why it's so good to have feedback from people, because now we know, right, if there are errors. So Dungeon Martian is giving me a bug report right now that I wouldn't have had if I hadn't submitted it. It almost makes me think we should make the submissions public like the day before so people can have bug testing. That's an interesting idea. Thank you, Gab Games. So I'll definitely address that and see if I can reproduce that bug. But thank you for checking out the game. That means a lot. I'll be back. I stream much more often than I do this game jam. So this game jam is every other month. The next one will be in July. And it's going to be a really easy game. It's going to be even easier than this one. Although apparently I didn't even need to give you guys an easy game, because look at all those entries. Super proud of you. For the next live stream, that'll be on Monday, and that's for members only. Join button is below this video if you're interested in becoming a member. And besides that, Friday, that'll be the time that we see all these awesome games being played. Until then, vote on the games, check them all out, and yeah, I'll see you there. Woo! Game is submitted. I submitted my game. Let's go! Play him. So just to clarify also, all right, the voting period. Let me actually put that up here as the main thing. Okay, let's keep an eye on the calendar. That's the voting period. This is as long as you have. Bring back Harvest Earth. One day, I will one day. Right here, 1st through the 5th. Get to voting. We're on the 1st right now. Get to voting. This is all the time you got. No, the game doesn't pause. It does. It's not supposed to pause. It's not supposed to pause. Dungeon! You missed the Harvest Earth streams? Really? You guys missed the... Should I do Harvest Earth again? I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright, go check out my game. Go check out all the other games. Game Jam links in the description box. Y'all are the best. If you're watching this after the live stream, by the way, wow, awesome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last time I worked on this game. And you can go ahead and tap or click on the bottom right, or like up here or over there, to find the showcase stream and the next time I start a Game Jam game for this Game Jam. And I really hope I see you guys there. Alright, goodbye. It's a game. I made a game. I finished it. It has bugs, but that's okay. We all have bugs. Everybody has it. Even people have bugs. If you really think about it, even people have bugs. It's complicated, but it's kind of true. It's weird to say it that way, but if you think about it, there's truth to it. There's truth to it in a way.